absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
An absolute pleasure to be back on the UTMB World Series. There's the man.
Oh.
The world is watching. We're live.
Merci à tous d'être présents.
That gap is melting.
Bonjour à toutes, bonjour à tous et bienvenue.
Allez, c'est parti. What a race.
The mountains are calling now.
Il y a de l'UTMB Index au mètre carré and it is not over.
Oh non.
Insane.
That was fast.
Welcome our champion. Oh man. Wow.
Oh, one of the big jobs.
Yes!
Good work, Rod. Good work.
Hello, what is up everybody? We are back once again and you know it. We are on the second stage of the UTMB World Series that we'll be covering live. Last weekend, if you were with us, I'm sure you were with us, we had the pleasure to follow the race in Chianti in Italy, and boy did we have hell of a show, hell of a race. With the men's and the women's. Now we are in Tenerife. We are switching from Italy all the way through to the Canary Islands, and I have the delight to have a co-host just as excellent as I had last week. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Stephanie Case.
Hi, Martin. I'm excited to be here, and so early in the season. This is our second live stream on the calendar. We've got 12 events that we'll be live streaming for UTMB this year. I won't be on all of them, but happy to be here today to follow. We've got some exciting races. One is already underway, and it's going to be a big day.
It's going to be a big day indeed. And you're right. You're joining us now and you're seeing the start line. But this was last night, 11 p.m. local time. They were getting ready for the 110 kilometers with over 6,000 meters over the island. They go from sea level all the way up to 3,555 meters of altitude before dropping down on the other side. We're going to be covering all three official distances today. So we're going to have the official 100-mile category, which is going to be the 110 kilometers. We're going to have the 100K category, 73 kilometers, and the 50K category. So Stephanie, we're going to be jumping from one race to the next, from the male to the female. So there's going to be a lot going on. But as you will see on the screen, all the telemetry will be color-coded. And for each distance will be a specific code.
Now, in that 110 kilometer race, which is in the 100-mile category, As you said, they started last night. We are already well into the race with the men coming up on just about the halfway mark. They are coming up to the highest point of the course, and the women not too far behind. Now, as you said, the highest point in this course is 3,555 meters, which is massive. This is early on in the year. People are going to be early in their training, and going up to that altitude is going to cause some bite. Now, just for reference, everyone, for UTMB, for the big race at the end of August in the UTMB finals, the elevation in that one only goes up to about 2,500 meters approximately. So we're talking about an entire kilometer above, just to give everyone that frame of reference.
Yeah, as you said, that's going to be a bit of a bite. So we have here the course preview of the 73 kilometers. So it doesn't start quite up or down, sorry, at sea level. It starts at 1,300 meters and then it goes up and across the island, but it will also finish at Puerto de la Cruz by the ocean. So there's going to be a net downhill for this 73K with over 3,000 meters of climb nonetheless.
It's a really interesting profile for these races, because normally you see lots of jagged spikes of climbs and ups and downs in a lot of the UTMB series races. But the profile for all three of these races, it's a little bit different in the 50K, but is mainly a gradual climb up and then a gradual climb down with a few little bites in between. So really interested to see how this is going to play out between the different runners, who's stronger on the uphills, who's stronger on the downhills. We might see some shifts between the first half of these races and the second half.
Oh yeah, if you were with us last year, there was a lot of shifts because, as you said, Steph, like there's some like a long up, long down for, but before the long stretch along the coastline, there is a final, very steep, very short uphill, and then kind of alongside the ridge, and then dropping down. That created a lot of damage in a lot of races. So, yeah, we're gonna have to stay on our toes up until the end. And we saw some of the familiar faces already, like on one of the close-up for Team ASICS. Was Andrzej Witek. He's definitely one of the ones to look out for. He's got the speed in his legs and he's capable of running well on uphill and downhill. So that's one of the usual suspects here. Looking at her watch, looking a bit cold. Emily Hargood, representing Team Terex. She's been on the island for a few days and have been running a little bit on the course actually. And here we are presenting you the top athletes. I'll give you the floor, actually.
Thanks, Martin. I love talking about the top women that we've got in this 100K event. So Anna Tarasova, she was second in Transgran Canary in February, top 10 overall. So she's already had a strong start to 2025. First in the Marathon Costa Brava in January, and she was 12th at OCC last year. Now, in kind of the survey that we did with some of the elite athletes, some of the other women really clocked her as one of the ones to watch here. So we will be looking out for her. And Emily Hallgood, as you mentioned, from Zimbabwe, she was 6th at UTMB last year. Really just runs with such a positive spirit. I was listening to a podcast about her last night. So I think we'll have her to look out for. And Sandra Sevillano Guerra from Spain. Now, she either podiums or DNFs, so it's kind of all or nothing. So I'm excited to see what happens between these top three women today.
I love this attitude. Is one gear, full gas, and then hopefully you make it to the finish line.
Now, here we have Joaquin Lopez, and I'm interested to see if anyone in the chat thinks this. I swear, when I first saw the profile of Joaquin, I thought he looked like President Zelensky from Ukraine. I don't know if anyone else sees that resemblance, but pop it into the chat if you can see this. And Andrzej Witek, as you were mentioning, really one to watch. He DNF'd in Transgran Canaria and CCC last year, but he won the Mozart 100. So I think he's going to be coming out pretty strong. And he's from Poland. And we've got a few other contenders. Miguel Heras. I like this guy. He is a little bit older and still really kicking it. He's really kicking it. And do you know he got second in a 30K race just last Sunday? So his legs are not going to be fresh. And it's incredible. Gives me a little bit of motivation as a 42-year-old of what's ahead.
Yeah, he's one of those like Ludo Pomeray as well, where they just get better with age, and they're tough. Like if there's one word actually that's the second word that I would think of when I hear Miguel Heras. The first one is like bliss. Like he's always happy. He's very simple. He just goes because he loves running, and then that's probably what fuels his fire the most. But like the second one is tough. Like he's just capable of going to the pain cave and just going at it, gritting it, and he seems to draw his strength from his surroundings, from the mountains. Like that's what he spent a lot of his time, and he doesn't even feel like this is training. He just puts in big weeks. He does a lot of hiking. He puts his hands behind his back and he just hikes away up and down mountains with a smile on his face, and that makes a big difference when you see now, like nowadays, you have a lot of like specific team performance structure and all the things that are scientific. Like I don't think there's much scientific about his approach. He just does how he goes by feel, and you know what? It works. It works pretty damn well. So hopefully it will work today again.
We will have to see. It is anybody's guess what is going to happen out there. But we have a fantastic startup line. And you can see a little bit of nerves on that start line, starting there before dark. We will have a hopefully sunny day ahead, but the mandatory kit has been activated because there might be a little bit wind at those higher elevations. But you can see everyone bouncing and rubbing their hands, a little bit cold this early in the morning.
Yeah, that was the feedback we got from Albert Jorquera and Teresa Sanchez, who are our Spanish commentators, and they are on site, and they were giving us a little bit of an update on the weather conditions. And as you were saying, Steph, the weather seems to be very good, but because they're going up so high, and it seems like the skies are clear, like temperatures have dropped during the night. So we're probably a couple of minutes away from the start.
Just getting those last minute jitters out. And I love to see women right up there on the start line. I think races, particularly in the UTMB series, are doing a great job now of making sure that the women aren't standing back for fear of getting trampled on that start line. We've got a good mix of men on the left, women on the right.
Yeah, and it was actually interesting because that was the feedback from someone on the team who was in Chianti, and he said even though women were invited to the front and there were an allocated area for them, like half the start line, front line was for women and the other half for men, he said that was still a struggle to get them to the front. And so I don't know if it's the lack of being used to being brought up to the front or any other reason, but this is something that also, if elite athletes are listening, like they need to get comfortable and familiar with this, because this is what we want and this is what we need to have like a representation of both top female and top male on the line, and allocate that space for everyone. So it's in the works. Definitely the UTMB World Series have put in those rules in place, and now it's on the athletes to play ball. And there we go. Countdown.
And we're about. And we're off. Here we go. It's interesting what you were saying, Martin. You know, it's so important for representation to have women up there. But in these first few moments, it's really hard not to get caught up in that start line energy and to race to the front at marathon 10K pace when you know you've got a long day ahead. So I am one that is guilty of standing back as well. But just like we see on the start line today, we will be having equal coverage of women and the men throughout the day.
Yeah, and I mean, we're gonna be bouncing around like everywhere because, as we were saying, the 110 kilometers has started last night, local time 11 p.m. So you were saying they're on the way, and as soon as the sun will rise, we'll have absolutely like mind-blowing images of the highest point on the course with the sunrise. It's likely that there's going to be an inversion, so it's going to be above the clouds, and we'll see the first runner go through. It's going to be like absolutely magnificent landscapes. And I still remember, like from the live coverage last year, the images we had were absolutely insane. And so in the meantime, as the 110 has been on the way for quite a while, like we are following now the 73K, and then we will be bouncing off as well the 50K that will start at 8:30 local time.
Fantastic. And just talking about last year I believe the event was in June, and it's been moved up earlier in the season this year, which is why we've got, I think, a really good representation from elite athletes, because it's a great chance to get out somewhere warm, get a race in early in the season, and kick things off well.
Yeah, that's right. It's moving, so it shouldn't have too much of an influence on the weather conditions, but as you said, because it's earlier in the season, probably draw a bit more people to partake. And I mean, again, we give a little hi and hello and how do you say? We hope they feel better, because Aurélien Dunant-Palaz was supposed to be here and he's in bed with the flu. He was gutted to miss out on this event. And then somebody who's not going to miss out, but actually had to drop down in distance, is Tony McCann. And she will do the 20K just to get the stones to participate in the UTMB World Series final in August. And she will be with us. She will be one of our guests today. So stay tuned. We'll have her, and we'll have a yarn with her, see how the beginning of the season went. I know that they were all at team camp with her team, and we'll also take a look at what her season will look like, because my understanding is that she's going back to CCC, and after winning it last year, I think she had in mind to try and go after the record set by Blandine Lirondelle. But now if this is still what she's aiming for, she's going to have to shoot for both the record and Blandine herself, because Blandine announced that she was actually also going back to CCC. So it's going to be a good lineup. So if you're listening already and you're up for up wherever you are in the world, you might be about to go to bed or anything. But if you have questions for Tony McCann, by all means, shoot them in the chat, and we'll ask her all of that when she will be with us.
And we also have Fiona Pascal, who won at Chianti just recently, just earlier this month. She'll be coming online with us as well to comment on the race and talk a little bit about hers. Now, you talked a little bit about injuries and sicknesses. There were a couple in the 100K category on the men's side. A couple of people who indicated that they were sick. Thibaut Garavier had the flu or a cold. He was one of the top men that we were going to be looking in the 100K event. And Alex Todomas, he is still running. He's been out on his Instagram. You could see him out chasing dolphins, but he did indicate on his feed that he is a bit injured, but he will still be running today. And no news that I've got on the women's side. for any injuries.
Good. And yes, thank you for correcting me because I said Aurélien Dunant-Palace. That was Thibaut Garivier who had the flu, so I completely stuffed that one. So I'm glad you corrected it.
He was injured as well. But he was in the 100-mile category, I believe.
Yeah, but like when I had in mind when I had the flu, that was, you were right. That was Thibaut. That was Thibaut.
I'm not sure
And
which
it's
is
good
worse.
to see
Probably being injured.
Yeah, and it's good to see also everyone in the chat. Absolutely love you to be part of it. There were so many people, Steph. There were so many people in the chat last weekend, and we hope that there's going to be just as many following us. So let us know already. You know, we just launched the 73K, and after we told you who is involved and who is not, let us know who you believe will take the big W on this 100K category, this 73K. And we don't have prizes for this, but you know, you'll have bragging rights if you get the correct answers.
And you know what I would love to see in the chat? Not just who we're predicting to win, but who are the underdogs? Who are the dark horses? Who are the ones that might not be on our radar that you think could really rise up at the front of the pack? Because that's what I always love. I mean, it's nice to see the familiar names doing so well, but I'm interested to see if there's going to be anyone that kind of climbs to the front that we're not expecting.
That's a very good call. That's a very good call because there always are, especially in the Canary Islands. Like there's always a few Canarios that are absolutely killing it, and they would be like kind of used to the altitude and this environment and this change of temperature, like from very cold in the night to quite warm during the day. And yeah, hopefully we get surprises because that's what's making things even more exciting.
Now, this is the 14th edition of this race with 3,200 athletes from 65 countries. And as we said at the top of the feed, they are going to be going up Spain's highest peak, Teide. And the highest altitude they will be reaching is 3,555 meters, which I'm sure is in all of their heads as they're starting up this initial climb. Quite rocky, quite dry. This is a volcanic island. And I can say when you're running on a volcanic island, it hurts if you take a fall. I still have some rocks in my knees from La Palma. Here we've got Emily Haugood from Zimbabwe.
Yeah, she is here, early leader in that race, and she runs with her heart. So I can tell you that somebody's driving here through the night as we speak, and Big Daddy will be stoked to know that Emily Haugood is currently leading the women's race. And and you know, she's gradually improved and brought her game to an international level, as you said, 6th at UTMB, and like also like now multiple top 10 at Western States. I'm not sure how fit she is right now because, you know, it's still early in the season. This is probably a step-up race for her to just make sure that, like, all the training parameters are in the right place. Interestingly enough, she's not carrying poles, so that's a strategy.
I was just going to mention that. It was, I thought... Yeah. First, I was wondering if there were any restrictions on carrying poles, but then I see that there are people right beside her. So we'll look at the different strategies between the different runners. Speaking personally, I think poles massively help take some of that weight off the legs. But you know, to each his or her own. And Emily seems to be moving really well without them. So.
Yeah, no, it's exciting times. So obviously we promised you beautiful landscapes, and they are yet to come because we're still in the dark. But as you said, Steph, like this is a volcanic island. Actually the crater of the Teide is 800 meters of circumference. So it's huge. And up until recently, there was actually lava at the bottom, and it's it's still pretty active. So
Wow.
if you think about it when you're running on the island, it's got to be a bit freaky.
Now, I just want to draw attention for those of you who are watching to the top of the screen. You'll see the elevation profile, but you'll also see that 3. Now, that refers to the number of stones that you get for each of the categories. So UTMB in the World Series has a stone system. So in the 100-mile category, you get 4 stones. In the series events, for this 100K event, you get 3 stones, 2 stones for the 50K, and 1 stone for the 20K. Now, there are also 4 World UTMB major events, and you get double the amount of stones, and that is 1 event per region. So when you race in those major races, and we've got one coming up for Europe, it's Val d'Orem. Then you get double the amount of stones. Now, you only need 1 stone to be able to enter the UTMB lottery, the finals. But each stone provides you an additional chance to get a spot.
That's right, Steph. And then, so as you were pointing out, like there's 4 majors. The next one is going to be actually Ultra Australia for the first time for Oceania. Oceania was actually one of the regions of the world that didn't have a major just yet. And so for the first time in 2025, mid-May, Ultra Australia already sold out, is going to be the major. So for those, not only you're going to have twice the amount of stones per distance. So again, 2 for 20K, 4 for 50K, 6 for 100K, and then my math is pretty terrible. And 8 for 100 miles. Then as you said, there is going to be the one in Europe, Val d'Aran, then Kodiak for the Americas. For the first time, it was canyons for 2 years in the past few years, and now it's changing to Kodiak. And the last one, Doi Intianen, which is one of the last races of the UTMB World Series in December, is going to be the 4th one. So not only for these ones, like let's call it the masses, the extraordinary runners, this is so many more stones. And as you said, we talked about the stones, but basically it's when you want to sign up for UTMB World Series final, as you said, you can go for as little as 1 stone, but the more you have, the more chances you get to be drawn. And this is completely unrelated to the distance, meaning that if you want to do the 50K and you have stones in, like, thanks to 100K, it's fine. It doesn't matter. So the amount of stones goes to whichever distance you want to sign up for. And then for those of you who have big engines and want to qualify directly during those majors, it's not the top 3 male and top 3 female in each distance that get their automatic entry into UTMB World Series final, but the top 10 overall in the men and in the women for the 3 distance, 100 miles, 100K, 50K, that get their automatic entry, as well as age groupers. And this is something that not a lot of people know, but people in age groups and also get their automatic entry. So amongst the 4 majors, there's I think 200 plus 210 automatic entries total for UTMB World Series, which is pretty substantial. So if you want to play like the age group, this is actually a conversation we had not too long ago with someone who wanted to participate in the UTMB World Series final, and I was like, hey, you know what? There's age groups, and if you go to one of the majors, and it's before the race, we can't tell how deep is going to go in each age group, because that's going to depend on how many people are in those age groups. But basically, if you feel like you can win your age group, well, you're in. So that's additional piece of information that people will be like, oh, maybe I have a shot.
Exactly. So today we are not in a major race. We're in one of the series races. So it'll be the top 3 who get that automatic path to the finals. But still very, very exciting. Now, just looking into the chat, we've got some predictions that Anges Vitek will be the winner today, so that's one prediction out there. How about the women? What do you guys think will happen on the women's side? And speaking of age groups, someone's reminding us on the age side when we were talking about Miguel Eres that Marco Olmo won UTMB when he was 57, and that's a good reminder, and that will always stick out in my head as I approach that age. And here we have Alex.
You still have a few years. Don't hurt yourself just yet.
I've got the wrinkles to prove it. So they were just flashing Alex Todomas on the screen. He was the runner from Spain that I was mentioning. He lives in Switzerland. He was out this week chasing dolphins, seeing everything that the island had to offer. Said he was a bit injured, but looks like he's still out to play.
Well, I mean, if you've put in such an effort to make it to the island and travel there, you might as well make the best of it, I guess.
Exactly. Now, some news on the bottom from the 100-mile event, which started last night with Tom Evans in the lead. So we will be going to cover that race a little bit later on, but just so you're aware, if you're just joining us, that the 100-mile race started last night. It is well into that race, and we are following the 100K event right now, which started just a few minutes ago. Okay, you can see here on the screen Alex Todomas at the head of the race. Fantastic. We will be seeing how his injuries play out throughout the day, but off to a really good start. And thanks to our we have an amazing team with cameras on bikes, on foot, and drones that will be able to capture all of the excitement throughout the day, through the night, through the day. So you can see exactly what's going on and even hear the loud breathing of the runners as they climb up the hills. It really makes you feel like you're in the race alongside with them.
We haven't managed yet to bring you the odors and the flavors, but we do have now the audio of what's happening on the field.
Well, Martin, I can remember when you and I were commentating UTMB from Courmayeur in the middle of the night last year when I was 7 months pregnant. I certainly tried to tell all of the listeners about the odors I was smelling as I tried to keep my dinner down.
Yeah, I actually do remember that.
I think I mentioned it too many times because I got some messages afterwards.
Well, you know, it's good to like full transparency. We're not hiding anything. You follow the live. That's exactly what you get.
Now we've got a prediction for Emily Hoggood to win on the women's side. Not a bad guess. You know, I like to say people who run happy tend to run well or run better, and Emily Hoggood is certainly one of those runners.
Oh, yep, agreed. And yeah, I think those two predictions are pretty safe. I want to say. So give us, as you were saying, Steph. Like, we also want to know the dark horses, the locals, the ones who we like are still in the shadows but will shine, and will burst onto the scene, surprising everyone. Hopefully, we'll have a few of them. But yeah, I guess Emily Hoggood and Anje Vitek is a pretty safe bet so far. Although Miguel Eras could do well, and I'm glad to hear actually that you mentioned he did well in a 30K, because you know he's been up. He's been up and down distances actually, because when he was with Iker Carrera, Sébastien Chéniaud and Kylian during UTMB, that was a 100-mile race, and that was more than 10 years ago. So yeah, he's been all over the show.
And you can see, and I encourage I encourage you, if you're following, to click on the profiles of each of the runners, because you'll see some of them will just stay in their comfort zone, in their category. If they run 50Ks, they stick with the 50Ks. And then there are other runners who are incredibly versatile. You'll see anything from 20Ks up to the 100-mile category. So it's really interesting to see the backgrounds of these runners, and we'll try to bring that to you.
Yeah, and so
Now in the news tracker, it says Estelle Roig-Fortin is in the lead with Tom in the 100-mile. I don't know this runner. Do you know anything?
No, where do you
Estelle
see that?
Roig-Fortin. That was in the headline on the bottom of the screen for the 100-mile event with Tom Evans. They're in the lead.
Gotcha.
We'll see if we can get a little bit of news.
Yeah.
But it
No,
wasn't
we'll keep you
someone that was
posted
on
and
my
then-
radar.
Yeah, no. We'll have a bit of actually that's perfect timing. A bit of a commercial break coming up. So we'll do our research and we get all the information and we'll share it after the advert. Stay with us.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And we are back. We are following the 100K event, which is the 73-kilometer race with just over 3,000 meters of climb. And we have Anna Tarasova up there in the front as the lead woman. She is a mom of 2 boys, clocked by some of the other female runners as someone who is one to watch, and that's certainly playing out early on in this race. And then in the lead in the 100-mile event, which started last night, Tom Evans in the lead from Great Britain for the men. And for the women, Estelle Fortin, who's someone who wasn't on my radar, but certainly is doing well throughout the night.
Yeah, also, I'd like to mention, because there are a family of mountain runners and very strong athletes. In second, we have Mélanie Delassois, but then in third, Enrica Dematei, who is the sister of the Dematei brothers, who were absolutely legends in the world of mountain running. And so it's always cool to see in a family the genes just. People catch the running, the mountain running bug, and then everybody literally goes after it.
Yeah, in the 100-mile event, speaking of families, 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 Yeah, speaking of families running together, we've got Dmitry Mityev and Ekaterina Mityeva, a couple that are, it's quite cool to look into their background. They seem to run the events together. So they are both not actually running alongside one another, but they choose the same events to go to. And last year, they both won the 90K Mont Blanc event, which was cool. Dmitry actually put the medal on Ekaterina, so we'll see how they play out today. But they are both running the 100-mile event today.
Yeah, and we wish them all the best. I think this is their start of the season race, and it looked like Dmitry Mityev was actually pretty strong. But before we jump back into these races and we catch them at the 15-kilometer into the race, we have a 45-minute video clip about
Tenerife,
the extraordinary
Spain.
humans
Enter the
of the
Teide
UTMB
National Park,
World Series. So we're going to let
UNESCO
you enjoy
World
that,
Heritage
and then
Site,
we'll
where
be back.
3,200 runners from 66 countries will run from the coast to volcanic peaks during the Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB, an event part of the UTMB World Series, the world's ultimate trail running circuit. Fernando Ordóñez, race director. I live here on the island of Tenerife. I'm a mountain runner. I work on the Blue Trail because it's a personal challenge. It's the biggest production on the island of Tenerife. It involves mobilizing 700 people for a long time to ensure everything goes perfectly. Coordinating this entire team is an exciting challenge. Tenerife is an island of contrasts with volcanic terrain. There are beaches, there are mountains, lots of greenery, and the Teide National Park, which is our emblem, with its vastness and its volcano Teide, the highest in Spain. The island has a variety of climates. The south is warmer, and the north is more humid, greener. We ascend to 3,555 meters in altitude over volcanic terrain where athletes and sports equipment are put to the test. We're very happy because our partnership with UTMB has borne fruit and we have elevated the race to another dimension. We are now at the forefront of the global mountain running scene.
Doy ahí la vuelta, ¿verdad? Pero qué despacito va.
I am Azara Garcia de los Salmones. I am 40 years old. I'm a professional athlete and I come from a village called Los Corrales de Buelna in Cantabria in northern Spain. The previous competition we were preparing for went completely wrong. I got injured and sick. I arrived at the competition totally out of shape. I didn't enjoy it and had bad feelings. So for me, coming to Tenerife after managing to get roughly a month of good training in terms of competition, it's clear that I'm reconnecting with myself in the sense of I'm in shape again. I feel strong. I feel competitive. I can be fighting for the podium, for winning the race, and I'm going to try. I want to recover those sensations that I didn't have last time. Also, I get rid of that frustration and feel good, and have no problems. Of course, I'm going out there to try and win like everyone else, but I want to cross the finish line. I want to cross the finish line without any problems at Puerto de Santa Cruz. For me, Alvaro, my husband, is the fundamental pillar that allows me to do what I do. He's part of the race. Without him, it would be unfeasible. He will be following me during these 110 kilometers, doing my assistance at aid stations. But not only that, he's also there behind the scenes, giving me emotional support. When I'm lacking strength, when I feel like I can't go on, he's there. I have to thank him for encouraging me to take the step to go professional, which wouldn't have been possible without his help, and for pushing me every day. We are a team today. It seems like we are black and white because he doesn't like running, but we complement each other perfectly. I always think about the next aid station and seeing Alvaro. Another 30 kilometers and I'll see Alvaro. This way my race becomes much easier. We're a team. Without him, it would not be possible. The people of the Canary Islands are very special to me. They welcome you warmly. My name is Jordi Gamito. I am an ultra-distance runner for the Brooks team. I balance my work with running, which is my passion. My main goal and the main reason I am here is to try to make it into the top 3 in the race. This would give me direct entry to UTMB, a race I want to do again. Personally, I don't like to focus too much on what other runners are doing because I think it can drain my energy. But it's true that in this race there are several runners like Christopher Clemente, who knows the island very well, lives nearby and can come to train here. Also Manuel Anguita, who's very strong this year.
Hola, soy Manuel Anguita Bayo.
Hi, I'm Manuel Anguita Bayo and I'm 33 years old. I currently work as an online endurance sports coach. In 2021 at the Spanish Championship, I managed to secure 5th place in the 72-kilometer trail category. It was a very beautiful race and I know it well. I have run around Teide and the landscape is stunning.
My name is Claire Heslop. I'm from Canada. I'm happy with my training so far this year, and this is the first big event I've done this year. I've done a little shorter race before, but this is leading into the summertime. It's nice to check in and feel that I'm on track. Done UTMB a couple of times, and the last year I was able to come 11th, so that was exciting. I'm still hoping to break top 10, but the women's field gets more competitive every year, which is amazing. So it's just fun to take part in a race that's continuously improving.
The main race, spanning 110 kilometers, begins at Los Cristianos Beach at sea level. It passes through a tunnel over a kilometer long and ascends through a nocturnal, arid landscape where spectators enjoy a 3-kilometer vista of headlamps ascending, a truly breathtaking sight. Continuing onward, the race traverses deep ravines until reaching the town of Villaflor. Here, in mid-altitude zone abundant with pine trees, the course continues its climb through volcanic terrain. Entering the national park, a starkly arid environment, runners ascend to approximately 2,000 meters before descending to the Parador, the last aid station before the challenging ascent of Teide. This peak demands over 1,000 meters of positive elevation gain, a defining moment of the race. Descending from Teide, competitors pass through Montaña Blanca and Portillo Alto, re-entering the forested regions of El Pinar and Laura Silva, negotiating a descent through swirling clouds towards the island's northern coast follows. Approaching the base of Asomadero, a daunting 2.3-kilometer ascent awaits, testing even the most seasoned athletes. Finally, the course descends to the Rambla de Castro, a scenic coastal trail leading to the bustling tourist hub of Puerto de la Cruz. The start of the 110-kilometer is given from Los Cristianos at 11 p.m. The pace is fast on this initial section along the coast. A long night of running begins.
Age on red. Where do you live and what is your work? Can I take 10 years away? My name is Eva Sperger. I'm from Germany, living in Munich and in the mountains in Garmisch. I'm 44 years old. I'm a psychologist. and I do some mental training also with professional athletes. I love to have this job, and I think it goes into the racing. It helps me with the mental side of the racing. I try to focus a lot on the things I can control, not to focus too much on things I can't control. I'm also a hypnotist. I know the practice of self-hypnosis, and I always try to use some expressions which help me a lot to get through the race. I'm having these in mind all the time and try to talk to my body and really be kind to myself.
Hey, come on. Good job.
I would say my best race I've ever done was the Großglockner Ultra Trail in Austria. There I was first and had the course record. I was third on the men's podium, so I think this was my greatest achievement. And also last year I won the Restonica Trail on Corsica, which also was a big achievement. And for sure to finish UTMB at the top 10 was also a very good achievement for me. I would say it was a quick start. So I felt pretty good in the beginning, but maybe started already a little bit too fast. I was very happy to take the lead, and this also pushes you a little bit maybe too much.
Tenemos que hacer la cuenta atrás y se nos tiene que oír muy fuerte. We are going to make the countdown in Spanish, of course. Are you ready? Comenzamos en 10, 9, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ¡adelante!
While the 110K runners will spend the night on the trails early in the morning, Amy Winters is preparing to take on a major challenge over 73 kilometers and 3,150 meters of elevation gain.
The Blue Trail is one of those races that I think will be a great partnership, and it will be a great teammate. And I think together that we will get to the finish line and we will get the running stones that we need to stand at the starting line of Chamonix. And everybody wants to be on the world's stage. And that's what UTMB is. It's the world's stage. This is 4 years now, 4 years that I've worked and focused on getting to that finish line.
Amy follows her pre-race routine, collecting her race bib, preparing her equipment, and her prosthetic leg. Nothing is left to chance to succeed.
I am Christopher Clemente, a runner from the Canary Islands, specifically from the island of La Gomera. I'm 38 years old and I am semi-professional in the trail running world. In recent years, like 2023, I achieved a 5th place in TDS, won the Tenerife Bluetrail, and won the UTMB in Puerto Vallarta. In the end, great experiences and continuing to enjoy as long as my body can endure. My goal is year by year to try and have a decent season, for my body to allow me to run. And well, this year, 2024, I can't complain. I finished the Costa de Challenger in 3rd place and the 100 miles of Patagonia Ramp in 2nd place.
At the beginning of the race, the elite men stay close to one another. After 33 kilometers and 3 hours 30 minutes of running, top runners arrive at Villaflor, the first aid station with assistance. Manuel Anguita is in the lead, 1 minute ahead of his competitors.
Running alone at night is very difficult. When we started, my idea was to stay in a group to get through the night. And I constantly had to look at the track with the headlamp to find my way. After 2 hours of racing, I was tired of leading the way for everyone. I told Jordi, hey, you take the lead, or Alexi. And we gathered 7 or 8 again, but I was still leading. My main idea was to start strong. I had an extra gear and I wanted to push to see if I could catch up with Manuel. The guy who was with me didn't have that extra gear. So he told me, Jordi, go ahead. Jordi Gamito, Camille Leshniak, and Manuel Alexi Martin Lorenzo are together at the aid station. Christopher Clemente now arrives at Villaflor. Injured, he is forced to withdraw. No, my ankle's in bad shape. Can't run any further. Villaflor marks the beginning of the comeback for Ruben Dieguez Quiroga, in 12th position. On the ascent, I fell a bit behind because I didn't want to go up soaked and risk getting very cold at the top. I went up gradually, catching up with people, one by one.
That Atzara, she went out of the race, I heard that.
Favorite among the women, Azara Garcia is struggling and makes the tough decision to withdraw.
I didn't know where I was or how much time I have, so I tried to push and be fast. Yeah.
Eva Maria Sperger leaves Villaflor in first position in the women's race. She is followed by Gitana Akmana Vichute.
Actually, I lost the elite runners first ones. Organizers, they told that you are the second, so I knew it. So I just wanted to keep this position because I didn't know how far is the third one.
A regular at the event for several years, Nepali Sangay Sherpa is back on the island of Tenerife. My name is Sangay Sherpa. I am Nepalese. I've been living in Besançon, France for more than 15 years now.
I
discovered this race in 2016 and won. The landscape, the atmosphere and playground here, I loved it, and I don't want to miss it. I try to come every year, in fact, because I love it. I don't really train regularly, but I go running every weekend. Well, so that also serves as training, actually. I participate in races almost every weekend. Last year, I ran 100-kilometer ultra marathons every weekend. In fact, I did 10 ultras in 11 weeks. I lived in Nepal until my teenage years and had quite a difficult life in the mountains, every day, a physically demanding life. And that's what helped me reach this level. But I don't really have the level of the elite athletes. It's just for my own pleasure. And that's all I love. As I said, I had a pretty difficult childhood with very little comfort. And today I have a better life here in France. And when I go back there, even 15 years later, it's the same. There haven't been many changes, actually. There's an association called Katia Donga. We created it in 2011 with the aim of raising some funds, raising awareness, and providing some support to the villagers there. In particular, we help with the schools, education, and health. With this association, we raise funds here in Europe and bring support to the village. Now we go back to Amy, who is taking on the Camino Real de Chasna, a rocky trail with over 500 years of history that crosses the island of Tenerife from south to north.
I'm nervous for what the Blue Trail will hold for me. I'm out here for my kids and for everybody else who maybe thinks that this is something that they can't do. We're out here to show them that you can do it.
The race is special because it starts from the beach at Los Cristianos, reaches the top of Teide, and then has a very long descent to Puerto de la Cruz. We start below Teide. We climb up and then descend to the other side. The climate is completely different from the south to the north. We start at sea level and then climb to almost 3,500 meters at the summit of Teide.
I really like this trail, the idea to go up to Teide.
And it has a special essence because you don't just go up and down. You have a very direct descent to over 3,000 meters. For me, altitude is very important. It's not something to take lightly because as you ascend, if you're not somewhat acclimated, you can feel worse and even experience altitude sickness.
I was very aware about the altitude. The oxygen level goes down.
You know, you breathe a little more.
Yo vivo a nivel del mar.
I live at sea level. It's true that I should have a more specific training regimen, especially at higher altitude. I think it's a race that needs some specific training.
I tried to have some sessions in the height and sleeping, going to the mountains, sleeping there. So I hope to be prepared for that.
I've done a lot of altitude training over the last 3 months and knew it would give me an advantage. Entering the Teide National Park at Parador in first position, Manuel Anguita increased his lead of over 15 minutes. When I reached the Parador National Base, I changed to lighter shoes because it was all uphill with few descents. Up to 3,000 meters, I decided to push hard and gained 20 minutes. Climbing Spain's highest peak is a challenge that must be earned. Runners are facing a strong wind at the summit of Teide, culminating at 3,555 meters.
Arriba, en la parte de alta del Teide.
On the top section of Teide, I was well wrapped up. If you go up to 3,500 meters, it's not going to be warm. It's going to be cold, especially at night. So you go dressed warmly with gloves, a hood, and then you run. In second and third place, Jordi Gamito and Manuel Alexi Martin Lorenzo must adapt to the altitude while chasing Manuel.
Para mí, yo creo que a partir de los 3,200,
for me, from 3,200 meters onwards, the altitude and high race pace can mean less oxygen reaching your brain, causing dizziness, so you need to be careful. I took it a bit easier.
Por mi parte, lo que he hecho es ir un poco más tranquilo.
Siempre eres de España y siempre quieres subir al Teide.
If you're from Spain, you want to climb Teide. Doing it in a race is even better. Crossing Tenerife and climbing Teide is a unique experience. It's incredible. Achieving an impressive feat in the ascent of Teide, Ruben reaches the summit in fourth position. Kamil Leszniak is on his heels, only 2 minutes behind.
I was very happy to take the lead, and this also pushes you a little bit, maybe too much. Up to Teide, wow, it got really tough with the altitude, and it was so cold up there, and it took a lot of time, hours, or it feels like ages.
But then when we were, like, it was becoming sunrise, we were approaching the volcano, and it was just magnificent. And then the landscape around the volcano is like walking on Mars. It's amazing.
This was a very nice moment to be up there at the top. But also I felt the altitude, I got dizzy.
I heard that it's gonna be like this, but I couldn't imagine how bad. You feel that you can't breathe normally and you go very slow.
each kilometer very long, and I was waiting just to go up and to go down suddenly.
Elite athletes and amateur runners alike are profoundly moved by the beauty and difficulty of the Teide and its wild terrain. On the 73-kilometer course, Amy arrives at Parador and continues moving forward, one step at a time.
How do you feel, Amy?
I feel great.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
And physically, all is okay?
Oh, good.
Oh, are you okay? Do you need help? Something? No? You're very strong.
Control y habituallamiento abajo.
You see admiration in the eyes of people.
Yes.
It gives you more stronger.
Yes. Absolutely. Yes.
With 50 kilometers to go, her motivation remains intact. I got emotional seeing that I was the first runner to reach Teide. I felt strong, but at the same time I felt small. I thought to myself, I still have 36 kilometers to go, 2,000 more meters of descent, and then the climb up to the base of Asomadero. I said to myself, I'm dead. I didn't fall at all during the race. It was very easy to fall or twist because of the descents. Phew! Only 40 kilometers of descent. In the running sections, I took advantage to keep a good pace and went fast. I wanted to know at all times how much time was left and see if I could catch him. And I think that's what made me nervous and I fell 3 or 4 times. I suffered a lot because my own pace was very strong. When they tell you you're third, you don't expect it. You think, how can I be third? When you're third, you feel like crying. I've won races in Asturias, Galicia. I've won several. But, well, not at the UTMB level. Elite people, for me, I saw them on TV recently, on YouTube or Eurosport. Having managed to maintain his lead, Manuel Anguita secures victory in 12 hours, 54 minutes and 22 seconds. I've had very tough moments. I've pushed myself to the limit many times, but in the end, I convinced myself that I had to finish, and I did it. It's been crazy, my goodness. My name is Ruben Diaz Quiroga, and I work in a factory. When I started running, I saw the UTMB, and when I saw it, I said, one day I have to go there. And I started running to one day go to the UTMB. But I didn't know they were giving away spots today. And I never imagined I would come third. And to continue, this is a dream for me. A dream of a working man. Eighth overall, Eva Maria Sperger begins the final stretch towards the finish line in Puerto de la Cruz. She takes the tape in 15 hours, 18 minutes, and 55 seconds.
What a day. Long day.
Gitana Akmanavichute pushed to the finish to cross the line in second place. Third woman from the summit of Teide, Claire Heslop, maintained her position until the finish.
Yeah, I've seen other island races, and I think this one had the perfect combination of incredible scenery, but also very runnable, enjoyable trails. They were connected perfectly, and it was incredible variety. And then the singular element was the mountain, the volcano tape. So that, I think it's just something you have to see and experience. I've never seen a landscape like that.
And here are the men's top 5 finishers of the 110-kilometer race. And here are the women's top 5 finishers of the 110-kilometer race. Still on course, Amy is pushing her limits, fighting against the train and the clock to keep going and reach the finish line.
So many stones.
You know, the terrain's just like life, right? Life's not easy. You just keep going, right?
What is your feeling now?
Wow, what is my feeling now? I honestly feel proud of myself. It was very difficult out there. But you don't go into these knowing that they're easy. You know that they're difficult. And when I was out there, a gentleman had said to me that he was running with someone and they stopped and they wanted to quit because they were tired. And he said, "Hey, did you see that girl out there who is missing her leg? If she can do this, then you can do it."
Pero bien, me encantó ver la gente llegar, espectacular.
The people were amazing, and I'm very proud of myself. You know, I don't ever say that very often, but I'm proud that I got through it, and I'm proud that I kept pushing. Another guy was complaining and wanting to quit. And he was like, "Did you see that girl who was missing her leg?" And obviously he started running again.
Otro finisher también en la misma distancia. Amy Winters, cojeando y todo.
Another finisher in the same distance, Amy Winters, in pain but still finishing the race with a prosthetic leg that didn't stop her from completing the 73 kilometers. Let's applaud her. With a prosthetic on one leg and a serious injury on the other, she has finished 73 kilometers. That loud applause is for you, Amy.
Why we're out here is because it is hard, it is difficult. And just like life, you will fall down, but it's important that you get back up. And this race proved just that. It was about getting knocked down and getting back up and having a dream. And I have a dream, and my dream is UTMB. But a dream is not a dream unless you fail along the way. I can't wait to get to that starting line, but more so, cross that finish line for my family and for everybody else out there, to just show them what is possible.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
I'm so hot, I ain't coming down.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the live at this Tenerife Bluetrail. This is a little bit of a recap of the 100K distance race, which is truly 73 kilometers and 3,150 meters of elevation gain. We have the preliminary rankings in the mains at least, but just to let you know, it seems that we have a bit of a problem at the Madre del Agua checkpoint, because after the 12th runner, they stopped registering. So that's why we don't really have an idea of where the women's are at this moment. But we're with Steph and we're still keeping an eye out. And here, I believe we're much higher, waiting for the first runners to come through in the 100-mile category, the 110Ks. And if we haven't missed him, we should see the male leader, Tom Evans.
Look at that view. What a gorgeous sunrise they have. Now, in the 100-mile category, this 110K race, they have been going since last night. The 100K category, which is the 73K race, they have been only 1 hour and 13 minutes into it. For the 100-mile race, Tom Evans in the lead, as you said, for the men, and Estelle Roig-Fortin from Spain in the lead for the women. Now, it looks like in both the men's side and the women's side for the 100-mile race, the second and third were running fairly close together, but the lead had a gap, at least at the last checkpoint. So we'll see what kind of images we get through this morning on the top of this climb. Although I guess the men are already descending. Yeah, go ahead, Martin.
Oh yeah, I was just like, since you brought up Estelle Roig-Fortin from Spain, who, as you said, seems to be in Switzerland. And then from Latvia is Linda Boldani, and then Mélanie Delassois from Switzerland. But then, interestingly enough, and this is what we were talking off mic, with Steph is Enrica and Luisa De Matteis, both from Italy, are twin sisters. And so we're talking about the De Matteis family, and they are definitely crushing it on the running side. So it's exciting to see right now. They are running in 4th and 5th position, 20 minutes apart, but still going hard at it. So I think our camera runner or mountain biker, I'm not too sure what will power those images, whether it's legs or wheels, but they seem to be waiting for a runner and sheltering themselves from the wind. So it might be a bit windy up there.
And as you said about those sisters, those twin sisters, what would it be like to race against your twin sister? I mean, Enrica has had quite a string. She's been on a bit of a roll since last July with a string of wins, almost all in Italy. Luisa seems to be kind of chasing her along, but it looks like they've done a number of events together. So quite cool that they're out there.
Yeah, and you say like, how would it be to race against? I feel like it would be an advantage. You just like, okay, it's family business. Two of us, we're going against the world, and then we're pushing hard. But I mean, that's how I would do it if I had a twin brother. So here's a bit of a recap of last year's event. So we'll leave you with those images. This is the vertical that actually was canceled this year because of weather conditions. So that gives you a bit of an idea of how it was last year.
I love these recaps. They just show all of the emotion that pours out from the runners all the way through, but especially on that finish line.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure this year again, like Puerto de la Cruz is going to welcome people from all horizons with all sorts of dreams and journeys. And yeah, I agree with you. And it's always cool to see. Like, obviously, we saw it as well with Amy Winters, who's in the different category. Like the grit and the determination and the why they're out there, like it always bursts out when they come through the finish line. And at interviews, like, admittedly did draw a tear or two for me, because like seeing Amy, like her face bleeding, like she's going like full commitment, and it's like there's no other option but for me to make it to the finish line for as long as I can move. And yeah, I think at least for me this is just as inspirational as somebody who's, you know, like elite athlete clicking through the Ks and then winning the race, but it's almost like business as usual, where I feel like emotions burst so much more for the extraordinary runners.
Absolutely, and that's precisely what they should be called, is those who are out on the course longer are expending a lot more energy than the winners. Some could say that the winners are the ones that have it the easiest, because they are off the course the quickest.
Very true. So it looks like we're getting onto the bike, so we might have motion. We're both leaning onto the screen.
And for the 100K, the race leaders, we know on the men's side, but again, as Martin said earlier, there seems to be a bit of a problem with the checkpoint with the chips. after the first dozen or so runners. So we're not sure who's in the lead in the 100K on the women's side. But for the men, we have Tobias Geiser from Italy in first. And following him, we have Andrzej Witek from Poland and Antoine Thériet from France. And I was noting, we were chatting offline during the break. Antoine Thériet is a young gun, and you're one that he's one that you say tends to start out a bit fast. So we'll see how they come through here.
Yes, very true. And as we are, here's a little bit of a French precision. The second T is silent. Antoine Thériet.
Ah, thank you.
Yeah, well, that one you couldn't have guessed.
I had to Google how to say Andrzej's name properly in Polish, and so I'm hoping I got that one right, because when you have R's and Z's and J's. But correct us in the chat if we've got any Polish speakers.
Yes, so admittedly for the Polish, I'm always kind of right because I'm lucky to have Jedrzejek from King Runner Ultra, who's basically the main media for all things trail running in Poland, and so every time there's a Polish name on the start line that I don't know of, I just message him, and he gives me it sends me back a voice message and how to pronounce it. And that was actually at this very event last year that I got to learn how to pronounce Martina Młynarczyk, her name, because she was doing really, really well, and I was butchering her name until he told me and sent me the voice message. So then end of August, during CCC, I was very comfortable saying her name, and everybody was like, oh, wow, how do you pronounce that? And I was like, I know people.
We got to be kept on our toes. Now you'll see here the stats from the head of the race on the men's side for the 110K race. As we said, Tom has got a fairly comfortable lead of almost half an hour on second and third, who are running fairly close together, Dmitry Matveyev and Pablo Villa.
Yeah. I was actually surprised because usually they're about the same level, I want to say. But it seems like Tom Evans has really put on like pedal to the metal. In the women's, as you were saying, it's the Rig Fortin.
Go ahead.
And then Linda Boldani from Latvia, and then Melanie Delassois, and then the two Dematis, twin sisters, Enrica and Luisa. So I guess they have the splits that we didn't have. So I'm glad that they somehow we didn't get them all the way, but the studios got them. So we do have that. Oh no, that's the 110. Sorry, I'm getting confused.
Yeah.
So we're still waiting for the 73 female ranking.
And just going back to the men's side, you were saying, Tom seems to have a bit of a fire in his belly. He DNF'd at UTMB last year. And I think that really, this is a guy, he has a military background. He is used to winning. And I think that really set a fire underneath him. And he's started off this year. He won the Arc of Attrition, which has been added to the UTMB World Series events. And I think he's come in here just as hungry to prove himself a bit. He's someone who takes, data, evidence-based to his training, to his performance. He was posting a bit about that online before the race today. So I'm not surprised, actually, that he is out in front. It's nothing like a little bit of failure to push you forward.
Yeah, a big bite into the humble pie, and then you're back at it.
Exactly.
And then Scott. Shout out to Scott, his coach, who's like, as you said, very data-driven, understanding the science behind like endurance efforts and everything, and altitude actually. So I'm pretty sure he would have done everything, all the required protocols. I know that with Red Bull, he also has access to a lot of tools and facilities to prepare for those kind of things. I know he was doing some heat training at the Red Bull facility, I think, last year, a couple of years ago. So, as you said, as opposed to Miguel Heras, who we're saying is very natural, very by feel, Tom Evans is very data-driven. You are absolutely right, Steph.
And just talking a little bit about the background of the top women in the 100-mile category. Estelle Roig-Fortin, she had her last race. She got first in the Trail de Château in Switzerland last year, 42nd at Sierra Zinal, third at Trail Verbier Saint Bernard by UTMB. She's got a number of podium spots behind her. But admittedly wasn't on my radar for this race. So I'm excited to see her up there.
Yeah, it's probably one of our dark horse that, as you say, they have some of the results that make their position up top legitimate. But as you said, they weren't quite the top names, and her UTMB index is maybe just a little below the top runners. So we'll see if she can put it together and if truly that is a breakthrough for her.
Someone that I always like following no matter what race she's in is Claire Banworth. I haven't looked yet to see where she's at in this race, but she is one of these prolific runners who just seems to be racing every single weekend, and yet she can still place on top. She's had a few races already this year, and I'm always interested to see where she comes out. She is hardcore.
I was gonna say, yeah, if you follow her races, you probably spend half your year following races, because that's all she does. Actually, there were a few good jokes at Chianti in the chat last weekend, and some people were just like, "Oh, where's Claire? Where's Claire?" Because I'm pretty sure since she dropped out of Barclay, she would have flown back to race Chianti. And so that was kind
that's
of
interesting, and
reference.
it shows that she didn't start this race, unfortunately, which is strange because she normally, every race that she signs up for, she usually shows up at, but it doesn't look like she made it to this one.
Yeah, well, that was a bit of like between the US and the Chianti region. It probably was a bit too far to travel for that same weekend. But yeah,
Not for Claire. Not for Claire.
There's some good banter. And here we go. We transition with a beautiful drone shot as we're waiting for these top runners to go through around the kilometer 15 in that 73K. And you can see this high plateau with the Teide in the background. The Teide. Oh, man. I did ask for the right pronunciation, and I still stuffed it. Man.
What a beautiful view. You know, there are certain races that people have encouraged me to race, like the Spine or other races, but I just have a hard time doing races, I have to say, you know, in the UK in the dead of winter, when you've got races like this with gorgeous views and landscapes and beautiful weather. I'm much more of a fair weather type of runner. So I think all of the runners made a good choice by joining this race here.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I am also like a big fan of terrible weather conditions, but only when I'm racing. When we're doing the coverage, no, I want good weather. I want drone shots. I want people everywhere. I want like 5G or 4G reception everywhere, because otherwise, we're not having as much to share with you all.
But, you know, you never know what you're going to get. We were, last time we were commentating together, it was for the Waldstrubel race last year, where it was a race in September in Switzerland, and it was snowing, and we had the runners racing through, you know, almost, halfway up the calf, racing through heavy snow, and had serious course changes to try to accommodate that weather. So you just never know.
Yeah, that one was a bit of a curveball.
Now, if you're just joining us today, we are over halfway for the leaders into the 100-mile event, the 110K race in Tenerife. And we are following the 100K event, which is the 73K race, which started some time ago, about an hour and a half ago.
Yep. And we're still waiting. As you can see, we have the team up there ready to capture images of the first runner going through. You can see the setup with the mountain bike, which is actually pretty cool. You can see right at the back, it is not like something to put the groceries, but it is a Starlink Mini that now they've put at the back of the bikes, and that acts like a hotspot. So basically, they have their pack with, I can remember, like 4 or 6 different SIM cards with all the different operators on the island. So it's all custom built. Like Outdoor Sports Live is the company behind that, and they've built everything, the hardware, the software, and that allows you to have those images. And so whenever there's not enough bandwidth amongst all the different providers with the SIM cards, then they hotspot off of the Starlink Mini that they have at the back, and that Starlink works extremely well. That's one that actually can work in motion for as long as there's no cover. So here it's absolutely perfect because they're going to be above tree line for a long time, and so we can hope to have like crystal clear images throughout this entire section, which is amazing because, again, I mean, Steph, remember, not even 5, 6, 7 years ago, we were just on Twitter refreshing and waiting for an image from Iron Far to pop up and have a bit of a thing. Okay, who's that? Oh, yeah, no, it's Burry. We don't know. Gonna have to wait for the next. And now we're leaving everything, and we even hear the runners breathing at the start.
It's incredible. The setup that goes behind being able to provide this live coverage is truly impressive. And there are athletes out there on those mountain bikes, on feet, following those top runners. It is not easy to follow the speed while filming for some of these guys. And I remember during that Wildstrubel race that I mentioned last year in the snow, I was just holding my breath waiting for one of the camera people to tank it. And we did see a couple of wipeouts, so it always adds a bit of excitement.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're always like full send, committing to giving us the images until they go overboard.
Last year, we were able to provide 165 hours of live coverage, and I'm sure we will either meet or surpass that this year, covering 12 events from March all the way through to the end of the year to December.
Wow, that is a cool stat. 160 hours. Damn.
165?
All right, well... Or 65. Well, it's not cut to have 5 hours. So here we've got a bit of a recap of what went down last weekend in Chianti, so we'll let you enjoy that. Start actually very early, as opposed to Killian. Jim only showed up about 5 minutes before the start.
5 minutes, it was raining a lot.
Abby Hall here. I'm going to put us back. We're back on. Go ahead.
This is a recap of the Chianti race that you were commentating on with Martina, and quite a muddy, fast, and incredibly competitive race on both the women's and the men's side.
Yeah, it was something special with a lot of things that we weren't expecting. Jim was on top of his game, and this is what we were hoping. He had done a local 50K race a few weeks before to kind of test the engines, and everything was in the green. Do we have audio?
There we have Fiona Pascal, who will be joining us later today to as a guest on the live stream. who went on to win on the women's side.
And Kilian are neck and neck trading leads, while Jim stays at pace, strongly supported by Jess Brazo, his wife.
I think Jim gave everyone a run for their money in Chianti. The camera people and the competitors.
Fiona creates a gap before tackling the final.
And he essentially scored the highest UTMB score ever, pretty much, in that race by a long shot. So, setting new heights.
Super impressive. Just when you think they can't go any further, there's a new bar, a new standard that's set.
Oof, look at the terrain.
And I think there was quite funny chat going on in the live chat during Chianti. Someone commenting that Kilian hadn't slept in a week, but he did that on purpose to try to level the playing field. Of course, he has a new little one on board, so probably came in pretty tired.
Yeah, but it seemed like it was a bit of a TFL injury that bothered him, and we could see as he was going really neck and neck with Vincent here on the screen. This is their last sprint. They're less than a K from the finish, and Kilian was always stronger in the up. Vincent was stronger in the down, so that was finishing with an uphill. So that's where Kilian really went like pedal to the metal. He pushed, made his attack, opened the gap, and essentially, and this is Camila, Vincent's partner, who was watching this, and now we're going back 40 minutes because I think he was 38 minutes ahead of second place, Kilian, Jim, in that race. It was absolutely mind-blowing. There he comes, Kilian. So here he's cruising through the line, but you'll see if we have images when he goes back to give a bit of a few high fives back to the crowds, like he's actually limping pretty bad. And here's Vincent Bouillard, the happiest runner on the day, shaking his head and smiling in disbelief about what happened in the last like 30 minutes of the race. They've been like basically doing a cross-country race, and they were going at each other hard. Kilian was like, I can't believe he kept attacking and I had to keep up. And then Vincent was like, I'm attacking Kilian Jornet. This is unreal. Yeah.
And there we have Fiona Pascal, who won her event and the golden ticket to Western States, which, of course, her sister, Beth Pascal, has done incredibly well at. Did she? I know she podiumed in third. Yes.
She won. She won Western States, I think. Yeah. Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Because she was ahead of Ruth. I think she had done Western States twice before, and then kind of fine-tuned everything, and she was ahead of Ruth. I think that was 2020 when Ruth did it the first time and finished second. So she did extremely well. Yep. And it was interesting because before the race, Fiona had said, no, I don't want to have a golden ticket. If I get it, I'm not taking.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And we are
All right, team. All love. The fun is definitely here to be had, even though we're still waiting for runners. And we're hoping that our cam runners are well layered up. Because, I mean, now the sun is up, so they should be at least feeling a little bit warmer. Hopefully the wind is not too high. And yeah, almost an hour 40 elapsed in the 73K. And we're still waiting for the top runners. So hopefully everything went well. And we just... Oh! Is that motion in the distance? Oh, no, it's a flag. It's a flag. My bad. False alarm.
We're still a bit blind.
So yeah, hopefully...
We're still a bit blind.
Yeah.
On the 73K race because of the problems that we seem to be having with the timing chip. So we don't know who is in the lead on the women's side, and beyond the first dozen male runners from the first checkpoint, we don't know how things have played out. Okay, it looks like we might be seeing the runners come soon, just judging from what we're seeing from our expert camera people.
Yeah, so that is Quentin from Switzerland, who's getting on his bike right now. And you were talking about like 165 hours of live coverage. It would be super interesting to translate that into kilometers that these guys have spent filming, because Quentin's been on probably all, but like most, if not all, events in the UTMB World Series that were covered live. So he would certainly have done quite a few Ks on his mountain bike.
And just a reminder to all of you who are following along, jump into that live chat. You can put in any questions that you want us to ask Tony or Fiona, who will be coming on as guests later today, or any comments on the race. Okay.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Andrzej Witek from Team ASICS is leading now the 73K race, and he is moving as expected. He's the highest UTMB index score, and we all know the speed he has in his legs. Andrzej came to running first, not necessarily trail running, with an intention. His goal was like, I want to be able to break 140 minutes for the marathon. So 220 was his goal, and it took him 12 years to actually break it. And so when he finally did, it was in Valencia. Like, there's a really cool blog article about this when he's explaining that when he's in the finishing line, and he knows that basically he sees the clock and he knows he's going to go like sub 220. He's like, man, this is 12 years of my life that I've dedicated to this, and this is happening, this is coming true. And super exciting to see him like turning it around and then using that speed towards trail running. And now he's been with the ASICS team for quite a bit, and still delivering and playing at the highest level in the world. And then Miguel Heras,
you can see on the elevation profile. Position. There we go.
So in second place,
our Masters runner.
Yeah, I think wasn't it Tobias Geiser?
Tobias was in first on the last checkpoint.
Yeah, so that would be Tobias in second place. Now Andrzej's passed, and then Miguel. So Antoine Thirier has fallen down a little bit the ranking, and good old Miguel Heras is creeping up and is now standing on the podium. Legend.
You can see in the profile, the elevation profile at the top of the screen, they've done the big climb, and now they're on a little bit of a descent and a plateau that stays still quite high in the course. I think on this part, you're always staying above about 2,100 meters, so still quite high elevation for some. But this is where we might start to see things shifting again between those who are stronger as climbers versus those who are faster on more of the flats.
Yeah, here, and you can see Steph, like the stride and the speed at which he's running on this trail that was a little bit more groomed and possibly a little bit downhill. It reminds me, it was at Istria 2 years ago. He was together with Stian Ungermund, and while Stian was having trail shoes, he was running in road carbon shoes on that trail race. And because he was like, oh yeah, no, the end is rolling, so I'm going to use carbon shoes. And he was super comfortable on the ups and on the downs that sometimes were technical. So I really wonder if anybody from the ASICS team can let us know in the chat if they know what kind of shoes he's wearing today, and if he chose the same, pick the same strategy to go with fast, like road carbon shoes, or if he's going for proper trail shoes.
Now they've got this kind of a plateau terrain for a good while, up until about 44 kilometers, and then they have a descent down to 54 kilometers, and then that wall that you were talking about earlier in the broadcast, where they hit about 600 meters of climb within just 2 kilometers, which is pretty punchy for near the end of the race.
Yeah.
But it's smooth sailing now. Oh, that just looks brilliant. What a way to start the day.
And just like Jim last weekend, he looks smooth, striding it out. And as you were saying, now it's like flat on the plateau and then all the way down. But then you see on the profile this little dent, and it's less than 3Ks, but man, it's hell of a grunt. So you got to prepare for this. You got to have hydration, nutrition, make sure you're on top of everything for that last climb, because it lasts quite a bit. Everybody's going to be walking. And so if you're not prepared for that wall, you will lose. You'll be bleeding seconds, if not minutes. But I'm sure Anjay has done the homework and he knows what's coming.
And he's someone, Anjay he won the Mozart 100 last year, and that's a race that's quite fast. Even though it's got a fair amount of elevation in the race, it does have these kind of jeep trails, similar to maybe what we're seeing here. So if he did well then maybe this is playing to his strengths. There are quite a few Polish runners I noticed in the start list, which was cool to see. Obviously, a lot of Spanish runners, but we have people from I think 65 different countries running in this in the Tenerife events.
Wow, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
I don't know if I could name 65 countries.
We've got a question in the chat. Do you need altitude experience to do the 110K race? You know, I would say when you are going up to 3,555 meters, you have to be comfortable with altitude, and particularly moving at altitude. In a lot of other mountain trail races, you'll see elevations maybe up to 2,500 meters. That's about where UTMB caps off at. Tour de Géant goes up to 3,300 meters once in that race, but 3,555 meters, which is where they are hitting on the 110-kilometer race, is pretty significant. So if you haven't had any time at altitude, you will be feeling it and potentially in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, but not to discourage anyone. Like, you know, if you haven't had the chance to go up at altitude, you just need to be prepared to look after yourself and basically have your effort when you're going, what would you say, above 2,500? You just be prepared to go easy, to look after yourself, hydrate.
It's different. It's different for each person. Some people can, are quite comfortable up to 2,700 meters. Some people are comfortable only up to 2,000 meters. It really depends. But you mentioned hydration, and that is actually one of the most important things to do when you are at altitude. Sometimes you forget when you start getting a headache, when you're moving quickly, you forget to drink, and the hydration can really make or break you at those kinds of elevation levels. And there are other things that you can do to approximate elevation. Some people do heat training. So for sure, very smart to mention. Don't let that discourage you if you're living in low elevations in a flat place. It is definitely possible to still come out. You just need to take a bit of care.
Yeah. So I just got the news from Tony McCann that her partner Bastien is near the Tade, like at the high point, and he said it's a bit breezy and about 2 degrees Celsius. So just above freezing temperature, really. So the sky is blue. So as soon as they're going to be in the sun, it's going to be nice and I wouldn't say comfortable, but it will show that at least for the runners in the 110 kilometers, they would have spent quite some time in the cold during the night.
And there's a question in the chat. Anyone know why the 50K is not starting? The 50K is meant to start at 8:30 local time. Correct me if I am wrong, which is in 40 minutes. So I think we are still on track for that. But a good reminder on the on the weather, because it looks so sunny, but you can see that Angèle is wearing gloves and arm warmers, so it is a little bit chillier than we are being led to think by this sunny tropical view.
Yeah. Very true. And then you were talking about the chat. We also have Ari Safari, who's kicked off the gifts in the chat. And we gotta love it. And people sometimes ask us, like, they're watching on YouTube and the chat is not activated. It's like, guys, like, you want to be on the platform live.utmb.world. You select Tenerife by UTMB, and then you come and join us there, because there you can add all your comments, your questions. Sometimes a few things that you can share, but most importantly, you have the option to share gifts, and a GIF is worth 1,000 words. So you can go wild, and as the races progress, the quality of the gifts improves as well. And oh man, every time we do a live broadcast, this is absolutely phenomenal, the quality we have. And we believe that you can pull it off too. So, feel free, go wild.
So we are 1 hour and 52 minutes into this 73K race. There were 457 starters, already had 2 DNFs. But other than that, looks like we've got a great start to the day. Still blind on the women's side, so it'll be a surprise to see who comes through in that top 3. I suspect we will be seeing Emily Hallgood from Zimbabwe near the top. Of course, we talked about her earlier on. 6th at UTMB, 4th at Western States, 1st at Chianti last year, I believe. Anna Tarasova should be up near the top as well. She was 2nd at Transgran Canaria in February and top 10 overall, so a really strong start to 2025. Sandra Sevillano Guerra from Spain. She was the one that I said either podiums or DNFs, so we will see what she's going to bring to the table in Tenerife.
Indeed, and there we go. Bart in the chat is launching the charge. I think he was already onto it. But we do have a monkey clapping. It's a pretty solid start. Alex, we are covering all 3 races today, so we're just going to be jumping from one race to the next. But you're in the right place to watch the 100-mile category race, which is the 110K race. And then all right, we got a bold statement here. Today, Poland with sweep podiums at all distances. So, okay, we have Andrzej here. Can you give us more names in the other categories, the 100-mile and the 50K, just to back up that bold statement? And if that is true, we might need to call Jedrzej to ensure we have the right pronunciation for all these ladies and gentlemen.
That's the complicated thing, but also the fun thing about having so many different nationalities on both the speaker side and on the runner side is that we are bound to mess something up.
Oh, yeah. And more than once.
And the benefit of this live stream is that you really feel like you're actually out there on the trail, but yet we're sitting here in the comfort of our seats, being able to follow Andrzej running along this nice, flat, kind of non-technical terrain with that sun rising. It's just gorgeous.
Oh, and he's making it look easy. I'm very impressed. Not surprised, knowing that the reference that he has, with still about 50K to go. As we said, that's going to be a long downhill. So he does his homework, so he would have come prepared. But that kind of downhill for so long, and it gets steeper and steeper, you better have the conditioning in your legs, because if your quads are shot too early or IT bands, that's not going to be a fun last part. And especially because then you need to have like basically switch your downhill gears, like your legs, into climbing, but almost power hiking, because it's going to be, I think, 900 meters over 2-point-something kilometers, then back down on a bit of a ridge. And then you have to have your wheels well attached, because that whole last part is on the flat alongside the coastline. And that also requires some have fresh legs, as fresh as they can be, obviously, after 65 plus K to get it to the 73.
And you can see we've got a camera on a bike following him behind just to be able to keep up at those speeds.
Yeah, and then that's exactly where I wanted to go. Is that I said, like, stay tuned, because our other camera mountain biker is there waiting for the first woman to come through that same point, so we can actually go back and forth between the lead male and the lead female. So we're just waiting for her, whoever that will be, to come through that point, and then we'll be able to have the women's race as well in that. And do we have motion? I think it is, just as we were talking about her. Is that Anna?
Yep.
There we go. It is Anna.
It looks like it might be. Yep. Now, Anna Tarasova, who we were mentioning earlier, others clocked her in our pre-race survey as being a main competition. She has already had a really good start to 2025, second at Trans Gran Canaria, top 10 overall. Mom of 2 boys, she is bringing that energy to Tenerife today. She was 12th at OCC last year. And you were mentioning shoe choice earlier. I am interested to see what shoes some of these runners are wearing, because you can see there's, really, really runnable parts of this course, but you've got these, strong, hard volcanic rocks. So if you go too flat or too light, you are going to be feeling that through the shoes. And yet if you go kind of too maximal, you might not be getting the speed, or you might risk kind of turning over on your ankles.
Yeah, it's always very personal, I guess, depending on how comfortable each runner is on technical. But yeah, you're right. Like, what do you choose? Like, versatility, you want speed, but then you're going to compromise a little bit of your comfort in those rocky sections. Yeah, it's always interesting to see those choices. But I gotta say, like, Anna is looking really well, looking like she's doing really well. And there's definitely a spring in her stride. So she's far from being done, which is good. She's about 50, as you can see on your screen, 53 kilometers from the finish line, and just gone through the highest point with just 2 hours elapsed.
Exactly. And the top 3 from this race will have a direct line into the UTMB finals in the same category. So if you get top 3 in the 100K event, which is the 73K race, then you will have a direct line into that same category in the UTMB finals in Chamonix at the end of August. So not as high stakes as the UTMB World Majors, which are the 4 big events, 1 per region, where the top 10 get a direct line in. But it's definitely a race to see who can get that top 3. I recognize that runner.
Yeah, this is Tobias Geiser, Team Dinafit, who's running currently, as you can see on your screen, in 2nd place. And where our cam runner was located before he started picking up Angers, I think Tobias was not too far back, so it will be interesting to see if we can see them, if they can see each other, and if they're like within kind of sight.
This is Tobias's first race of the season. And he's had a series of top 10 finishes recently, but it's until you get that first race of the year, the first race of the season out of the way, you don't really, it kind of sets the tone for the rest of the year. So you're shaking off the cobwebs from the winter. So he'll be wanting to bring it. And in the live chat, we've got runners kind of following us from the UK to Kenya. Where else are you guys following us from? We love to see where we have our listeners, our watchers, our followers. And this slow-mo is incredible because it allows us to look at the form, to look at the concentration, the expression on the runners.
For me, like right at this moment, I have the music of Chariots of Fire. Dun, 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 and he's going.
I'm gonna spare the listeners my own singing.
There you go. What is it?
Anna
Fueling?
Tarasova.
Oh, yep.
Yep. You can see she's wearing gloves as well. It is close to 0 at this high elevation early in the morning. It will warm up through the day, of course, but that is why the mandatory gear was activated because there were reports that it was windy near the top. And when you've got temperatures that are reaching near 0, it is deceptively cold.
And so I don't know if I caught that right, but it looked like as she was eating something, whether that was a gel or something more solid, I feel like she put it back in her glove, which would somehow make sense, because if it's a gel and it's almost freezing temperature outside, it will become all hard. While if you keep it warm, and in that case, if I got that right, it was in her glove. That's a very smart thing to do. And so if you can learn that back home, if you're in an environment that is super cold and you know you're going to have to fuel, keep that fuel in an area that's warm, and that'll make it so much easier for you. to down that food and avoid like eating something that either is too hard to chew or too cold to process. And here, I mean, the hairstyle's got to give it up. Yep, that's
tattoos. He's bringing some style.
Oh yeah, loving it.
You have to leave it to the Italians to bring good hair to these races, right?
Yep. But I gotta say though, the days of the Dynafit one-piece suit are gone. It was a tight one-piece, short sleeve, short legs. That was something else.
Oh, that's great. Thanks for commenting in the chat where you're tuning in from: Switzerland, Poland, Latvia, Ireland, Luxembourg. I think we had South Africa in there. Fantastic. And don't forget, we have Tony McCann and Fiona Pascal coming on as guests onto the live stream later this morning. So feel free to pop into the chat and let us know if there's particular things you want us to ask them or get them to talk about. Tony will be racing in the 20K event later today. And Fiona Pascal, of course, won at Chianti last weekend.
And here he is.
Yes, we do
and look
have
at him. He's far from slow. Miguel Heras is in the house. Absolute legend, still crushing it in third position in the men's category. In the meantime, you were talking about Tony McCann, and she's out on the course, or at least she has content from out on the course. She's just before the Portillo aid station, and Tom came past at 7:47, so just before the Portillo aid station, and still no second man in sight. So that is a bit of a report from the 100-mile category race, the 110-kilometer race, and obviously we're still waiting for the rest of the team to go through.
Back to Anna Tarasova in first for the women. She's got a bit of an interesting running style. A little bit more movement from side to side than we see from some of the other runners.
Yeah, true.
Back to Miguel Heras, joining lots of other Spanish runners in the Tenerife race today.
And so, is that an aid station coming up? It looks like he's got the flasks out, ready to refill. Man, that wouldn't be a bad aid station to man up. Look at the views.
Outstanding. But you can see all of the volunteers are fully clothed up. Pants, jackets, warm hats. So the runners are generating heat as they're moving. 21 kilometers in.
And there we go, in and out, pretty efficient transition here for Miguel Heras, Team Joma. And so we should have splits. Oh, and I'm glad to see, okay, we got people from Gran Canaria, so another island in the Canaries. Would we get Romania? Oh yeah, New Zealand. So might be a contest of who stays up the longest. Let's go, Katie. So let's see if we got a live update.
And for those of
No,
you
it
who
didn't
are
quite work
interested
out.
in the leaders on the 110K event, it was Estelle Roig-Fortin. In first from Spain, we have Linda Boldan. Is that how we pronounce it? From Latvia. And in second and in third, Melanie Delassois from Switzerland. On the men's side, Tom Evans, the clear lead in first, followed by Dmitry Mitiev and Pablo Villa in second and third.
Yeah, and
They
remember
are 9 hours and 10 minutes into that race. They started last night, so they will have run through their first night. 477 starters and 35 have DNF'd in that 110K event.
Oh, that's a pretty good number so far. It's not a few.
Mm-hmm.
So aerial shot of Anje Vitek, I'm guessing. Yep, still coming in strong.
Wow, look at
And
that
that's
shot. The
very
runners
good.
will really be able to open up on that road with that nice descent, flat/descent down from the top.
And I was exactly doing what he's doing. He's turned around to see if we could catch a glimpse, and I was leaning over my laptop to see if there was any sight, of Tobias Geiser, and there is none, unless I missed him. So it looks like he's opened a decent gap, a bit of a safety blanket to secure his first position, but they are still far from the finish. So I think he just have to keep doing what he's doing, and possibly we'll just keep gradually increase that gap onto second place, currently held by Tobias Geiser.
And in third, Miguel Eras. Who raced last weekend. Second place in a 30K race last Sunday. So he's had a full 6 days of rest.
It's unreal. And then again, Miguel is like 50 plus years young and still a UTMB index above 900. That's like next level.
We're not supposed to have favorites, but I'm kind of cheering for this one.
100%. And so here again in the lead, Anna Trasova, in a women's race, we are still waiting to have either view of second place to see if this is still Emily Hargood, or if that has changed, and also how far these two are from one another. But I guess this is going to be for a little later, maybe at the aid station. We'll see.
And you know, it's hard to tell because sometimes they can hide them in their packs, but it looks like with the top runners that we're seeing that none of them used poles on the climb up. We did see people using poles on that earlier shots in the dark, but I don't see poles on it on the top leaders coming through.
Yes, Steve, that's a very good point, actually. And we were talking about that earlier because we saw the first climb and we were like, oh, yeah, maybe that could be useful. But when you see such rolling sections, maybe they feel like they're going to be strong enough to run most of those climbs and wouldn't be bothered carrying poles all the way across, because obviously if you want to have poles, these are, I think, the rules across all UTMB World Series event. If you want to have poles, you have to start with them and finish with them. So you can't just pick them and drop them. We do have a quick commercial break coming up, but we'll be with you shortly after that, so stay with us.
absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And we are back with you at the Tenerife Bluetrail race by UTMB. And there we've got some shots that must be of the start of the 50K race, which will begin in 15 minutes.
Well guessed indeed. And we have some of our top runners that we are expecting, and like the double ganger that you were talking about. We didn't have an answer in the chat. I think you should ask that question again. I think that was pretty fun. Sheila Aviles here, who's, she used to race a lot. She was like Scarlet World Series champion. She's done amazing results, and then eventually she was a little bit like away from the scene for quite a while, and then eventually she pops back in and does the odd race. So it's good to see her back.
She runs for Adidas, if I'm correct, and I think this will be our first
Yes.
big race of the season.
Yeah. So there we go. This is a 8-station transition. There we go. Oh, maybe gear check. Oh, look, she just took off her jacket, so maybe that person helped her put the jacket in her pack. That's my guess. Wild guess.
Now, also, I think most of the top runners we have clocked for the 50K event on the women's side are all from Spain. You mentioned Sheila Aviles Castano. We also have Julia Font Gomez, or would I say Julia, who plans on Val d'Aran and Sierre later this year as well. She said, leading up to this race, she's mostly been training on road, so she hasn't done a lot of trail leading up to this 50K. And then we've got Gemma Arenas as well from Spain. She's already had 3 solid races this year with 2 wins, so she will be someone to watch.
Yeah, Gemma is a little bit from the older generation, if I can put it that way, with all due respect.
Hey.
While well, I'm in that category, so I can talk about that. While Sheila and Julia, they're both like the young guns and very, very fast. Like, I think Julia Font Gomez, in my books, would have a shot at the win today on that course that you can see on the northern part of the Tenerife Island.
Final preparations for that 50K race, starting in about 12 minutes. On the men's side, who will we be looking at? Who do you have on your radar? I've got some from Spain, Poland, Italy, Switzerland. We've got Roberto De Lorenzi from Switzerland. He has won his last 3 races, runs for Brooks. Normally sticks in the 20 to 50K category. And there we've got
I'm not
on the
sure
screen.
because I think recently he was at a skyrunning race. I think it was last weekend, and he was second to Luca Del Pero. So if he's racing this weekend, that's wow, that's going to be like first a big back-to-back, And so he is on the start list. I don't know if he's going to be at the start. We'll keep an eye out for him. Obviously, he's one of the people we could expect to see at the front. Extremely fast runner, Roberto De Lorenzi, indeed. But yeah, otherwise, I mean, Lorenzo Beltrami also is one hell of a runner. Yoel Depaz from Wild Project. We're used to seeing him. And the one and only Aritz Egea, same. He's from the he's probably not as, I would say, mature as Miguel Heras, but he is definitely up there. He's an absolute legend of the sport. Over 10 years that he's been at world-class level, always smiling, great, like representative of our sport. And so it's good to see him there. Another Polish runner, Rafał Matuszak, multiple times national traveling champion in Poland, one of the up-and-coming runners in Poland. We all know Bart Przydioski, but he's one of the few that is up there with Bart. And so it will be good to see what he can pull off today. And also, I see with the 10th best UTMB index, Marcin Kubica, also one of the runners to look out for. And this is probably one of the names that that person in the chat was talking about, because Marcin is, when he's on a good day, he can be extremely strong. Doesn't talk much at all, but he lets his legs do the talking. Oh yeah, and here
then Gianluca Giano.
So you're right. Sorry, I'm kidding you, but Roberto De Lorenzi here with the Brooks outfit is on the start line.
Nice. And Gianluca Giano, who I wanted to mention, they showed him as number 2 in the top 3 men from Italy, a young runner. He's a sky runner, I believe with Brooks. Normally sticks in that 50K kind of comfort zone category. So he will definitely be a contender today for one of those top spots.
Oh wow, that's a really solid lineup for that 50K distance. It's going to be an exciting race. Hopefully, we'll have fast cam runners or possibly mountain bikers, because that's going to be a relentless pace, no doubt about it. So the Brooks runners have the new kit, which is like the blue and bright yellow right there, like Roberto and Julia Font are wearing. So just so we can keep that in mind when we spot them, the 2 Polish runners from Team Salomon, Marcin and Rafa, were with the kind of a salmon red top. So we're starting to put numbers on those names, so when they fly by our cam runners and they're in the back, we'll have an idea of who that is.
And in this 50K race, they've got about 2,600 meters of climb. As someone has commented in the chat, it's a great race profile for this distance. Nice technical climbs up. And I think they hit the same wall in that final third of the race, that same really steep climb as in the 100K and the 100-mile category races. Thank you for following along with us and for commenting in the chat. It helps us to know what we need to highlight to you guys and keeps us on our toes if we get anything wrong. So it's a team effort out here on the live commentary. Jump in and get involved. There we see Anna Tarasova in first.
But did you see Steph, actually, as soon as we caught the images of Anna, she was walking on the trail. So I'm actually wondering what's been happening, if she has something that she needed to do, in which case it's all good, or if maybe something's not too right and she had to stop. So we're gonna have to keep an eye on her and see what's happening. Meanwhile, Andrzej Witek still cruising, making it look easy, clicking through the Ks.
Woo! You saw that little dance over the rocks there. That's I guess the nice thing and the drawback for the runners of having this, really consistent live feed is that it catches everything. It catches, all of the good parts and all of the little squibbles.
and if we're lucky, we might have a slow-mo on that. Since this is one of the new features of this UTMB World Series live broadcast. So we'll see if the studio can pull this off and replay that in slow-mo.
We have the 50K starting in 5 minutes.
Yeah, and speaking about the 50K, I was looking again at the women's field, and it is Spain through and through. The only one who could come and crush the party would be Karine Loyer, but she is a bit further down in the ranking when it comes to the UTMB index. Actually, if you're just watching this and not familiar with the UTMB index, it's kind of a like with tennis ATP score. So it's the combination of your top 5 results in the last now I'm blanking, is that 24 months or 3 years?
Yes,
I'm gonna have to get that right,
months.
and I will get back to you. 24 months, there we go, thanks. And so that gives an idea of a runner's level in terms of performance purely. So the higher the UTMB index is, that means the best results this runner would have achieved. And so the top, the highest score, hypothetically, is 1,000. And basically, the way they do it is, I'm really simplifying it here, but they flatten out plus add a few variables of technicality, weather conditions, and some more parameters. And they say, okay, what would be the hypothetical world record on that distance that, once again, is flattened out and added some technical element and weather element, and that gives you the 1,000. And then the runners then will have scores based on that hypothetical best possible time.
Got a comment in the chat, why aren't we covering some of the 110K race? We will be covering the 110K race, the 73K, and the 47. We'll try to give you updates on that, throughout the live feed. But we are showing images now on the start line of the 50K and covering a lot of the 100K event category. But we have got an eye on your friend Estelle, Leo, so don't you worry. We'll be giving updates as we go along.
Yeah, it's always good to see the excitement of people following at home. Can we get images?
Yeah.
Yes, we can and we will. But as we said, we are covering the 3 distances today. So 3 distances on the same island, both following men and women. So there's going to be sections where we're going to be following one distance and then the next distance. Now we're definitely covering the start line of the 50K. We had earlier distance, like images of the 100K category, the 73K distance. But we will go back, don't worry, on the 110K, the 100-mile distance, and we will be able to see your friends.
And we have just 2 minutes to the start of the 50K race. We should be able to have full stats of how many starters we have shortly once the live feed begins. So just hold on for that, for the questions that people had in the chat. You never really know. There are some people who are on the start line who don't start, so we can't get an accurate number until they actually cross that line.
Yeah, and I spotted on the left-hand side of the start line in second line, Josep Miret, also one of the young guns in our sport. Yael also with the light green t-shirt on the left, just behind Aritz Echea in the blue on the first line. There we go.
Lots of Brooks teammates out in that new kit. Yeah.
Gemma Arenas with the black T-shirt in the middle. Lorenzo Beltrami with the red top. And then our two Polish runners on the left-hand side, Rafał Matuszak on the far left of your screen, and Marcin right next to him.
And Lorenzo
60 seconds, team.
is quite a. Oh, I was just saying, he's quite a strong and consistent runner. He isn't one of these ones that kind of bounces around. He tends to always place pretty well near the top. How's your Spanish, Martin?
Muy bien, muy bien. He's saying, hello, welcome to the sun, get ready, we're gonna go. And there we go, countdown to 10. That I've got it.
Well done.
Arriba!
And we're off.
Vamos a todos!
Woo-hoo! That's what's so cool about these races, is that the spectators, they can shout, go, go, go in different languages. In French, you have allez, allez, allez. In Italian, you have die, 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 which I always find quite difficult. And in Spanish, in Spain, in Tenerife.
Yeah, that's something that we actually talked about, because indeed for all the English speakers, it's a bit disconcerting when people are screaming at you, die, die, die. You're like, why?
Exactly.
Why do you want me to die? It's like, nah. Die, die, die. When you're in Italy,
In Swiss
it's
German,
awesome.
you have
it's all good. Is that also German at all? Or is it specific to Swiss German?
It's a good point. I'm not sure. Maybe in the chat, let us know what the common cheer is to get runners moving in your country.
Yeah, I feel like, because I remember like Los geht and up, up, up. I think this is also something I've heard in Germany. So it might just be the German language.
Yep.
And Tony McCann, ladies and gentlemen, is in the chat. Let's go, Sheila, cheering for her team partner. There we go, hop, hop. For Swiss German. Dave.
Yep.
Nice. Love it. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie.
Oi, oi, oi.
This is a truly international, and this is about to come in 65 different languages, team. So get ready. All right, they're starting out pretty hard right from the get-go. We got the usual suspects at the front.
And there we go. To answer the question in the chat, there were 724 starters, 730 starters. It's climbing. There are still people starting in the 50K race. It's hard to go straight into a climb right off the start line. You don't really have any chance to get those legs warm.
No, you better have a good warm up.
What a beautiful shot.
And then again, if back home, we're gonna put it up so you can identify this. You hear a plane sound. We are not offering you images from any plane or helicopter or of any sort. This is the studio who thought it would be funny to put that kind of noise background when they're having aerial shots, just to give you
you're giving away
your
our
senses,
secrets.
the feeling you're up in the air. But no, it's all drone shots, team. All drone shots.
I vote for us to be in a helicopter for the next one. I think that would just add a bit of drama.
Yeah. I'm not sure that would go down with some people. always have to be mindful of, you know, how to be green and all that. So that's at least
Okay,
that's
good point. Good point.
the decision that the UTMB World Series has made, and they say like they will not utilize any helicopter to do any type of like visual. So the only helicopters they use is for rescue. But anything that is for the live coverage, it's all drones.
Very good point. I pull back my comment.
All right. This is back with our lead woman, who seems to still be Anna Teratova.
Yeah.
And Anjay.
There's Anjay.
So the lead has not changed since.
Yeah, Anna's got quite a distinctive running style. She's leaning forward quite a bit. I mean, it is on an uphill, but even if she changed outfits, I would still be able to pick her out, I think. Okay, top 3 women. We have Anna Tarasova in first, Emily Haugood in second, and I just missed who was in third.
Oh, and I
Was
was
it
on
Sandra
the live tracker.
Saviano Guerra? Yeah.
I was on the Wise tracker, so like I actually completely missed whatever was going on the screen.
I think it was Sandra Saviano Guerra.
There you go. Quick turn, and our camera mountain biker will pick up Anna as she continues on the high plateau.
Okay, in Costa Rica, they say agale or vamos. Agale. I like that one.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah. Hopefully no one's tricking us with any bad words here, because I'm just going to say them. Okay, I've now given everyone a sneaky idea. Don't do that to us. It'll come back to you.
I know one thing they say a lot in Costa Rica is pura vida, which really translates into their lifestyle. I've been lucky to travel to this beautiful country a few times, and every time that you hear this, just almost to say hi as greeting. And but the thing is, it's not just a saying. You can really feel like this is their way of life. They're just very positive and yeah, like great people all together. All right, team, we have a quick commercial break coming up. What language was that?
Polish.
There you go. All right, team, we'll be right back.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
live de toute façon. Donc je peux.
We were live, and if you were quick, you could actually catch a glimpse of second place woman in this 100K category. Coming from Zimbabwe, currently living in the US of A, representing Team Terex, Emily Hawgood, right here on your screen with the white top. And so it looks like if the turnoff is at those cars, there's about like what, 3-4 minutes, if that, between first and second. Steph, you reckon?
I don't have a sense of that, but I will take your word for it. You're usually pretty good at these things.
Famous last words.
Hoping that the live trackers, yeah, hoping the live trackers kind of kick into gear and will give us some actual stats. Otherwise, we will try to estimate it for y'all of you following along. There we go. She's looking strong. Emily's running well. Let's see, is she going to be stronger on the downhill than she was on the uphill? Is she going to make some time up? Time will tell. I believe it should be Sandra Saviano Guerra in third. There's the first man, Andrzej Witek. And I guess the saying in Polish, it's not dawaj, it's davaj. Davaj, davaj, davaj. Let's cheer him along in Polish.
I like that.
Yeah.
So I'm checking the live tracking, and so I think Tobias Geiser didn't get a GPS tracker, so that's why I can't spot him on the map. But then following, Jordi Gamito, not too far back. Philipp Auserhofer, the flying flip, always smiling. Who do we get? It keeps changing. Matteo Anselmi as well, and then further back, Emily Hawgood. But I feel like Anna doesn't have a GPS tracker, so actually, oh yeah, no, she. We were trying to find a better ranking through that GPS tracker, but now we see Anna behind Emily Hawgood, so that is no use either. So we're just gonna wait for images. And speaking of her, there you go. Cool shot here.
Woo, she's moving.
Going through that gate. I wonder if that's like a definition of a different area or the national park or something.
They are running through a UNESCO World Heritage Site.
There you go. So that might have been it.
Through Tete National Park. Yeah. Taking off the gloves. Wondering if it's getting any warmer for them. No. 30 kilometers down. And again, we've got to look at that nice course profile. We kind of have a hard start. I'd say quite a smooth middle, and then that nice punch near the end with that wall of climb. Top three women, Anna Tarasova, Emily Hawgood, who we can see on the left side of the screen, and Sandra Saviano Guerra in third. Hopefully we can get some visuals on Sandra soon. Emily smiling away, as is typical.
Yeah.
And for the 110K event that has been going on since last night, it is almost 10 hours into that race. With Tom Evans from the UK, from Great Britain, in the lead on the men's side, and Estelle Roig-Fortin from Spain in the lead on the women's side. And we'll have to see second and third in the 110K event on both the men's and the women's side. We're kind of sticking together with the first out in the lead, keeping an eye to see if that changes. Also keeping an eye on the twins, Enrica de Mateus and Luisa de Mateus, who are in 4th and 5th in the 110K event. Enrica in the lead. We'll see if her twin catches up.
Yeah, and I was actually getting a voice message from one runner that, if you've been following the trail running circuit for the last, 6-7 years, Jan Magarit. Jan is hell of a runner, a mountain person, and a great human altogether. And he was messaging me talking about Estelle Roig-Fortin, and he said, yeah, she's from my village, and he's seen her across the Christmas holiday on the short races, and he said she was in hell of a good shape, and she had told him that she was going to be in Tenerife, and he's like, wow, she is doing extremely well. So a bit more intel, and so it is not an accident, even though, as we were noticing, her UTMB index was not as high as the other female runners, and we're like, oh, is this going to hold it together? But apparently, from his feedback, that is not an accident, and she's been ramping up her level recently.
Cool. Just to recap the stats for this 110K race, it's 73 kilometers, just over 3,000 meters of climb. This middle part that they're doing now on this plateau stays over 2,100 meters, I believe. But quite a bit less of climb, less elevation than the 110K event, which has over 6,000 meters.
Yeah, and it's hard to believe how much elevation there is when we see these runners. Like, we catch them on the flat part on the plateau, but basically since the start they've been climbing. And even more so for the 110 kilometers, who, like, because otherwise it'd be like, where do you find 6,000 meters of vert? But yeah, there is all this first part of the race, which is basically all uphill, and then with a bit of almost 1,000 meters climb at towards the end, right before getting to the shoreline.
Is it almost 1,000? I thought it was 600 meters of climb in that last.
Oh, so then you're probably more
wall.
right than I am.
I mean,
check that again.
someone, no.
They call me Daddy Fake News, so there's a reason for that.
I'm the newbie. I'm the newbie here. So.
Man.
Okay, and then we've got a bit of a visual. Sandra Sevillano Guerrera, followed by Elisa Kristen. How do you pronounce that? Help me out with that. Ooh, quite a ways back, actually, from Emily and Anna. So you can see there's quite a bit of a gap after Emily, after the second place woman, and it looks like Sandra is no longer in third, that she might have dropped back to fourth, if I got that right.
And then also in the 110 kilometers in the men's, Pablo Villa has gone through in second place. So Dmitry Michayev has actually, I'm assuming, fallen back into at least third place. So I don't know exactly what happened there, but there's been a change of position for second in the 110 men.
This visual is really helpful for us to see where everyone is kind of shaking out. Mirja Meinheit following Emily
Perfect
Haugut.
pronunciation.
In the third. Thank you very much. Say it slowly. And there we've got a visual on our third place woman. Sort of.
Yeah. All right, we're dropping down.
Although it's still listing in the ticker that Sandra is in third. Do we know what she was wearing, what she looks like?
I'm still trying to figure it out. If anybody in the chat recognized that third woman, please let us know. Oh wow, that was a quick transition. Straight through. Yep, Jay's on a mission today.
We've got someone in the chat saying that Mirja Meinheit is in fourth. So maybe Sandra isn't wearing a tracker when they showed that visual. It could be that Sandra is in third. Yeah, and that Mirja Meinheit is in fourth. Thanks for helping us out there. Team?
Vous me direz si je reste sur c'est Team 2, vous me direz si je reste sur la numéro 2, si je suis sur la 3 ou si je bouge sur la première, qui du coup est pas dans mon visu, donc je pense qu'elles ont à peu près toutes les deux le même rythme. Isa, j'ai Xavi devant moi, je dois filmer un peu, il court bien. Hein.
Mirja Meinheit, she had come in third in the Wildstrubel race in the Wild 70 last year. Just looking into her background. Quite a solid runner in fourth place. Oh, look at that speed. 2 hours and 52 minutes into the race and 36 kilometers down already with that huge climb out of the way. Or is that 36 kilometers left to go? Okay. Yeah. Okay. 36 kilometers left to go. Because I was like, that would be incredible.
And you can see, like, he looks relaxed and he's got a really good stride. Yep. But when you have slow-mo on his face, you can see he's definitely working.
But yeah, if it's 36 kilometers left to go, that means there's 37 kilometers behind him. So that still is really fast.
Indeed, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't want to risk myself doing the math, but I was like, yeah, somebody's going to do it.
I used a calculator.
Nice.
I don't know. Team 7,
and so here's another piece of information on Estelle Roig-Fortin, like leading the 110Ks, still coming from Jan Margaret. So thanks, Jan. She's coming from field hockey. So another strong female runner coming from field hockey. There's more than we know in this sport who have transitioned from field hockey to trail running, and successfully so. And like, I don't know if, again, this is from the good old days, but Anna Frost from New Zealand was a very strong field hockey player before, like, absolutely mastering the trail running and then ultra running scene at her time. Nienke Brinkman, more recently, comes from field hockey as well. And so he's telling me that she's coming from there. And then when she went to Switzerland a few years back, this is only then that she started to run, and she loved it. And obviously now she's at a pretty solid level.
Just taking a look at the course profile here, you can see that the course skirts just below the top of Tede, that highest peak in Spain, which I think goes up over 3,700 meters. The runners go up to 3,555. We saw the twins, Enrica de Mateus and Luisa behind her, climbing up to the top of that peak. What a beautiful course. This is on the 100-mile. This is the 100-mile course, so the 110K event. Tom Evans well in the lead. Pablo Villa behind.
Yeah, so did I miss? No, Dima is there. So he's fallen back in 5th.
He's fallen back. Wow.
So hopefully everything is okay, because this is something that somebody said in the chat earlier. Ekaterina Mutayeva has dropped out of the race, unfortunately, and we're not too sure why. So when we saw Dima dropped down as well in the rankings, it's like, oh, I hope this is not a sickness, because as you were saying, they're targeting the same races and traveling together. And the problem is that when one gets sick, they're usually both sick. Like I think they both got food poisoning, or something was in the water. I can't remember what races it was, and they had to both drop out, which was pretty unfortunate.
Yeah. They tend to win together and DNF together, so we can usually see how one's going to do by the other.
Full support, yeah.
Yeah. But we have had a change up in the leaders on the men's side for the 110K race. So Tom Evans in the lead, Pablo Villa from Spain in second, and then Manuel Alexi Martin Lorenzo from Spain in third. On the women's side, it looks like Melanie Delassoire has moved up into second from third place. Estelle Roig-Fortin still in the lead, and Linda Boldan from Latvia has dropped down to third. So a change up in the leaders on both the men's and the women's side. And don't forget, we will be having Fiona Pascal come on to the live feed. She was the winner at Chianti last weekend. So if you have any questions for her, put them in the chat. We're excited to have her join us in about an hour's time. And then Tony McCann, who will be racing in the 20-kilometer event later today, she will also be joining us on the live feed. And we've had some questions and comments in the chat already for us to put towards her about her motivation for running. Nice shot there of Emily Haugood in second in the 73-kilometer race. Yep, you can see at this part, I mentioned before, it kind of stays above 2,100 meters in elevation. She's currently at 2,186, so still quite high. Cruising along at about 11 kilometers an hour. Yeah.
Yeah, I think when we're talking about altitude, I think there's this stint up the Tede for the 110-kilometer runners, but this whole part of the course, as flat as it is, remains really high. And so you feel like you're going flat, so you can push a little more, but you're still above 2,000 meters. So if you haven't done altitude training, this is going to actually take a toll on you. It's going to be interesting to see if any of these runners actually suffers a little bit more and will maybe finish a little bit more on fumes. And if some of them have done specific altitude training for that one.
Yeah. This visual gives us a good sense of where the runners are, how they're spaced out, how they're lying. Andrzej Witek still in first with Miguel Eras following behind.
Yeah, but I think as we saw earlier,
here-
it seems that. Oh, there we go. Emily Hargood finishing UTMB.
Exactly. This was her 6th place finish in 24 hours and 58 minutes last year. Incredibly strong race for Emily from Zimbabwe.
Look at that smile.
You can see carrying the flag. Yeah. Fantastic finish for Emily last year.
So good.
She's the kind of runner. I was out on the course in UTMB last year after we had commentated from Courmayeur in the middle of the night. And when she saw me, because I was pregnant, kind of up on the mountain at the time, she started cheering me along. It's like, no, you're the one running. I'm just spectating. So she's that runner that's, always thinking of other people, even though she's out there pushing herself. Just an incredible spirit. And currently in the race, she is chasing down the men, which we love to see.
Yep. And there we go, right in the hands of Poland, her coach, who's always committed to being out there for his athletes, and without failing, he supported Emily through and through.
There she is, cheering along the other runners. As I mentioned, she's always motivating everyone else.
Okay.
She's looking great, really relaxed.
Ticking along, yep.
Ouais, pas besoin si c'est le ravito.
And so, a bit of information, and this is what I love. Like, my WhatsApp is blowing out with feedback. So Jeanne gave us all the details on the Stilbrek Fortin for the 110Ks. And Jedrzejczyk is back on following the race, obviously, with all the Polish runners towing the line. And he said, like, Andrzej Witek spent nearly 2 months in the Canary Islands, actually. And it's not so much for a training camp, but he was actually there to live with his family and enjoy the beautiful island and obviously train in the meantime. And then Rafał and Marcin, Rafał Matuszak and Marcin Kubica, and then Tabor, which is another runner I don't know. They spent 4 weeks training in Villaflor, so they won't be bothered by the altitude. And all these runners, the last 3, Kubica, Matuszak, and Tabor, are running in the 47K. So whoever in the chat was saying that Polish runners were going to be up high on the podiums, now I understand why. They came prepared. They've committed to that race.
And that's really interesting because having that training, on the actual ground that they're going to be racing on is such an advantage. That's what I think is hard about these early season races. You're going into different climates, people who are coming from winter, coming from Europe, coming from places where they're going to have been dealing with the cold and the snow, and they might not have been able to get a lot of climbing or elevation in. Now they come to Tenerife, and in the 110K event, they're going up above 3,500 meters. You're just confronted with different weather, different climate, different terrain that you haven't necessarily been able to train on. So it's really tough for some, depending on where they're coming from, to be able to pull off a good race this early on in March.
It's true. Some people come from the Southern Hemisphere where the summer is nice and warm, perfect for training.
Exactly. Yeah, if you're currently in hot, good weather, you might need to travel a bit far to come to Tenerife.
True.
We have runners from all over the globe running along the course today. We are going to be giving you updates for the 100-mile, the 100K, and the 50K categories. But there is also the 20K race going on.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit later this afternoon. Tony McCann, who was originally planned to run a longer distance, dropped down to the 20K, so she'll be with us on the live, and then she'll be competing in the 20K distance, so she can get that one stone that she needs to be able to participate in the UTMB World Series final at the end of August in Chamonix. So we'll be delighted to have Tony. She was out there on the course also sending updates and telling us what was going on in the 110Ks, and she's the one who gave us the heads up that Pavlovia was actually in second place.
And I think Emily Hallgood is really putting down the speed. You can see her taking over the men. We might see her catch up to Anna Tarasova. So all eyes on the two of them. But she really does seem to be moving quite well.
Let's see at those checkpoints the gap that will be between these two women. And also good to know a bit like Emily started her career by doing a lot of skyrunning races. And she wasn't necessarily one of the best, but she had a purpose which really blew my mind at the time. She was like, you know, I may not be the best at this, but like those years that I'm spending doing skyrunning, I'm always going to be wanting to do long runs, ultras. But first, I need to be good on technical. So she actually pretty much, quote unquote, gave up some of her years of racing towards, like, it was eyes on the prize, but it was 3 years away. And she was like, I'm going to do ultras. This is where I'm good at. But first, I need to be strong on technical. So we can see that now, I mean, obviously not on this terrain, but where I'm going with this long story is that this last part of the race, with that long climb and then that technical descent, she will shine on that. She will do really well.
Yep. And you were mentioning the stones earlier, a bit of a funny story. Stephanie Howe, who got 5th at Chianti last weekend, her adorable little son kind of picked up some rocks from the ground and gave her 4 UTMB stones because he heard that she was getting UTMB stones, so he collected them for her.
That's very cute.
Yeah.
And this is Tobias Geiser here, full send in the descent. We need to put audio over this.
Non, j'ai la première à vue et je suis derrière la deuxième. On la voit sur mon image.
So here's the information. If you do not understand French, what he's pointing out is Anna Teratova. So he says, I'm seeing the first woman and I'm biking currently behind the second woman. So they are now, I mean, Emily can now have Anna in sight. So what you were predicting is right. She is closing. And so she now we'll see how it goes when they start dropping down, if Anna is able to respond and pick up the pace, or if Emily is definitely now in chasing mode and closing that gap with Anna.
It certainly looks like she's gained some ground. And once you've got the runner in front, you know, in your sights, puts a bit more fuel in the tank to start chasing it down.
Yeah, basically, as soon as you have it in sight, you launch the charge. It's like, all right, that's it, it's happening.
Exactly.
And it's actually quite fascinating because you're in your race, you're doing your thing, you're following your pace, and then you see the person in front of you is like, oh, okay. And then you can shift your focus from, oh, my legs hurt, or am I going fast enough, to like, okay, I'm catching that person. Yeah. And everything else.
It's the psychology of it. Yeah. I mean, some people prefer to be the hunter and others prefer to kind of be in the lead and be the hunted. I always prefer to be in the back when I'm and then chase people down. If I'm in the front and I know that I'm being chased, it causes so much stress.
All right.
That's what I've always wondered with the live stream, with the runners that have the cameras behind them. Does that kind of motivate them to make them go a little bit faster because they know they're being chased? I would love for someone to dive into the sports psychology of this all.
Yeah, that's a very good question, and it's often like a discussion in the chat. Be like, oh yeah, but those front runners, they have an advantage because they have a cam runner with them, so they can't take a wrong turn. They're gonna be told, and they feel like they have someone running with them. Here's a masterclass of running uphill. Like, just people watch what Emily's doing. The minute she went into that climb, like, she shortened her stride, increased her running cadence, and that helps, like, keeping up with the pace she had, but with much less effort and strength in her legs, because she's basically breaking down the effort over many more steps, smaller steps. So if you ever find yourself in a climb, that's exactly what you should be doing.
Very good point.
And yeah, the counter argument with having a camera with you is just like, yeah, sometimes you want to be in the zone, you want to be doing what you want, and then if you're going through a rough patch, you don't want to have eyes on you. You just want to be on your own, you want to be left alone, but you know that it is part of the deal now to have those live broadcasts, and it is certainly a benefit for those top athletes when it comes to like the visibility that they can offer to their sponsors, and therefore the value that they're offering. But so, yeah, there's pros and cons, and I guess it depends on the individuals. But I think if you always keep a positive attitude toward it, it would probably remain something that is not impacting those runners in a negative way. And also, as we were saying, last year, 165 hours of live broadcast during the UTMB World Series. So those cam runners and mountain bikers are extremely familiar now with those runners. They know what to do. They know what not to do to interfere with their races as well. So I think it's a bit of it has most likely become a symbiotic relationship between the cam runners and the top athlete. And I think it's a win for everyone. At least that's my take.
Yeah, I think that's a good summary. I mean, there are some things that might be helpful and there's some things that might not be helpful, but it all balances out in the end, and it just gives everyone a window into what these top athletes are facing. Because let's face it, there are very few of us who are going to be running at this speed at the front of a course, but we can, use it as inspiration. We can, feel like we're partaking in their journey, and there's nice camaraderie, I think, between the athletes, the camera people. It all kind of feels like a team effort.
Oh, that is an awesome shot. Talking about like how to do it. They are familiar with what visual they can offer us, and say he went to the side, offering the side shot, and then he's back on the trail. It is definitely has become a true. How do you even say that? Because it's not. I guess you can call it a job. They're offering a service that they're getting paid for. So yeah, I guess it is a job. And at this job, they're absolutely world-class now, again, through their experience, the amount of hours that they've spent, and understanding what the audience and what we want to see as well. So sometimes they go in front of the runner to give us like a view on their face, see how hard they're working, or if anything happens. It's it is really cool to have such a solid team out there covering those races for us, and giving us the ability to talk over the images.
Now, on the screen, we're following Emily Howgood, second woman in the 73K race behind Anna Tarasova. We will be going shortly to a film on the UTMB race from last year, which we encourage all of you to watch. But the live coverage of the races will continue online, so make sure to stick with that as well. And after the film, we will of course be coming back with our live commentary on the side. So in the 100-mile category, in the 110K race, we mentioned we saw a bit of a switch up in the top three on both the men's and the women's side, but still the top first place men and women has stayed the same. And maybe let's go to a recap of where we are at on the 50K race, which started at 8:30 local time, so 45 minutes ago. On the women's side, we have Ines Astren from Spain. Again, all the top runners are from Spain. And on the women's side in the 50K, second, Julia Font Gomez. And then we have Sheila Avilés Castano. On the men's side, we have Roberto De Lorenzi, who we were expecting from Switzerland. Second, we have Joel de Paz Baeza from Spain. And in third, Aritz Ahia Caceres. Hopefully I got that one right.
Aritz Ahia. Close enough. Close enough.
Okay.
Yeah, it's cool to see like all the ones we were kind of expecting being up there and delivering. Joel de Paz is doing really well. He's a young runner from the WildTrail Project team. Aritz is there. Maybe Rafael Matuszak is still taking his place, but there's really not much time difference. They're all within a minute in the top 8. So as we have this aerial shot of all the participants in that 73K race, as you were saying, Steph, we're gonna have a bit of a break because we're getting to a zone where none of the team on the ground have coverage. So we'll be back with you at 10 a.m. local time, so just under 45 minutes away. So we're gonna have we'll keep you entertained. We have a really cool documentary coming up, and we'll be back with you shortly. So enjoy.
It looks like there might be a change of plans just based on where the runners are. We might be waiting a bit before showing the film to see if we can catch up with the third woman. It's always changing. They're keeping us on our toes, Martin.
It's the studio throwing curveballs, keeping us on our toes. But that's awesome. Like if we can catch a visual on our third female runner, Sandra Sevilla Noguera, by all means, let's see it. Although now we have jumped into the 100K category recap, the 73K that we've been following for quite a while now. And we haven't been in the chat for a while. The gifts are coming back. Love it. Jungle Book. That's the best. Thanks, Tony. I wouldn't expect anything less from you.
And we've got some questions in the chat again around these running stones. So you collect running stones. You collect 1 for the 20K category, 2 for the 50K, 3 for the 100K, and 4 for the 100 miles. And that's double for the UTMB World Major events, which is 1 event selected per region. And even if you get in the top 3 spots for any of the World Series events or the top 10 spots for the World Major events, that gives you a direct entry into the UTMB finals. You still need a stone to be able to participate. I think that's a bit of the chat that's going on online. So that is why Tony McCann is racing the 20K to collect that stone. Each stone you get provides you an extra chance to get into the draw if you aren't one of those lucky people who are able to get a direct entry from winning a race.
And so As we've been instructed, we're still waiting for that third woman in a 73K. Come on, bring us the visual. Ah, there we go. Just as we're talking about. There she is. Team Spain. You can blow up the chat. Sandra Sevillano. Team Big K. Currently in third place in this 100K category race. And
Hold up,
this
they
is
say
not
it's
Sandra.
Elisa? Kristen Dotter. Yeah.
Well, I
We
mean,
had
Spain, you
seen
can still
on
blow
the
up the chat, but now we have a change. Yeah, the running Dutchman, we're as confused as you are. The live tracking is not quite playing ball today. And so that would be Elisa Christine Dottier in third place. Finding her way through that winding track before crossing the road.
Now, she is from Iceland.
Oui, je pense qu'il doit déjà être au véhicule. Il a dû le récupérer.
And I'm not even going to try to pronounce the club that she is from because I encourage you to go on the UTMB index site to see how to pronounce that. How do we cheer her on in Icelandic? If anyone knows, pop it into the chat. She doesn't have a huge amount of races listed in her profile. So this is an interesting turn.
Yeah, although this is a name I'm actually familiar with, although like this is not one that you'd forget. But it's it's a good surprise, like to see her up there.
She's got, she was one departing from the strategy of the other top runners that she, you can see her poles there on the side of her pack and a pretty big pack. It looks like she's carrying more gear than some of the others.
Yeah, I was actually thinking the same, and then there's quite a bouncing motion as well with that pack.
Yeah.
You can see like he goes like left, right. So that's gonna over 73 Ks. That's gonna be a bit of a energy expenditure that you could do without, especially looking on those very sharp turns here. But she seems to be alright with it.
From Reykjavik. Snooping on her Instagram.
All right, let's find all the dirt.
I can tell you what she had for breakfast yesterday.
All right, enlighten us.
It was toast, bananas. I don't know about this morning.
Los plátanos de Canarias. The good old bananas from the Canary Islands. Always a safe bet.
All right, I'm not getting any help from the chat on how we say go, go, go in Icelandic, so I am going to use Google. It's faru faru.
Afrem. Well, I think like Harpa and Aris both said Afram, Elisa. In the chat, so I mean that's how it's
We learned
spelled.
so much
Maybe
through
that's not
this.
how you pronounce it.
That means carry on. It means carry on, carry on. Okay, Afram, Afram.
There you go.
So I wonder where Sandra Sevillano Guerra is. Again, as we said, she either podiums or DNFs. So let's hope.
Well, she's not on the podium.
Let's hope she podiums.
She's got 30Ks to go.
And a lot can happen in those 30Ks.
Oh, yep. Once again, like that long section on the plateau, like if you've been like acclimatized to the altitude, you can do really well. If you haven't, that can take a little bit more that you would want out of you. So yeah, it'll be fun to see that last part and see how everybody dealt with that. Because
And
also,
I just want
I don't know.
to. Yeah, sorry, Martin. I just wanted to call out. We were joking about the change in the shooting plan, but it's actually quite a positive thing here that we're delaying showing the film as we had originally planned to show you on UTMB last year, because it's really important. We're everyone at UTMB is making a really concerted effort to make sure that we're showing equal coverage of the women and the men. And once it looked like we could get some shots of the third place women, I mean, let's delay showing of the film so that we can get these shots. So I just want to give a shout out to everyone back in studio and the team who are making these decisions, because representation of both the women's field and the men's is critical. So well done, team.
It is indeed. And then, sometimes like you're jumping on the live, like, oh, sweet, there's going to be the live coverage of one of the races in the UTMB World Series, and you pop in whenever you can during your day. And you're seeing a lot of the men's, or sometimes you're seeing a lot of the women's, or sometimes you're seeing a lot of the distance. But again, bear in mind that whenever you're popping in, it's not going to be like the perfect balance and sample in that hour you're going to be watching. Essentially, those teams are like equally allocated, but again, the time is going to depend on the visibility. So, I mean, today is a perfect day, so it's not going to be a problem with that, but also the amount of reception that they have on some of the sections. We call them dark spot. You don't have reception, and therefore you can't do a broadcast. So it's a big job to plan where the teams are going to be and anticipate pretty much where the runners are going to be at what time, depending on, like, usually we based it off of the past times, and this event has been going on for 13 years, so we have a good amount of data. But it's not always 100% accurate. We saw our mountain bikers waiting for quite a while at one point before they could catch the runners. So it's also a little bit touch and go. But as you said, Steph, the intention is there. The resources are allocated equally, and then obviously we try our best on the day to deliver on that point.
I just wanted to jump in. We're getting some news from the team that Dmitry Mityaev has unfortunately pulled out in Portillo Alto due to a pain in his leg. So that is unfortunate news from Dmitry. And as we said before, his partner Ekaterina had pulled out as well, or pulled out from the race. They tend to go in pairs. They do well together. They DNF together, and unfortunately, it looks like this year we have DNFs. I know we had some questions around that in the chat.
Oh, and so we also have the information from Albert Jorquera, who is, again, one of our Spanish commentator for this race with Teresa Sanchez. They're both on site, and obviously they have all the insight from what's happening right now. And it seems that according to his wife, Pablo Villa would have actually gone off course, and he's lost, which is a bit surprising and unfortunate. So as he had just moved into second place, now I don't know how much time he's going to lose. He's going to have to backtrack wherever he went wrong, and hopefully that wasn't too much. But if his wife got the word of it and is able to communicate that, it didn't happen just a few seconds ago. So
it seems quite strange, as you say, because the course, I mean, it's open. There seems to be, you know, one pretty solid track, and people planted at major turns. So I'm wondering how that happened.
yeah, and you would think also at this level, like now with the technology available, you would put the GPS track on your watch and put it on like follow, which means the minute you go off course, your watch will vibrate and you'll get a notification. You're like, oh, and that will bring you back up. So even if you go off course, you never go further than a few hundred meters because your watch will tell you you're off course. So yeah. Like,
but you know, sometimes it's in the easiest trails on the easiest races where you just kind of get in the zone and you lose concentration, and who knows, we'll get some news hopefully soon on that.
Yeah. And so in the meantime, obviously we had a lot more footage of the women's race here in this 73K, so which we are absolutely delighted. But now the break is going to be much shorter, so actually there's going to be a different documentary that we're going to show you after we finish with our third lady, Elisa Christine Dottir. It's going to be a 20-minute film on the Val d'Aran by UTMB 2024. So that, as you were saying, Steph, that is the European major in the UTMB World Series. And that documentary is called Come Run the World, and it is produced in collaboration with HOKA. So that's going to come up any second now on your screen. And we will be back with you as planned around 10 a.m. local time on the island to follow the rest of those 3 races.
And do stick with it to watch the film, because Val d'Aran by UTMB is an incredible course. I mean, one of the most beautiful that I think I've run on, quite gnarly and technical. So it'll be interesting to see. I haven't seen the film myself, so I'm going to stick on to see what they show.
Get the popcorn out, people.
Thanks for the encouragement in the chat. Flattery will get you everywhere. I agree. These shots, these images of the runners, it's truly spectacular. And it certainly helps us on the commentating side.
Non, dans 2 minutes là.
Oh, bit of a wide turn here. Momentum caught her. Or maybe it's the pack. He just got dragged out.
Let's see it in slow-mo.
Yes! Come on, team in the studio, make good use of that new technology. Let's slow it down. Maybe you can do a little bit of a tire scratching audio tuning.
She looks like she is running quite carefully, though. She's kind of picking her way down the hill. And you compare that to Emily Howgood, for example, who we saw, who was very smooth running on the flat and running down.
Yeah, as you were pointing out, very different styles between the top three female runners.
What a change in climate from Iceland to Tenerife.
Whew, yeah. That seems to work. Whatever she's doing, currently sitting in third place in this 73K.
Just over 3.5 hours. Yep, into this race. And we are 10.5 hours into the 110K race. And just over an hour in the 47K race. With the 20K race still to come. Coming up to a checkpoint there.
And this might be the location where our Cam mountain biker is gonna drop off. Look at that. Gotta love all the volunteers being out there helping out for
that
the
was a
transition
quick
as quick and
turnaround.
smooth as possible. Yeah. It almost looks like the Australian outback from here.
Yeah, you're right.
It is quite stunning.
All
right, team. This is what we promised. We're gonna have this HOKA Come Run the World 20-minute doco on some runners, extraordinary runners who partook in Val d'Aran. Enjoy that, and we'll see you in about 20 minutes. So stay with us.
I'm so hot, I ain't coming down.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Oh my gosh, look at this.
What do you think about this?
Breathtaking, just breathtaking.
We are here to celebrate.
Coming all the way from India, so.
Well, in India, Mexico,
London,
Egypt.
You meet like-minded people. It's a very big part of what UTMB race is representing now. It's not just about the race itself.
La vie est belle. Come on, bravo, good job, allez, bravo. Let's go, allez.
Born and raised in West Africa, Mali, and now based in the New York City area for the past decade, my journey has been shaped by a deep sense of exploration and discovery. I'm Hella Sidibe. I've been running every day since May 15, 2017, uncovering the beauty of my surroundings and exploring roads and trails worldwide. In this episode of Come Run the World, join me as we experience the breathtaking landscapes of Val d'Aran, Spain, and connect with the global community that makes running so special. Good morning, y'all. Come on in. Today is an exciting day because I absolutely love traveling. I learn so much when I travel because it makes me a better person and I get to see how other people live. So I'm very excited to get out there and explore. So let's do this. Viela is not only the starting point for runners of one of the 4 majors of the UTMB World Series, the Val d'Aran by UTMB. It is the heart of the Val d'Aran region. This town nestled in the Pyrenees, close to the French border, has a unique character shaped by its history and rugged terrain that surrounds it. The people here are warm and welcoming, and there's a deep sense of pride in the land. Walking through Viela is beautiful. You get a glimpse of that rich culture and resilience. It's a place that pushes you to go further. Standing at the Iglesia de Saint Michael de Viela, built in the 12th century, it's a piece of living history in the heart of the town.
Hey David, can't wait to see you and explore this place.
Now David Brado.
What's up, David?
Involved in the Val d'Aran by UTMB since its first edition, running the 100K CDH course this year, knows a thing or two about Viela. He's from here and plugged into the running community. There's no better guy to get me started on my visit to Viela.
I cannot wait to explore this beautiful town that we got here, and then yeah, I love it. It's so beautiful. Everywhere you look, it's just like you can't stop looking. There's nothing like it. Yeah. So let's do it.
Okay. Before we set out for a run, David and I sat down for a coffee and chat about what makes Viela and the Val d'Aran region of Spain what it is: beautiful and rugged.
What is the local language over here? Cheers, actually. Let's see the first reaction of this coffee here.
It is hot.
Yeah, but it is good. Yeah, local language. What is it?
Local language is Aranese.
Aranese.
It is teaching
in the schools. Aranese.
All the children is learning Aranese.
That's really cool. Also, people speak Spanish?
Yes. Catalan.
Yeah.
French, because we are in the border.
French.
I mean, since we are a tourist country, there's people speaking German, English. I think we have the best ski station.
The best. That's a big statement right there. You guys are hearing it. That's a big statement. Okay, that's awesome to hear. So
I think it's the best one. Thanks to Baqueira Beret, Val d'Aran is what it is. I mean, if not, we were, herding cows and so.
So it brought some good economy.
Yes, and in summer we have a big place to explore, to
hiking, running. We gotta mention running. Running is everything to me. Running,
biking. You can do everything.
You can do everything.
Yeah.
So, what is your favorite thing to do? A day in a life. What is a perfect day for you? Go running.
Yeah, I like running.
I love that. Running.
It's my life. I work as a coach, so my whole life is related to running.
So, obviously, Viela. What makes it so attractive to the running community?
I think it's a good place on high mountains, technical trails, smooth trails. We have everything here.
So it's for everybody. We're going to go on a run today. Where are you taking me?
I think I'm going to take you to the Artiga, which is a nice place. You will see a lot of water.
Here?
Yeah.
That is awesome.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's do it.
All right.
Artiga de Lane, once a shepherd's haven, rooted in the tradition of the Pyrenees. These trails have witnessed centuries of grazing, folklore, and human resilience. Now they're a runner's dream, weaving history, nature, and adventure into every mile.
We're gonna take a nice trail next to the river.
Yeah.
We're gonna go close to a couple of waterfalls. There are up hills, down hills.
Downhill.
Yes.
We got a little bit of everything.
Yeah, it's
All right.
nice. And you will see it's fresh because today is a hot day, so you know. Okay?
I'm excited.
Okay,
Let's get out there.
Let's do it.
It's easy to get caught up in the numbers, pace, distance, elevation, but the real reward is in the journey itself. It's these quiet moments when you're just two people moving through a place like Ortiga de Lane, where you realize running isn't about the miles, it's about discovery, about finding a new piece of yourself out here in the wild.
How do you feel?
Refreshing. It's cold as ice.
It's really nice. You'll see.
It's like spinach fresh.
Yeah.
Okay, c'est pas mal. I was a little scared, it's not bad.
It's nice.
So what is this?
It's called Grezillon. This fountain is called on the Grezillon. You can make salads with that. It's really nice.
Okay.
It's a little bit acid.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well.
Okay, on continue.
Let's go.
What a privilege to be able to run these trails. When you come here, you're a guest, a visitor.
Oh, that's perfect. That one is perfect.
You come to learn, to experience, and to be grateful that you get to be here.
Oh my gosh, look at this.
Even for a little while.
Well, so what do you think about this?
Breathtaking, just breathtaking.
Nice. Beautiful.
It looks like a painting.
Yeah.
It looks like it's fake. Just incredible.
Next up, we're heading back to Viela to link up with David Victor Fritz, an Australian and all-around great guy who's made this place his home. He's the owner of Wulu Mulu, a local favorite that's all about bringing people together, no matter where they're from. He's built a spot where everyone's welcome, and trust me, after today's run, I'm more than ready for some good food.
Very good, thank you. I heard a lot of amazing stuff about this place. Can you tell me a little bit more about it?
I just fell in love with the valley. You come through that tunnel and you just think, wow, this is a really cool place.
Yes.
I used to work here just 5 months a year. Mm-hmm. And I thought I wanted to start work all year round, so I made this bar. Uh-huh. And everything is homemade.
Do you have specific food that cater to everybody or just like one style?
The main base of the kitchen would be Spanish food, you know. But then we always try to change it a little bit.
So how did you get into running? How is it like for you? Everybody has their own journey.
I met a guy from Egypt. He sort of made me feel like I should, for half an hour of my day, at least try to do something, you know, for me. And it's actually been good because it helps me disconnect from working so much. Also, I'm now more than 50, so...
You look great. You look awesome. What's the gentleman name from Egypt?
Omar.
Omar is in town for the Veldren by UTMB and is staying with David at the moment. So we called him up and asked him to come down to the restaurant.
So I heard the wonderful story, how you guys connected, and it's really cool how running brought you guys together. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think it's a very big part of what UTMB races is representing now. It's not just about the race itself. You meet like-minded people, you meet the locals, like David. I was here for training. I kept coming for dinner, for lunch, and then we became very good friends. And last year, because I was doing UTMB Mont-Blanc, and I was looking for a place where I can really do good training. And then I was like, okay, maybe I should come here because I know David.
I do love the fact that it's bigger than just UTMB. This is what makes it special.
Yeah.
I feel like I've met two friends now, so it's really cool to me to see that. Thank you, Omar.
You're welcome.
Thank you for...
Nice to meet you.
Come say hi, yeah.
Meeting David and Omar, two new friends brought together by running and the beauty of this incredible valley. Now calling them friends myself.
We are here to celebrate trail running.
I'm reminded of how beautiful our global running community is.
Coming all the way from India. So.
All the way from India babies. Okay, now I'm talking about, I love that we're seeing a little more diversity too as well.
Yeah.
And I love that people are all over the world coming over here. Where are you originally from?
Mexico.
Mexico, what about you?
London.
London, what about you?
England.
England?
Egypt.
Egypt.
So we're international. I'm originally from West Africa, Mali, but I live in the US. Good luck, guys. Thank you.
My morning run.
Oi, Pakachio.
With that stunning sunrise felt even brighter by sharing it with others. Rising from the valley floor, runners face the mighty Tuc de Salana, 27.5 kilometers into the Val d'Aran by UTMB PDA course. This climb is more than just elevation gain. It's a journey into the history of the Pyrenees, where rugged paths, once used by shepherds and smugglers, challenge both body and mind.
Bravo.
Thank you.
Good job. Good job. People are working really hard. This is not easy, but I hope that the beautiful view is helping them mentally to savor it and enjoy it. So good job, guys. Allez, bravo.
The steep, rocky trails are unforgiving, demanding every ounce of strength and resilience. But reaching the summit isn't just about conquering the climb.
La vie est belle.
It's about honoring the endurance and spirit of this land, where history pushes you forward and the view at the top rewards your perseverance.
Come on, bravo, good job, allez, bravo. Let's go, allez.
At the top, I'll meet Lucia Gonzalez Conrado, the volunteer coordinator and passionate geographer who knows every twist and turns of these trails.
So where's the highest point then?
This is the one.
Oh, this is the one.
This is the top, then they go down and then up again.
Okay,
but this is the highest point on the PDA race.
Okay.
So
So it's a big deal to get to the top here.
Yeah.
So how do you guys get up here yourself?
Now walking.
Yeah. When did you start walking up before the runners?
7 o'clock, like
7 a.m.?
Yeah.
How long did it take you to get up here?
We leave the car like an hour from here.
I guess the moral of the story is even the volunteers have to be fit.
Yeah.
Because if you're not fit, you're
even
not
a
gonna...
little, yeah. People from here, obviously from the Aran Valley, we are used to mountains, to walk
Everything is hill,
yeah.
so it's nothing new.
No.
What is the main priority for you here as a volunteer when runners come up to this peak of the race?
Here we have to take every runner crosses on the top,
yes.
And also cheer everyone, and make sure everyone is safe.
Lucia, may I use the scanner? Can I scan?
Yeah.
Thank you. Hit this and tap.
Yeah.
Good job, Javier. Voila. This is my first time ever doing this. This is cool. So we're scanning the bib to check them in, and it vibrates. It allows us to know where they are. Good job. So is there a possibility a runner's been missed? Does that mean like they're not on a course?
We double check, triple check.
Clicking the button and it vibrates. Yeah, nothing
you
to
have
it.
to check the number sometimes.
Yeah, I see the number every time I hit. I see their bib number.
That's the bib, yeah.
Javi.
Venga, vamos, Xavi.
Xavi. Bravo, Xavi. Yes. Yeah, I see it's matching with the bib.
Yeah.
You're going down. You made it to the top. Good job, Jorge. Bravo.
While standing at the top of Tuc de Salana, I see runners pushing their own limits. I cheer them on, knowing they're giving everything to make it here. The climb demands courage and heart. It's not just about physical strength. It's about determination to keep moving forward, one step at a time. It's incredible to see the runners reach the summit. It's inspiring. It's more than conquering the mountain. It's conquering themselves. Keep climbing. You've got this. Morning runs are not just about keeping the run streak alive. In fact, none of my runs are, but soaking in every step of the journey. No matter where I am in the world, getting those miles in is like hitting a reset button. It's how I connect to a new place and my own curiosity.
Hi, Lucia.
Hi, Hela. How are you?
How are you doing?
This morning, we meet back up with Lucia to tap into the curiosity as she takes us for a hike and discusses the natural history of this valley.
So what do we have planned for today?
Today we are going to go up a little bit on the mountain. We're going to see a lake and really good views and nature.
Yes.
I'm planning to take you to La Bassa Dules and then a small hike to La Pleta de Sagnet.
Okay. Can't wait to see it.
Yeah.
All right, let's do it.
That's it.
All right, let's go.
Lucia isn't just volunteering at the Val d'Aran by UTMB. She's also a geographer with deep roots in this valley. Her knowledge of the environment comes from a true love for the land, having grown up here and witnessed firsthand the impact that humans can have on this landscape. So do you come here often?
Yeah. On the afternoon, when it's calm, the sun is going down. It's just beautiful to see the trouts jumping off the water, the dragonflies flying.
Is there any bears?
Yeah, we have bears.
Okay, that makes sense. Because you know what I noticed? The place we're staying, there's a big bear logo. And then when we're entering the town, I saw another plaque with a bear line. So I'm like, is this telling me something?
They almost got extinct like 50 years ago. And 30 years ago, more or less, there was a plan of reintroduction. And we have now, I think, like 80 bears.
So what is our chances of seeing a bear walking here?
It's difficult
Very slim.
because
Okay. I like that
they are shy. They go to narrow valleys, really steep places. But in the springtime, they used to come down to the villages.
After hibernating during the winter. Okay.
So it's easier if you want in the springtime. It's easier to see.
I want to see them from afar, and then let them live peacefully in their land. With my nerves put to rest about seeing a bear, sort of, Lucia and I set out to discover some of the natural treasures this region has to offer.
I'm going to show you a really beautiful place with a grassy plain, and we'll try to spot some special flowers.
Okay.
These plants, we call them gentianes.
Gentiane can be found in European mountains. It's a magical flower that can heal numerous aches, improving digestion and tenacity, among other things.
They are medicinal. The part that you can profit is roots.
The roots?
Yeah. Cows really like them. They eat the whole plant when they find them.
So, can anyone come and just grab this?
No.
No.
And also because the impact on the soil is really important, so it has to be regulated. How much, where, and when you can take them.
Yeah.
Modern medicine also uses the extract of this plant. This one actually here in the Aran Valley. They ask permission to the villages and the local administration to come take the plants, take the roots, and they sell them to the pharmaceuticals so they can profit.
Where I'm from, a lot of healing stuff was done with plants. And they still do till this day.
Oh, yeah.
So it's really cool to see that. Realizing the importance of the natural resources of this land, I wonder what were Lucia's views on racing in nature here.
This, over the years, has improved. Yesterday, when I went down to the Salana, I think I only picked 4 or 5 pieces of plastic.
There's a lot of runners.
Yeah.
To see that's amazing. And I think it's important to talk about this because we can enjoy it, but we just have to be mindful of what we do to it.
Carefully.
Yes, and people need to hear that. We're not saying we can't go out and enjoy nature and run. We want people to be outdoors, but when we do it, we got to be mindful because without nature, there's none of us.
Exactly.
Yes. Lucia has reinforced the important role that we play in protecting these natural resources, to limit our impact on the environment, to cherish the living, both large and small, and to respect the people that live and thrive in these landscapes. We are all connected through our shared experiences, the landscape, and in this moment, this little valley of Val d'Aran, Spain. Before closing out this amazing adventure at Val d'Aran by UTMB, I headed over to the start line to catch up with my good friend David. I can feel the crisp mountain air as he gets ready to set out on the CDH 100K race. A journey that will be full of challenges, camaraderie, and beauty along the way. So this is your friend?
This is my friend. I'm his trainer.
Oh, your trainer? So are you guys gonna stay together as a team?
Yes, but on the finish line, I'm gonna sprint him.
Yeah, you said, bye, leave you alone.
He's telling me that
it's gonna be a foot race at the end.
Yes.
So it's a strategy.
20 hours of race.
Yeah.
But the last half a minute.
I'll see you later.
See you in 20 seconds.
Yeah, I like that. So trust the training, trust your coaches.
And trust the weather.
And trust the weather, yeah. All right, big group hug, guys. Okay. Let's do this.
Thank you, mate.
All right, good luck. Yes.
Bye. Take care. Bye. And they're off.
Go! Come on, David!
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
I'm so hot, I ain't coming down.
All right, team, we're back live with the beautiful finish line of Puerto de la Cruz. And we have our first guest. There she is. Can you hear us?
Hi, yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear
Yes,
you.
we can. Welcome, Fiona. We have Fiona Pascal, who was the winner of the Chianti race last weekend. And you also have a number of impressive wins in your background as well. You won the Wildstrubel race last year, and you also won the Mozart 100 by UTMB last year. So we are delighted to have you on as our guest today to talk a little bit about what you experienced last race, and then maybe we can just chat through what you think the runners might be feeling going into the races today. So welcome.
Thanks very much. I'm excited to be here.
Now, Martin was commentating on your Chianti race, so he knows a lot better what you were going through, but I was following along just the ins and outs of the race. It was quite a muddy course, and I think you kind of surged into the lead later on in the race. Is that right? Do you want to just talk us through what that race felt like for you?
Yeah, I think surge is probably the wrong word, to be honest. I inched my way very slowly into the lead. Yeah, I think it was quite a fast start, and that's not really my vibe. So I was in fifth, I think, at the first aid station at 37 kilometers. And I think the fact that it was rainy and far more technical than I think anyone had expected probably played in my favor. It was very similar in the end. It was very similar to where I live in winter because it was super wet and rainy and slippery. So yeah, it all kind of worked out quite well for me. I again very, very slowly managed to creep up on people, I think, and again really, really slowly inched away. I think when I overtook Azara, who was in third, she stayed with me for about 5-10 kilometers, and then the same with Johanna, who came second. So it was tight all the way to the end. It was exciting, pretty much all the way to the end, and I definitely felt the pressure. As soon as I overtook and was in the lead, then I really felt like I was being chased.
Yeah, it's interesting that you talk about the conditions because certainly kind of wet and a bit cold is definitely UK territory. And we were chatting earlier on in the commentary just how there are some people who like to be chased and some people who prefer to be the chasers. So it sounds like you prefer to be the hunter, kind of picking people off as they go.
Yeah, I mean, it depends. I've been in a race where I've been the hunter and I've not caught anyone, and that's really rubbish. When you keep being told that someone's just 2 minutes ahead of you and you just never see them, it's really disheartening. So it's really fun being the hunter when you're actually, doing some hunting. But I think at the same time, I don't really like being chased, but I think it's kind of potentially more motivating when you're in the lead and you've kind of got something to lose and you're looking behind you. I think you really feel that pressure and you keep pushing in a way that perhaps you wouldn't if you were chasing.
Yeah, that's a good point. Now, were you expecting to get the win? Were you going in, hoping to get to the top, or was it a surprise for you?
Yeah, I was hoping to. I knew that. I think on paper I should have come third, so I knew that podium was, a possibility. But then I was also aware. I think there was probably 8 women who I think could have won. It was a really deep field. But yeah, I mean, the aim was to go out and compete for sure. I wasn't aiming for the win, I guess, necessarily, but it's always in the back of my mind with a race like that. It's always in the back of my mind that I don't want to just come second. I always kind of want to win.
Well, I mean, congratulations. That was just a fantastic effort. We've got quite a few questions for you in the chat coming in, which is great, but I'm going to pass it over to you, Martin.
I have one, selfishly, I'm going to start with mine, and then we're going to finish with a few of the questions in the chat, because I've been told, and you can confirm whether this is right or not, but before the race, you had no desire to pick up the golden ticket should you get one. And as far as I know, you haven't said yes or no to the one you got.
Yeah, I thought this might come up. Yeah, I
Good, you're prepared.
I'm not particularly prepared, actually. Yeah, I wasn't going for the golden ticket. I entered the race because it was a golden ticket race, and I wanted to compete with a strong field, and I knew it was going to be the strongest field at this time of year. But I didn't really think about the idea of actually going to Western States. So the whole way through the race and after the race, I was 100% sure I wasn't going to take it. I wanted to win one, but I knew in my head that I wasn't going to take it, mainly because I didn't think I could afford to get out to America. And if I go to Western States, I don't want to kind of, go out a few days before and just do the race. I think, again, going back to that lovely British weather, I would need to go out there and acclimatize to the heat and ideally the altitude. So I'd have to spend a decent amount of time out there. And I didn't think it was going to be an option this year. So then after the race, I'm starting to get a feeling that it might be an option. I might be able to get some support, but I still don't know. So I'm probably going to be waiting until the last minute to see if I can get out there. But I think I've changed my mind about every 4 hours since Saturday. Currently, I think if I can make it work, then I will go.
Well, that's a call out to any sponsors out there, anyone who wants to help out Fiona. It would be fantastic to see what you do. And for those of you who aren't aware, getting the golden ticket means that you get a spot in the famous Western States 100 race in the U.S., which is incredibly hard to get into through the lottery. So congrats to you again. But yeah, if anyone wants to put their head above the fray and step up and help Fiona make her dream come true, I'm going to make that shout out for you, Fiona.
Thank you.
So maybe, Martin, did you want to continue? Yeah.
Yeah, I will continue with my questions because there's still things I am very curious. I got to meet your sister, and after her amazing performance at Western States, actually. And so I was wondering, obviously, I'm sure you two talk a lot about those kind of things. And I was wondering if you could share with us, like, possibly the best advice she would have shared with you when it comes to running or, like, in general.
And maybe just before you jump into that, for those who aren't aware, Fiona's sister is Beth Pascal, who is also an incredible runner and who has won Western States before. I think it was 2021. Is that right, Fiona?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Go for it.
Yeah, I mean, Beth did Western States perfectly. She went for the first time and she got the top 10. So then she went back with experience and won it. And that's just she just absolutely nailed that race. I've spoken to her about whether or not to take the ticket. I think if I take it, then there'll be a lot more conversations on how to race and how to how to train out there and everything. She's taught me a lot about running in general, I guess. She's taught me about being patient. She's a really patient runner as well. She's always been able to run her own race. So I think that's probably the biggest takeaway, that it's always so tempting to go out really hard just because everyone else is. And yeah, I think she's been so good at just running her own race. I think even at Western, when she was in the lead the whole time, she wasn't in the lead because she was trying to get out in front. She was just comfortable where she was. So I think that's the biggest lesson from her.
Do you think she would crew for you?
Nah. Well, she has a 1-year-old child and she's just gone back to work. So I think there are probably people more local that would be able to help.
Fair enough.
She'd be a great crew, though.
And maybe jumping into some of the other questions. I know, Martin, you're going to have more, but let me just get in.
No, that was it.
Get in
that
some
was
from
it.
the chat. I mentioned that you won the Wildstrubel race last year. We've got a question in the chat. Someone is asking, Jamie Gregory is asking, do you have any advice for first-time runners doing the Wildstrubel 110 race?
Yeah, well, I think that actually probably next year will be a very different race to this year because of the weather conditions. As you know, it was changed and it was more like an 80K. But I think Wildstrubel is such a cool race. So to start with, well played for entering that race. It's so awesome. I think probably be prepared for everything because September in the Alps, as we showed last year, it can be snowy, and cold, or it can be full summer still. So I think probably don't, just because it's September, don't slack on the heat training. Probably keeping the heat training up is a good idea. With it being September, that's fairly easily done. And there's altitude as well. I think that it's easy to forget how much altitude there is in that race. It goes up and down quite a lot, but again, I think working on altitude. There is also some really technical stuff there, so I think be patient with the first few descents because the last few will kick you in the ass if you don't.
Yeah, you're right. September in the Alps is really unpredictable, and you guys were running through snow and just conditions you really weren't expecting with quite a lot of course changes. So be prepared for what you might not be prepared for, I guess is the name of the game, because who knows what we'll get this September. Yeah, exactly. We also have a question. Do you drink pure water during the race, or are your liquids mixed with carbs? And then you're getting some congrats and some shouts out in the chat as well. So what do you do nutrition-wise when you race?
Okay, well, thank you for the congrats. I don't drink pure water unless I am having issues. So I'll always have pure water at my manned aid stations ready to go. But generally I don't drink it, and I always have carbohydrate. So it's not just electrolyte either. It's always carbohydrate. I go for not the really strong stuff, unless there's a really long way between aid stations, in which case I'll sometimes have maybe 80, 90 grams in my drink. Most of the time I'll have maybe 30 to 40 grams of carbs in my drink, just because I think it's a little bit easier to absorb. And it works for me alongside gels. But yeah, it seems like plain water is a waste of weight, because you have to be taking the carbs anyway, so you might as well double up.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's interesting in the kind of chat, in the discussion amongst coaches and sports nutritionists and such. I think there's a feeling that a lot of the gains and the faster times that we've been seeing over the last few years is really because athletes are fueling a lot more than they used to. I mean, this kind of high carb intake and training our bodies to take in a lot more fuel than maybe in the past. It seems to be the latest fad that is pushing things along. Have you changed your strategy over the last few years?
I would say not kind of on purpose, actually. I thought I was doing 120 an hour for quite a long time, from sort of 2021, but I was using Spring Energy. So I think it's actually using more like 0.2. But that kind of, I didn't really see that as so much of a negative, because my energy levels weren't dropping at that point. So rather than thinking, right, okay, I need to be taking even more, I was thinking, and I actually tried in training to go up to 120, real 120, and it didn't feel very comfortable. So I thought, actually, what like 80 is working. So now I'm on around kind of 70 to 90 through races. And I think you can do anything for 6 hours. I think after 6 hours, there can be some issues with the very high carb fueling. And it's personal as well, right? I think for me, 80 to 90 seems to work, or 70 to 90 seems to work.
I wanna give you kudos to that, because you thought you were doing 120 grams, but you didn't let yourself be influenced by numbers, and you knew that was right for you. And then when you realized it was only 80, it's like, well, hell, it's just a number. But you had figured out in training what was right for you, that you can then apply in racing. And I feel like this is the way to go. And I remember like the big roar when Spring Energy was like, yeah, this is not enough, this is unacceptable, and that. It's like, if you're a competitive athlete, pro athlete, you would have figured your shit out in training no matter what. And if you feel like this wasn't enough, you just play it. So I really like hearing that from you, that 120 was a number, but you had figured out that this is what was working for you, and I appreciate that. And then the second thing I want to say is that if you take that golden ticket, you will find a lot of use for clear water, and if not drink it, this is going to be too poor for yourself, because like cooling down with water with carbs in it is not going to be great.
Yeah, that's gross. We don't want to be doing that.
That's sticky. That's sticky.
I think Stakes is going to be a totally different kettle of fish. I've not raced in sustained heat like that ever before, so that would be, if it comes to that, then I'm going to have a lot of learning to do while I'm out there.
I mean, the thing that I love about the aid stations in the U.S. versus over on this side of the pond is just the variety of things that you can get, and it's hard not to get too excited. So I'm certainly not one to give you advice, but I remember when I ran Western States, I drank pickle juice, drank a Coke, ate a bunch of M&Ms and a bunch of potato chips, and then had a quesadilla, and you can all imagine how that would have turned out. So maybe the simplicity of European aid stations, meat, cheese, and soup might work better. But I have a question for you in terms of what types of terrain you like to race, because you did really well at Chianti, which approximates kind of the UK in winter. Is that the type of terrain that you like? What more, what you're able to train on, or do you prefer mountainous? Do you prefer dry? What's your specialty?
I'm still trying to figure that out. I think I prefer racing in the mountains, and technical suits me. But I've kind of been working on my speed for the last few years, so I'm starting to get a little bit faster. So I mean, we'll see. It's probably the thing that scares me the most about the idea of doing states is how runnable it is and how fast it is. Because yeah, historically I've been doing better in the more technical stuff. But yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. I remember actually speaking with Andrea Huser, who, as some of you will know, is an amazing Swiss runner who unfortunately died a few years ago while running out in the mountains. And she was an incredible technical mountain athlete. And I remember talking to her before she ran Western States, and she just said, I don't know what I'm going to do. It's a running race because it is net downhill and it's fast. And so for people who are used to kind of racing over on the European side, it hits you in the face. But I'm going to be keeping my fingers crossed that you will show up on the start line, because I think it'll be really interesting to see what you can do out there and to soak up the atmosphere. It's just so incredible that you were able to get that golden ticket. So you've got a bunch of people cheering for you online as well.
Thank you. That's really kind.
Now, let's talk a little bit about today. We were speaking about how these early season races are quite difficult for people, especially coming from cooler climates or, coming from Europe where they might not have been able to get a lot of hill training in because they're snowed out, or they might not be able to get a lot of elevation. And the races in Tenerife, the 100-mile race goes up to, 3,555 meters, which is going to be incredibly difficult for some, and for others it's just a change in climate coming down to these more higher temperatures. What goes into your head when you're going into an early season race, and what do you think the runners out there who are already out there on the course are thinking?
Yeah, it's a real challenge, and it's such an interesting course in general, the Tenerife, because like you say, it goes up really high, but then it also comes all the way down to sea level, and it's hot, and there's some really technical sections as well, and these massive descents. So it's a really fascinating race to watch, especially the 110, where you basically go uphill for 60 kilometers and then downhill for 50. So it's crazy. I think the preparation techniques are a little bit more. A little bit easier to do now. There's science around the benefits of heat training, sauna training, things like that. So there's things that you can do. But yeah, it's definitely a shock to the system, especially for us Northern Hemisphere folk. I think some people would be going out there a little bit early, and I think even 2 weeks of just spending time in the heat would be really useful. But then I would be doing sauna training. So I would do like the exercise, easy run session, and then hop straight in the sauna for half an hour. And that makes a big difference. And that helps with the altitude, of course, as well. I think that the folk who are acclimatized for altitude are going to be doing a lot better, because in the 73K, you're I think you were talking about it earlier, you're up at 2,000 plus meters for a really long time, and from the start as well. So then that's going to affect when they come down to the sort of sea level and down lower. They're either going to have been able to absorb food, in which case they're going to be really well set for that last horrendous looking climb, or they're going to have struggled with the altitude and struggled with nutrition, and then that climb is going to be really brutal. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some chaos on that last climb.
Yeah, I think we're all going to be watching that with great interest. Is there anyone in particular that you're following or that you're cheering on in today's races?
I think it's a really fascinating race. It's always interesting to see people who haven't had that much kind of glory. So it's awesome seeing Emily. I think she's such an incredible athlete, and I think she's got an amazing kick towards the end of her race. So I think that's going to be really interesting. The fact that she's in second at the moment is so exciting. So Anna, I didn't really know much about her, but she's running an absolute blinder at the moment. So I think I'm really intrigued by that female field in the 73K. I think it's going to be a really exciting end.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the men's race is always interesting to watch, but because the women's races, and at least historically in past years, have kind of gone under the radar, I always like watching women who we don't necessarily know come out of the woodwork. So we'll see. I think Emily might have a chance of catching up to Anna, but yeah, stay tuned.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what happens.
Yeah. And in going over to the chat, do we have any more questions? We have a question. Fiona, are you coming to WMTRC? Can someone help me out with what that is?
World champs trail running.
Thank you. I knew someone would know.
Yeah, it's such a long acronym. It's ridiculous. I don't know. I was planning on doing UTMB and not the World Champs. So I don't know. Everything is completely up in the air at the moment. I think there's a trial race in the UK, which I would probably miss if I go to States. So I'm not sure if it would be an option, but it's on the radar. It's a little bit short for me as well. I think 80K isn't really my vibe, but it's always amazing to represent your country. So I'll have to get back to you on that.
Yeah, particularly if you're someone who likes being a hunter rather than the hunted, the longer races, I imagine, would suit you better.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
And on the men's side, anyone interesting popping out at you?
Yeah, well, not anyone in particular, but again, it's a really exciting race because there's no one obvious. Of course, the 110K, Tom is smashing it, and I guess he was probably the bookie's favorite. But yeah, on the men's side, no, I think it's really exciting, and it looks like it's really close still. Baptiste, I know Baptiste. He was with Salomon last year, so I think he's a really exciting one to watch. He did really well in CCC last year, and he comes from a cycling background, so he's from an endurance cycling background, so he's not gonna slow down. So I think he's one to kind of watch out for. I think he might come from behind and cause some damage towards the end.
Amazing. Well, I have run myself out of questions. I will pass it over to you, Martin, because I don't want to dominate the space too much.
That's all good. And I think, I mean, we've been already lucky to have you for quite a while now. So we certainly appreciate you time and coming to have a chat with us and debrief your race and then look ahead in what will unfold for your season. It looks like there's many options available, and it's good to hear also that you're taking the time to make the right decision, whichever it is. That's going to be yours, and that's yours to make. And so I think you're well surrounded as well to make those decisions without external or unnecessary pressure. Hopefully, if you want to go, funding will come because you deserve it. And if you don't, give us a shout like offline. We've got your back. We'll find some deals somehow with Steph. We'll get it done.
We'll find a way. You're just an incredible runner, and we really hope to see you on that start line. And I know you've just recently started some trail retreats as well. So encourage all those who've been asking for advice and wondering about nutrition and shoes and all these kinds of things. Go check out Fiona's trail retreats, because that's a really good opportunity to kind of learn from the best. And maybe you'll be the next winner at the top at Chianti after training around and on the hills in the UK. So go check that out on Fiona's profile.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a really cool, exciting new project that we've got, and we've got really good feedback so far. So yeah, check it out. It's all on my bio on Instagram.
Thanks so much for joining us today, Fiona. It was such a pleasure, and I look forward to following you for the rest of your season.
Thank you. Thanks so much for having me, and I'll be following along today. So well done on your live feed. I think it's so impressive what you two do, talking about this stuff all day. So and yeah, you're amazingly entertaining.
I learned from Martin. I think I'd be lost without him, but all right. Thanks, Fiona, and thanks to everyone in the chat.
Yeah, thank you guys. All right, enjoy the rest of your day. Bye.
What a lovely person and runner. It's been fun to have her. Thank you for your questions in the chat, for your contribution. And I want to jump straight back into the 73K race that we've seen Angers run. Since the aid station, he has not walked a single step on that climb, and this is mind-blowing. You can see here on your screen 27% climb, and he's still running. It's next level ridiculous at this point. You can see it here on the 3D map, which is really a good representation. It is color coded, so the green is flattish, yellow is a bit steeper, orange is 20%, and that purple is more than 30%. And so you see he is in the section right now that's going to be one of the steepest section of this entire climb. And so I'm hoping, if he's human, that he's going to start power hiking, because otherwise I think this is going to be the race over for us in the 73K, and he will 100% not to be seen by anyone ever again until the finish line, because the way he's climbing right now, I don't see anyone else matching that speed on that climb.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is that wall that we were speaking about earlier, which I think is 600 meters over 2K.
I think you're right.
So quite a steep climb near the end of the race. That'll just hit you in the face. But he is tackling it like a champ. We have some news on some more dropouts, unfortunately. Antoine Terret, who was up near the top at the beginning, the young gun, who you called it, Martin, who you said tends to go out a bit quick, apparently has dropped out of the 100K race, unfortunately.
That's often a hit or miss. He goes out fast, he goes out hard. He did the same at CCC last year, and that's a bit of a bold, aggressive start, which you pay for eventually. But we still have plenty of talent left in that race, and Miguel Heras has moved into second place, and he's actually only 10 minutes back from Angers, which, like, knowing Angers' VTEC level, Miguel is still in the mix, and he's phenomenal, and he's actually expected at the next aid station 9 minutes back. No, it's actually back to 10. So yeah, like matching basically the same pace as Angers is doing on that climb. And then Thomas Geiser has moved to third place and hasn't gone through the Bays del Asomadero, which is the aid station where we caught a glimpse of Angers VTEC as we were talking with Fiona.
We should be coming through any moment now if we've got the tracking correct. It looks like he might not be actually too far behind Miguel, but we'll have exact details on that as soon as he hits the checkpoint.
Yeah, and then Joaquin Lopez, also like a very solid runner that we are used to seeing in the top spot, is sitting in fourth position, and they are within the same second with Baptiste Petitjean that Fiona was talking about, that cyclist that should close pretty strong. And so they are only 6 minutes of Tobias Geiser, who's in third. So anything can happen.
And you know, Joaquin Lopez, who's from Ecuador, he said going into this race, I'm looking forward to things getting serious. So I thought that was a pretty cool quote.
He's in the midst of it now.
Yeah. And again, this is the President Zelensky lookalike, according to what I see. And we've got some images there of Emily Howgood. So things haven't switched up yet on the women's side. We still have Anna Tarasova in first with Emily Howgood in second. Then our Icelandic runner, let me get her name correct. Help me out here. Thank you. In third. If I don't have it written down in front of me, I lose it.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah.
And so here we go.
We were
have
wondering.
Miguel Heras here, also charging up that hill.
That's quite a switch from that wide, non-technical descent to this more technical straight uphill. When the legs are tired, to make that switch, you really have had to have trained properly for that.
Yeah, and this is also like a solid day in the office for cam runners, because obviously this is too technical and too steep to be on the mountain bike, and so they have to basically match the pace of these gentlemen up that hill, and it really seems relentless. So, but I guess they know what they're in for.
They are just over 4.5 hours into the race, into the 73K race. Switching over to the 47K race. That started just over 2 hours ago. The race leaders on that side, on the women's side, are Inés Estran, Julia Fon Gomez, and Sheila Aviles Castano, all from Spain. And then on the men's side, we still have Roberto De Lorenzi from Switzerland in first. Aditz Ejia Caceres. Did I get it? From Spain in second. No.
But it's fascinating, man. I mean, when you know what Aritz has done, so many years of sky running, but then he had a crack at longer distances, especially at UTMB and CCC. And then the fact that he's coming here, he's in the category 40 to 44 years old, and he's still within a minute of Roberto De Lorenzi. At this point, like, hats off to Aritz. Like, he's an absolute legend. And then another young gun in third place, Joel De Paz from Spain, Team Welter Project, also really, really strong. You were talking about, like, always a safe bet, Lorenzo Beltrami, currently sitting in fourth place and only 20 seconds back from Joel De Paz. And I was telling you about him from Poland. Marcin Kubica is also moving up, and he's a minute back from fourth place. So there's still a lot that can go, a lot of changes that can happen, especially Marcin is a very strong downhill runner. So that could play. There's going to be a lot. There's going to be a lot going on in that 47K in both the men's and the women's. So exciting. Hopefully we get images of that.
Yeah. And we just had Fiona Pascal, the winner of Chianti last weekend, on as our guest. And we have Tony McCann coming up at 11:30 local time, so in about 50 minutes. So keep popping those questions in the chat if there's something that you want us to ask her. She will be running in the 20K event this afternoon. So very thankful that she is willing to come on and chat with us before she heads out to the race start.
And here you get a bit of a slow-mo replay of Miguel Heras on that climb. And last year was in the clouds. It was wet, And as soon as they started going downhill on what seems like a bit of a ridge, but it's still in the trees, it was extremely slippery, and they were also catching up with the 20K runners. And so they were having to dodge all the runners on what was already a narrow single track. Plus, it was slippery with like a decent layer of mud. So that was very entertaining for us, challenging for all the runners. So it's going to be very different this year in the sense that the weather is beautiful, the sun is shining, and the ground is definitely dry. Here on your screen, you get a split screen between Andrzej Witek in first and Miguel Heras in second, and there's 9 minutes between the two gentlemen. And so it means that Miguel Heras is moving just as fast as Andrzej Witek on that climb, which again is hard to fathom. That man is just so resourceful. He just never looks fatigued.
And I got to give a shout out to the camera people. Not only are they doing this climb with them, but they are filming backwards. They're filming behind them because they were getting shots from out in front of the runners. And that is not easy to do because the ground never looks as steep as it actually is in real life. So yeah, we can see Andrzej finally slowing down to a hike rather than running as,
as
the terrain gets steeper. He's human. Thank you. Just over 15 kilometers to go till the end, and just under a kilometer lead. So, it looks like something will have to really kind of fall off for him not to be able to secure that win. Miguel is close, but I don't think he will be able to catch up to Andrzej before the end.
I mean, as you said, anything can happen. However, if things run smoothly, even if Miguel puts on a massive surge and actually reels in NJ, by the time they get to the coastline, that section on the flat, I still believe that NJ has faster wheels on the flat, and he will be possibly able to respond and pull away again from Miguel. So it definitely looks good for Andrzej Witek for the win on that 73K. But again, nothing is done until it's done. And if anything, it is still relevant for Miguel to give everything he's got, because behind him there's still a fair amount of hungry people wanting to have a crack at this podium and top two. And so
look at that. It's 33. Sorry to interrupt, but I just had to call out that stat. It's 33% incline at this point. That is no joke. Wow.
Yeah, the camera doesn't really do it justice, and especially when Miguel is still running it, it looks like a bit of a gentle climb. But no, it is a proper wall. You see behind it's an actual cliff, and he's still moving.
That's incredibly impressive. There's certainly a lot of support in the live chat and predictions for Andrzej to win this event. But Miguel is not letting up.
No, and I guess the fan club of Miguel Heras is out on the Spanish chat, so they won't be here rooting for him. But I am 100% certain that they are out there making a whole lot of noise, like every Spanish person does. So, yeah, 100% well supported Miguel, no doubt about it.
Is Andrzej checking his watch, I'm sure, wondering when he is about to finish this climb.
And again, it probably shows as well that he's done what we were talking about earlier. You put your GPX file into your watch, and now it's incredible what those little devices can do. Like, it tells you how much distance you have left, or how much elevation you still have to climb until you start descending. The amount of data you have is quite impressive, and if you know how to make the best of it, it is an advantage. Like, it is something you should leverage to become gain that extra percent. Because when you know you have another 100 meter left to climb before you start dropping down, you can go and borderline red zone for a bit, because then you know you're going to be downhill, you're going to be recovering, so you can have this extra push and optimize your effort if you know for sure where you're at on the course and how much climbing you have. So it definitely will influence your racing style if you're able to again to make good use of this data.
We've just got an update from the 110K race. Pablo Villa, who we had reported earlier, had somehow gotten lost. He'd gotten off track. He's back on the course, but he did get lost somehow. So that has caused a drop for him in the rankings. Quite a significant one.
Yeah, a bit of a shame, because now he's down to... Yeah. Oh, wow, he's not even in the top 10 anymore. So
I know, I'm looking for him.
broke his spirits
12th.
a little bit.
Yeah,
12th.
He's down to 12th, just behind Sange Sherpa. Yep. Sange raced this race last year. He said it was one of his favorites, so was pretty excited to come back. He's currently now in 11th. We still have Tom Evans in first. I should be getting some updates from the checkpoint on Tom at the next one. Got a connection to some people who are out there. With Manuel Alexi Martin Lorenzo in second and Matthew Healy in third.
Yeah, and so because there were all these runners between Tom and Manuel, the gap, and those Pablo Villa got lost, Dmitry Michayev, also DNF'd. So all of a sudden there's such a big gap. There's 40 minutes between first and second at the aid station right before that big climb that we're watching at the minute. So these runners have gone through already in the 110. Between Tom, who's in the lead, he's got 40 minutes on second place. So basically, he could moonwalk it home and still take the win. So that would be satisfying.
And then quite a clump of runners behind him. But it's a great start to the year for Tom. I mentioned earlier he won the Arc of Attrition earlier. He's come back hungry into 2025 after a DNF at UTMB last year, which I know will not be sitting well with him. And he is showing up for this year. So I'm expecting big things today and ahead in the coming months.
Yeah.
Anže should be getting to the top of this climb soon.
Yeah, that seems endless.
I suspect. For us, I wonder how it feels for him.
Don't even want to think about it. But yeah, and especially with those steps, it kind of dictates the height of each step you're taking. And as much as they're man-made, they're definitely not even.
Yeah, when you're stuck in the trees there and you can't necessarily see the top of the climb, it can really play mental games with your brain for anyone who has been there themselves in races. You don't have a lot of visual cues, so unless you've got that data on your watch, you're just playing a guessing game.
Or you had the opportunity to rekey that part of the course. Because that's also one of the things that Fiona was talking about, getting to the weather conditions and the altitude of the race you're going to race in. But if you go to this area, then you're going to end up running on the course, checking out a few sections. And so, as you said, you'll then have those visual and mental cues of where you're at and what to expect and what's coming for you. And that is definitely helping on race day. And there you go. Here's a slow-mo of one of our extraordinary runners, Old Smiles.
And we saw earlier in one of the videos that was shown about, what was the first name? Winters, of the runner. She was the first, I think, amputee runner to finish MDS. But I'm just blanking on, was it Anna Winters? No.
Amy Winters.
Amy Winters. I think she has a number of world records and finishes.
Yeah, and that documentary was obviously here at the Tenerife Bluetrail, where she got her qualification to UTMB World Series final in Chamonix. That she participated, but unfortunately she DNF'd. And then we had her as a guest in the live broadcast before that, and she was one of the few runners that could run outcome independent, and basically she was going in for the right reasons, and no matter what was going to happen, she was looking forward to it, and that's pretty cool to watch. Very inspiring.
I've just got some news from the latest checkpoint with Tom Evans, who is well in the lead in the 110K race. He says he is feeling hot but good, even though it's a constant descent, so that's going to be taking a toll on his quads. He's put a cooling headband on and is making a final push. Changed his sunglasses up to lighter ones, so still wearing sunglasses, but lighter ones, so he can pick up the different variations in the trail. So that is a report from the field on Tom Evans, our male leader in the 110K.
Thanks, Steph.
So I don't want to jinx it, but I can say, I feel like it's in the bag for Tom. I feel like it's in the bag.
Yeah, I mean, with a 40-minute blanket, you're pretty safe, I would say. And then talking about the lead and being safe, Andrzej Witek got to the top of that climb and showed a good sign of satisfaction, threw his fist up in the air. Yes, I am done with this. Let's roll. And actually, it took only a few hundred meters to our cameraman to get dropped, like a bad habit. So Andrzej is on a mission now. And on his way to the finish as well.
On the 50K, the men and the women, it looks like a tight race. Let's jump over to see where things are at there. Oh, yeah. Wow. The top three men have all come in within a minute of each other. The top 5, top 6, top 7, top 8. Whoo! We had 8, the top 8 men in the 50K all coming in within 3 minutes of each other, which is incredible. Let's check the women's side.
Oh, wow. And there's been a bit of a change because our rates at the last check, like last update was in 2nd, and now he's moved back down to 5th.
But they're all within so close to one another.
Yeah. So either he's fading hard, or we had a bit of a glitch in the LiveTrail system. But anyway, what's up with the ladies?
With the ladies, we have Inés Estrán in first, and then a minute behind Julia Font Gomez, and then 2 minutes behind her, Sheila Avilés Castano. So it's quite tight for about the top 5 women, all Spanish women again, on the women's side in the 47K race. So that'll be quite exciting.
Yeah, Inés Estrán is really next level. Like, I've seen her race. I think it was in Val d'Aran, and man, when she throws down, she's super solid. So it's exciting to see.
And this
like,
50K,
she didn't shy away from taking the lead and just pushing, even though like she's against pretty big names like Julia Font, Sheila Avilés, Gemma Arenas, even Mireia Pont.
Yeah.
And she just freaking went for it. So good on her.
And this is really her wheelhouse, the 50K race category. And I think I saw on Instagram that she's here with her sister. So I don't know if her sister is out helping her along, but nice to see family at least out traveling. And how are the twins doing? I want to go back and check on the twins.
Ooh. So it's change a few tabs.
Yeah.
So Enrica De Mateis is still in 4th position. However, it looks like
Oh, I don't see Louisa.
Louisa has she's fallen down on 2nd page.
She's in 12.
page 2 in 12. So
yeah,
she's fallen down a little bit.
And we see Lisa Borzani in 7th. For those Italian fans, they will certainly know Lisa. She is quite a strong runner on particularly mountainous terrain. She's won Tour de Géant before, done quite well at Madeira. So she is now in 7th. So interesting for our Italian followers to see her name up there.
And I'm reading the comments in the chat. Betty greeting our girls, but I'm not too sure who that is. We get people cheering
Comments
for
about
Martine.
how you're here for the women's race. Certainly, indeed. You can see the T-shirt in my background. Here for the women's race.
It's a beautiful background, like well laid out. Congrats.
Yes, I made it myself. Thank you. That is a lie. And camera
What's not
footage of
a
the
lie
women's race,
is-
we will be we will be covering the women's race. We have been following along. It just depends where people are at on the race course, but don't worry, that footage is coming. It is a priority. It is a priority for us.
Oh, and it is at the minute the Quad Blaster descent. Like I think he's gone through most of the steep part, but then it's gonna be a bit of a flat. There's an aid station coming, and then it start dropping down again on if I remember correctly, a few switchbacks. But Anjay seems to have handled that part really well. Looks like he's
He's flying.
Yeah, he's moving super well. So he's finishing maybe his like soft last water, pick up something at the aid station. Is that coming, or was it just a road crossing? I thought there was an aid station there. I might be wrong.
I wonder if he knows how far ahead he is, or if he thinks that
That's a good
Miguel is
question.
hot on his heels. Yeah. From the way that, well, I mean, I can hear the cameraman breathing, but I'm getting this sense that he's not letting up. He's not resting on his laurels, shall we say?
Oh hell no. And so I was wrong. The next aid station where they have actually aid, which then will answer your question. This is where he's going to have an idea of the gap behind him. It's at Tigaya, and that's going to be almost at the bottom of that downhill. At 61K.
Quite a steep section of the downhill here, as you might have seen on the profile that was just put up on the screen.
Yeah, and also like very uneven terrain with some like, I don't want to say cobblestone, but similar to that, except it's volcanic rock. And now he's back onto kind of a dirt track, but it is pretty hard on the foot and tricky. So you have to be really focused there, because if you hit the deck going down at that pace, no bueno.
Oof. No bueno. But I feel like he's just as proficient on this more technical downhill as he was on the wide track.
He is an amazing runner downhill. I was blown away. Again, I want to bring back like Istria by UTMB a couple of years back, if not 3 years. I can't remember, but he was together with Stian, and they were both like really pushing the pace. And he was in his road carbon shoes on trails, and he wasn't bothered. He was pushing the pace, and he was actually taking the lead on the downhills So he's definitely one of the runners who's comfortable on any terrain and able to perform really, really well. So it's quite insane to think now that he's so far down that downhill, and Miguel is still climbing. So, earlier we had the time difference, which was down to around 9 minutes, and it was 700 meters. Now, if we do this again, this is going to be over a K, like well over a K, because of the nature of the terrain and because Anže has been running so fast now since his.
I think it just showed 2.2. 2.2K
wow,
apart.
Yeah, okay, I was way off.
Yeah. 2.2K apart. And it's, as soon as he hits the downhill, it's just really widening that gap. Wow. What a beautiful day to be racing.
Indeed.
Runners today are greeted with brilliant sun, some wind up near the top, and running through UNESCO World Heritage Site in the park.
So you guys were asking in the chat if we could see, if we could have images of Tom. We're going to switch to Tom quite shortly to have the back end of his race and see how he's doing with such a big lead, and that should come very shortly. Then we'll be back with the 100K race, and then in about an hour and a half, an hour 20, we'll have a close look at the 50K for again the back end of their race, and then we'll be finishing the day with the 100K race. So that just gives you a bit of an idea of what's coming up next. Whoa! That was a close call here. I think there was a bit of a rubber ankle. Luckily, he doesn't seem to be affected at all, but yeah, it shows how tricky that trail can be. And especially the more you go downhill, it means that the more you've been pounding the ground and the more your quads are shot. And so the harder it gets to run downhill. Man, it's incredible. He's almost going to be at the bottom of the hill while Miguel is still getting to the summit. That's crazy. "12 kilometers to the finish
to go." Oh.
So that's going to be a sub 6 hour finish for Anže.
Wow.
I hope not too many people are listening and understand French, because in a very nice way, like our cam runner was like, who gave the relay to now a mountain biker, say, "Oh, what a mofo," because he really gave him a run for his money.
Now I'm just going to check to see what the winning time was last year, because that would be interesting to see. Let me check. All right, the winning time last year for the 73K race was 6 hours and 45 minutes.
What?
Well,
then that's going to be absolutely obliterated. And not surprisingly, though, because, I mean, seeing Like Andre pulling an absolute masterclass on this race. Look at this pace he's running at right now. It's insane. Like he clearly still is in control, isn't fading away at all. He's looking away in the distance. He knows exactly like his bearing and where that finish line is located. He's gonna keep going all the way down to the ocean and then alongside the coast. Wow.
And it's the same course as last year, correct?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Wow. That is incredible. What was the winning time for the women? Nope.
Just 100-meter more, I think, in elevation gain.
The winning time in the 73K, the winning time in the 73K race last year for the women was 7:29. Nope. Yeah, 7:29.
7:29.
And Gemma, I didn't realize that. Gemma Arenas Alcazar was second last year.
Oh, so she dropped down in distance.
Yep.
Yeah. And you were saying the men's course record last year? 6:40?
6:45.
45.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, he's going to be well under 6 hours. So I'm going to try and find out if this is truly the same course. But if it is, whew, it's going to be a serious dent in the course record.
Yeah.
There we go. We do transition. You can see the color coding here in red. We are on the 100-mile category, the 110-kilometer, with our main leader representing Team ASICS, coming from the UK, the one and only Tom Evans, in a distance with this beautiful drone shot over the cliffs. And that was it. I hope you got that that image because we're back on the 100K. Yeah. No, we had been warned that this was coming, so we're happy to see that we have eyes on Tom Evans, and we're gonna see what's happening with the back end of his race. And yeah, this is why they take world-class mountain bikers to do the coverage, because you could see not only how steep it is, but also like the tight switchbacks, and they're handling it very well. And we're back. We are back with Tom Evans. Basically, we haven't seen him all day, but we've been following what he was doing, and slowly but surely, he pulled away from the rest of the field. Dimitri Mateyev, who for a while was in second place, eventually fell back in fifth and then DNF'd for a reason that we don't quite know. And then Pablo Villa, who was in third, apparently took a wrong turn somewhere and got lost, and then had fallen back into 12th place, which gave Tom a lot of room to breathe. He is currently around 40 minutes ahead of second place. And as you can see on your screen, just over 5Ks to the finish. And for someone who's run 115K, he's looking pretty good.
He is indeed. And just looking at the times for this race for last year, the winner, Manuel Anguita, came in at 12 hours, 54 minutes. We're at 12 hours and 9 minutes with 5K to go. So I think he will be faster than last year's winner.
That would sound about right, especially. I mean, I don't think he's going to PR on his 5K. But he actually has like a pretty solid. He's got a sub 14 on 5K, and and 103, like 63 for half. So the man has wheels.
Yep. And there we can see he was wearing that cooling headband that we gotten some intel from the Sun God crew on the ground at the last checkpoint, and sporting those lighter shades.
Oh yeah, Team Sun God is in the house.
Yeah, they are. Will, shout out to Will. He's been feeding me some of the goods from on the course.
Good man.
They sponsor Tom Evans and also Courtney DeWalter. I don't think they've got any women on the team in this race today, but I could be wrong.
And also like a pretty solid ultra runner, Stephanie Case. Rings a bell?
I might be with them, yes. We'll see. We'll see how we do. I will be running.
What a team.
Yeah, for those of you who are signed up for Snowdonia, I will see you there. I will be running in the 100K event as my first race back from having a baby.
Exciting times. And and it's good that you openly talk about all this and really emphasize the fact that coming back from pregnancy is a very individual thing to do, and you're extremely happy about how things go with you, but that by no means that should set an example or reference for anybody else.
Oh, absolutely. It's so individual, and you really don't know how you're going to fare when you go through the process of delivering a human. So I think I'm quite lucky, but it's very individual.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit easier for the men to bounce back. But we did see Killian quite tired racing at Chianti last weekend. So it does affect the men, just not in the same way.
Yeah, maybe he's been carrying the baby on the one side all the time, which then put a bit of pressure on his TFL, and then boom, on balance.
There he is checking his watch. We were talking about the data, the data-driven approach that Tom brings to these races. Looking very focused.
Sun God Shades full display. And that cooling headband, which was made famous first by a certain Eliud Kipchoge. Who was running with it. I mean, this is just me, because I think this is the first time I actually saw it. Then it was at Ironman World Champs that we saw runners using this technology. And basically, those are little cells that are on your forehead, and I'm not sure if this is actually cooling down your body, or this is bringing cooler temperature here in areas of your body like basically those are cell receptors that will tell your brain, nah, it's cool, you're not overheating, so you can actually push through that heat. And then I saw you smile, and I want you to talk about it. What just happened with Tom Evans? That was great.
Yeah, that was quite a nice moment. You could see Tom Evans run up to one of our extraordinary runners who was running with a prosthetic leg, and they kind of stopped and had a bit of a moment there. So really really nice to see that exchange. I always love to see the exchanges between runners who are at the top, who are at the back, who are in different races, greet each other along the trail. It's really so motivating, I think, for both the top athletes and the extraordinary runners who are further down in the pack to be able to see each other on the course.
Yeah, isn't
And
our
in
sport
15
beautiful?
minutes, it is. It is. I mean, I love commentating on these races, but it just makes me want to get back out there. And I'm sure many of the viewers are feeling the same. Now, in 15 minutes, we have, as a reminder, we have Tony McCann coming on the live coverage onto the chat. Really excited to chat with her before she races in the 20K race tonight to pick up that stone.
Ooh, so yeah, again, let us know in the chat if you have questions for Tony. We'll be sure to relay them. We'll selfishly ask a lot of questions myself. But I promise I'll pick one or two from you guys. So go wild, ask your questions. It's going to be cool to have Tony on the chat. And yeah, she'll be also one of the commentators in the UTMB World Series this year. So it's good to see a variety of
being left. We're being left to our own devices, and the two of us are going to be commenting together as a pair. So let's see what happens when we don't have an old vet like you guiding us along. It's going to be chaos. So I encourage everyone to tune in, because I'm sure it'll be replete with mistakes and jokes and trying to figure things out as we go along.
Damn! Did you just call me an old vet? That's like double pain.
I did.
Oh, that hurt.
Behind the microphone, Martin. Still a young gun on the trails. How about that?
All right.
I hear a little bit of creaking in your voice.
You know, kids in my days. Shit, somebody who's not looking older is dumb. Like the way he's going down after like so many Ks and basically 6,000 meters of descent, because it was a start at the ocean and the finish at the ocean. So whatever you climb, you descend, and he's still moving super well. Like he could be easing down and you know, having like 40 minutes lead, and he could just be jogging it in, but no, he's pushing it.
I am expecting a strong, classic military salute at the finish, which he tends to like to do.
Oh, and yeah, are we gonna have
a good race?
Shoey? A real shoey, a fake shoey, or no shoey? Ladies and gentlemen,
I think you need to explain.
This should actually be a poll in the chat. So in the studio, if you're listening, we want to put together a poll, and will Tom Evans do a real shoey, a fake shoey, or a no shoey? And that is, ladies and gentlemen, a reference to his win at Arc of Attrition. And if you don't know the story, I think you should check him out on Instagram and
Google
and
it.
Yes, all the videos are there. And man, somebody who's not stopping and not slowing down, Miguel Heras, ladies and gentlemen, still in second place in the 73 Ks. And look at that. Looks like a spring chicken.
I am delighted to see him up at the top. He is really showing those young guns how it is done. And again, that's what's cool about this sport, is that you do see some of the younger, fresher runners come in with lots of energy. But every once in a while, you know, it takes someone with a few more miles on their legs to be able to get the job done. So the sport is open and competitive to everyone from down in their 20s up to over 50 and beyond. I'm counting on that anyway.
Yes, aren't we all?
Hi, there's a question in the chat. Are there any elite runners with prescription lenses? Do they wear contacts? That's a good question. I can't think off the top of my head, but the great thing about a lot of these, or some of these brands, is that you can get the really technical sunglass wear with prescriptions made.
Well, now think about it.
Yep.
Doesn't Courtney has contact lenses? And that's why
Courtney,
she's
I know,
putting, like,
often
these,
has
eye
problems.
drops?
Yeah. Yeah, she often has problems with her eyes where she's actually gone kind of functionally blind in some races. So she uses eye drops and makes sure to wear lenses while she's racing. I know in particular for Sun God, which sponsors both Tom Evans and Courtney, they do make prescription lenses as well. But yeah, it's happened to a couple of runners. Fernanda as well, Maciel. She also sometimes goes functionally blind in races. It happened to her in UTMB one year. It was quite a few years back. But it's a strange thing. Yeah.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, Tom Evans has shifted another gear, and he is on a mission. He can smell the barn, and on the asphalt, he is throwing down. Another masterclass. The way he's moving, even if Dimitri Metayev had not DNF'd or Pablo Villa had not gone wrong, it would have been extremely hard to beat this man this year. And this is exciting also for the rest of the season because he's got quite a lot planned. And then split screen on your right hand side, Andrzej Witek from Poland representing Team Asics is leading the 73K. And on the left hand side, Miguel Herrera's Team Joma from Spain is looking down on the coastline where Andrzej Witek is. So the gap between these two gentlemen is now far too great for a position change, at least that's my assumption. But they are both giving everything they have and moving extremely well. So well that even our mountain biker is not keeping up.
On the women's side, in the 73K race event, we don't have... we do have a change in terms of who has come into third. So Anna Tarasova still in first, Emily Hoggood in second, and then we have Beatriz Perón Alvarez from Spain who has come into third, and Elisa Kristen's daughter from Iceland has dropped down to fourth. And then we've got Sandra Sevillano Guerra in fifth. Yep.
And there you go. The gifts are popping in the chat, both for the UK and Poland. We've got two soon-to-be crowned winner here on the island of Tenerife. One, Tom Evans in the 110 kilometer and Andrzej Witek in the 73 kilometers, both having pulled an absolute fantastic day. And we're definitely one step above their competition. Here on your screen,
and as a reminder, as a reminder for everyone, the top three from this 110K race, because it's in the 100-mile category, they get an entry directly into the UTMB finals and the main UTMB 100-mile event in Chamonix at the end of August. I love listening to the sounds of those footsteps. Just so consistent and...
Yeah, I wonder what he's listening to.
Yeah.
Talking about sound. What kind of bangers you'd be putting on as you're getting to the finish line.
Taylor Swift? I'd like to think that. I don't think that that's Tom's bag, but you know, I'm just playing it in my head as he's running. It seems fitting.
Ruth had, when she was in the last kilometers of Tarawera by UTMB, she had Usher. She was pretty pumped.
Nice. Nice. So Tom's got quite a lead in first, and we're seeing the same on the women's side in the 110K race. Estelle Roig-Fortin has quite a big lead, about 35 minutes, 40 minutes lead on second place. Melanie Delassois from Switzerland.
Cool.
And then Linda
Solid.
Bolden from Latvia behind. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and the last piece of information that I got to about Estelle from Jeanne is that apparently she would be how do you say, a psychologist, a shrink. How do you say this in a normal term?
Psychologist, yeah.
Yeah. A psychologist. There you go. I wasn't too confident about this one. Yeah. So she would know a thing or two about the mental game.
Yeah, for sure.
And there we go.
And we know how to cheer on someone from the UK. It's go, go, go. We've learned lots of other languages, but this one we've got down packed. Coming up to the finish line, Tom Evans from Great Britain coming into the finish of the 110K event. Significant lead as the first male, coming off his win at the Arc of Attrition. This is a great start to the year, continuation of the great start to the year for Tom Evans. He's hearing those cheers as he's coming towards the finish line. So there have been slight changes in the course from last year, but nothing drastic. And we're seeing quite faster times. That was in the 73K. I'm not sure if there have been any changes in the 110K. But Tom is still coming in faster than the winner came in last year.
Yeah, I mean, you can see he's like really moving. This is sub 4 minutes per K right now. And yeah, extremely well executed, ladies and gentlemen. Tom Evans is in top shape early this season, and all the lights are green for hopefully a stellar second half of the season. 2 wins so far. He'll be pretty stoked about that.
Just about a kilometer to go. So again, last year, the winner came in 12 hours and 54 minutes, and we are just coming up to 12 and a half hours now. So fantastic race for Tom Evans from the UK. Whoa,
Yeah,
is that
it's gonna be
speed correct?
Whew. Yeah. So that's gonna be like 12:31 for Tom.
I hope he's sticking around on the island to celebrate for a few days. Well-deserved win for him.
Yeah, and it's also like a happy day so far for Team Asics because both Tom and Anjay are representing Team Asics today.
Oh, well done.
Wow, that's a bold move.
Running through the restaurants, nice.
And our mountain biker got stuck.
That was a good spy chase movie scene.
Yeah, you can hope that no camarero will come out with a tray full of glasses.
Exactly. Now you can hear venga, venga, venga.
There you go, people clapping. We're getting close, ladies and gentlemen, from that finish line of the Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB. just under 12.5 hours elapsed since they started 11 p.m. yesterday, last night, local time on the island. And Tom Evans is about to take the win here at this 2025 edition. And we're gonna actually...
And a perfect time for Tony to join. Tony, you're coming to online for us to see Tom Evans win.
You know, I figured I would just hop in while I'm watching him finish through the finish line just outside my window here in Tenerife. So, watching on the screen and out my window. I've got a dual vision and it's pretty sweet.
Oh, fantastic.
And
well, you can see it from both angles.
And it is also pretty sweet because that is an ex-teammate of yours. However, the relationship continues as far as I understand because Tom Evans is your coach. Is that correct?
Yep, that is indeed correct. It's pretty cool to see him lead by example. You know, I think there's a lot of trust that goes into a coaching relationship, and you know, when you're coached by one of the best in the world, you know that he knows what he's talking about. So it's super cool to see him have such a good start to the season. Obviously, we miss him at Terex, but yeah, super happy for him joining ASICS. I think, yeah, this is just the start of a very cool journey for him. So awesome to see his year start so successfully. First at HOKA Patrician, where he had an amazing race, and now here. So very cool, very happy for him.
Well, we're wishing the same for you in the 20K race later today.
20Ks. I'm slightly regretting my decision to not run slightly further. 20Ks is a very
20Ks are painful. They are so painful.
Yeah, no, they're rough. The last time I ran a 20K distance race was probably around 2019, and it was horrific. So, yeah, it's awesome watching Tom here now coming into the finish line. This section's super fast, and it's awesome to see so many people there cheering him on, all the kids giving him high fives. It's a lot of hard work for him to have reached this point, so it's awesome to see him soaking it up like this.
Yeah, he's giving away high fives, but he is not slowing down. Ladies and gentlemen, coming in the last few hundred meters in that race, he is absolutely pushing to the finish, and there will not be any passing like we did see last year, actually, especially in the women's race. There were some very late passing in the last 300 meters, but no, this is not going to happen. He has a very comfortable lead, and yet he's not letting go of the gas pedal. He wants to make a statement. Today, Tom Evans is absolutely crushing, and you know, he was looking after himself as well. Like we could see him about a minute or two ago, he was still drinking. What a demonstration and what a professionalism. He has it nailed, and when he can finish so strong like that, man, it's inspiring.
Yeah, he is not letting up as he cruises to the finish line of the 110K event, 25 minutes ahead of the winner from last year from the 2024 event. And despite his comfortable lead,
finish line.
Yep. Cranking out those last few meters, finally with a smile. He's been so serious the whole way, but he knows it's in the bag. That was brilliant. And they say British men can't dance. He just proved us all wrong. And there's the salute.
Ladies and gentlemen, year 2025 champion in the 110 kilometers at the Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB, Tom Evans. Yeah, he gave it all the way until the end.
And he kept it together, so serious, right into those last few seconds when he finally allowed himself to crack a bit, smile and dance with the local dancers. Great to see for Tom, and another win under his belt early in 2025.
Yeah.
So
going to be a bit of an interview.
Just can't get over when I was running today how many times I sort of thought, oh, this reminds me of this place and this place from all corners of the globe. So Tenerife is my first trip to Tenerife. It's an incredibly special island, amazing people, amazing scenery, and yeah, just had such an amazing journey and adventure today, and yeah, it's been amazing.
Ha sido un recorrido fantástico para él, descubriendo una isla muy bonita, cada rincón de esta maravillosa isla llamada Tenerife. Tom. Tiene que hacerse un momentito.
Lactic taste.
Yeah, so that's Joseph. I actually don't know his surname, but that's Joseph. He's he's the founder of Enduro Data. He's based in Chamonix, and I know that he's been working with Tom a lot in this pre-season, trying to nail down the nutrition and
the night. How do you see the race inside it? I mean, I want you to talk us about what we don't watch during the race.
I think it started pretty relaxed, pretty controlled by everyone. And then when we got to Parador, I pushed a little bit. I prepared quite a lot for altitude, just at home in the UK with an altitude simulator.
Me comenta que la carrera comenzó muy controlada durante los primeros compases y que luego ya la altitud entró en juego. Le están haciendo un control. Danzarines, paramos un momentito, por favor. Estamos entrevistando al ganador. Gracias. You were talking about?
Yeah, so I pushed a little bit from Parador and put a big gap into the group there. And yeah, that was sort of the last bit of company I had during the race, and then I pushed really hard, and at the end it got hot and it got hard, but no, it's just the most stunning island and the most beautiful scenery, and yeah, incredibly lucky to be able to run here.
Me habla mucho del calor que ha pasado, que ha sufrido durante la carrera, pero vuelve a repetir una y otra vez del recorrido fascinante, del paraje tan bonito que se ha encontrado en la Tenerife Bluetrail. Look at these people receiving you like this, the winner.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible, and just so yeah, you started the journey yesterday evening, and yeah, to be welcomed back home like this is yeah, incredibly special, and I definitely won't forget it.
Volver a casa de esta manera va a ser algo inolvidable para él. El aplauso para el ganador, Tom Evans, del Reino Unido, from UK.
Pretty well composed after running for so long. So
yeah, he looks chilled. He looks like he could carry on for another 60 Ks. Ready for that 100 miles in August for sure.
So we were talking a bit about your race, Tony, this afternoon, the 20K race, and how it might be a bit painful. Do you want to just talk us and some of the listeners through your choice to drop down in distance and how you're feeling about your race coming up?
I was originally signed up for the 73K. It was supposed to be the kind of first A goal of the season to get something longer under my belt, because usually I dabble within the 50K distances, and I figured if I'm going to go back to CCC again this year, I'd like to do something slightly longer before then, just to prepare myself for what that feels like. But yeah, unfortunately, the season hasn't started exactly how I wanted it to, and it hasn't been super smooth sailing only. So yeah, I just figured this early in the season it wasn't the best idea to run so fast so soon when I wasn't 100% ready for it. And I still wanted to be here. I wanted to enjoy the beautiful Tenerife Islands, so I figured 20K would be good enough. And I get to be here on the live feed and enjoy the waves outside. So yeah, super happy to be here, even if it hasn't been exactly where I wanted to be at this time of year. But yeah, it is what it is. I'm going to get my stone. As nervous as I'm going to be.
That's probably smart. We'll continue the chat after the break.
We'll be right back.
You couldn't race in trans.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
So hot, I ain't coming down.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
I want to say that one. And welcome back. We are reporting to you on the Tenerife race by UTMB. And we've got Toni McCann with us, who was just talking us through her decision to drop down from the 73K race to the 20K race at the start of the season. And before we go back to talking about some of the setbacks that you faced, I just wanted to call out some of the nice comments that people are making about you in the chat. We have Shane saying that you are truly an inspiration and you're like the Springboks of trail running, powerful, resilient, and a game changer. I don't know if you can get much higher praise than that. So we are delighted to have you with us.
I'm super happy to be here. And honestly, yeah, representing my country, even if I'm not wearing the South African flag on my chest, it's definitely something that I carry with me. You know, our people are resilient, our people are courageous, and I think I use that to my advantage when I run, because that's how we just are as a country and a community. It's a very special place to have grown up, and I'm very proud to represent them. So thank you, Shane. That means, yeah, higher praise I don't think I could have gotten.
That's awesome. So back to you a little bit, as we have on Vitek in the last few kilometers, we have a bit of time before he comes and crosses the finish line. So talking about you, this is like, again, early season, and we're talking off live that this is a bit of a deja vu with a bit of a setback early in the season. But last time you did that, you did a lot of biking, and that turned out to be a pretty solid build up towards a little event that takes place at the end of August. So where are you at right now, and what is the rest of the season looking like?
Yeah, so like you say, a bit of deja vu. It always seems to be the same. I haven't quite nailed that winter to spring to summer transition, so I think I should just stop planning early season races and only start planning from around June. That seems to be a safe zone for me. But yeah, the rest of the season after this, and hopefully end with the race that I have there. Obviously the results was great last year, but I just never felt like I had achieved what I could at the race, so I want to go and feel better about it. But before that, I've got another little second hometown race. I'm going to do the Maxi race in Annecy, which I'm super excited about. Those are the trails that I train on every day, and yeah, super excited to race in my second home. And then I'll head off to the Italian Dolomites, and I'll do Lavaredo 50K, a nice fast little leg burner before CCC. I think, the race is getting faster and faster. You can't be slow anymore. As we've seen today, I mean, these guys are absolutely flying. You can see Andre here coming into the finish line. He's moving. So, yeah, got to keep that leg speed. And, so Lavaredo will be the final little push before hopefully a very focused and smooth block before CCC again.
Now, of course, you're not tooting your own horn, so I will do it for you. But you were first in CCC last year, and you're saying that you didn't actually do everything that you wanted to do at that race. So what are you hoping to achieve at CCC this year?
Yeah, I think, like I said, obviously the result was amazing, and I couldn't have hoped for a better result. It's a result that we all dreamed to get. But I think when you have a really hard day at a race, it takes away from that feeling of satisfaction from that result. So I just want to go back and feel better about the race that I have. So, nail better my nutrition, feel like I'm prepared for the pain that inevitably comes when you're running that far. Just finishing feeling a bit happier with how my body has handled the distance, and I think that comes with experience. And I certainly learned a lot last year, and I hope that I can put that all into practice again this year. And if that means a faster time, great. If it doesn't, and I'm still happy with my race and how my body's performed, and I've learned from last year, then I'll also still be happy. I think that's the main goal, is to come away feeling content with the race that I've had.
That's really interesting, and I think
obviously that's still the main goal.
No, I think it's so good to highlight that for everyone, because it's not just about the race results. Of course, the race results are important, but you can finish in the same place, year after year, and have a very different race experience. But it certainly sounds like you've got some great preparation with some pretty tough races. The Maxi race is a pretty tough race, and still fairly early on in the season to get you ready for coming back to CCC.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think that the decision to drop down here was not because I'm not prepared. I am quite fit. I feel fit, and my aerobic engine is there. It's just dealing with a little niggle this early in the season where, running a 73K, while I could do it, it was just more the question of how my body would respond and recover after that. And I didn't want to put the rest of the season in jeopardy, this early in the season. So for me, this was a tough decision, but the right decision to make sure that I have the season coming that I want, and to not dig myself into a hole that was harder to come out than needed.
And there were some people in the chat asking that, you've won CCC, why do you still need to get a stone? But even though you've got a direct line in, you still need to collect that stone to be able to take advantage of your spot in CCC.
I mean, that was fully my fault. That was my misunderstanding, and I assumed that the stone that I had from the previous year at Transvolcania carried over, but I just misread the rules, and I'm grateful that they gave me the opportunity to extend that window period to get the qualification. So they gave me that, and I am happy to be here, man. If getting a stone means I get to run in Tenerife and be part of this community here, I'm super stoked about it.
Happy days.
Yeah.
Happy days. And just to bounce off your comment about this upcoming CCC before we dive into Andre's finish line is very true, and I hope people are listening and taking note. Because whatever ranking you end up having is not in your control, because you cannot do anything against your competition, and what you can do is control your race and again learn from your past experience, as you've said. So it's really good to hear that, because far too often we still see elite athletes like, oh yeah, I want to take the win. It's like, well, how do you know? You could have your best day out there, somebody else can have a better day, and you shouldn't be disappointed about that. So it's refreshing, and it's good to hear, and I hope people are listening.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think too often we frame our success on where we come in the field instead of the feelings that we have about our race. And I think last year I potentially had the wrong motivations. And yeah, I guess this year I'm planning and doing the right reasons. So definitely going into a much more clear mind and clear why.
Very cool. We're gonna keep you maybe for a little while, but we have Andrzej Witek coming to the line, and we have to give it up for this man who's been almost leading from wire to wire, coming from Poland. He knew he was one of the top runners, and definitely all the Polish supporters were out there cheering for him, and he's delivering again in style. Ladies and gentlemen, the man who spent 12 years training to run a road marathon under 140 minutes is now making very quick ground of the last kilometers and putting those fast wheels to good use. Incredible what he's done. And again, we had confirmation that was almost the same course, and he's gonna run sub 6 hours in a race where the course record was 6:45.
Absolutely. I was just going to mention that to finish almost an entire hour ahead of the 2024 time with minimal course changes is incredibly impressive. So this is going to be a great day in Andrzej Witek's book to finish here at the Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB.
And as we see him on the split screen here, it shows as well that Miguel Heras was also running extremely well, and I think that could actually refer to what we were saying earlier. It's like Miguel is having the race of his life. He's doing extremely well. It's just that today Andrzej was on another planet, and so I think and I hope Miguel will be stoked with his result, because the way he's running right now and the big names that are left behind him is quite the accomplishment.
Andrzej's got a lot of support in the chat, and I expect we're going to see a lot of local support from Miguel as he comes towards the finish line. Venga, venga, venga!
You guys have been amazing in the chat with all the gifts. Certainly appreciate that. It's awesome.
And what is it in Polish? Dawać, dawać, dawać.
Yeah, that was another thing that I noticed. Polska Górom. No idea what that means, but that came back quite a few times too.
I must say, having run this last little section on these cobbles, they are a tricky kind of surface to run on at the end of a long race like that. But yeah, keep a look of it.
Yeah, and you can see the distance. Last time we had checked, there was about 2.2 Ks between them two. It might be a little less than that, but here we're watching our soon-to-be the 2025 winner of the Tenerife Bluetrail, 73 Ks. He's a bit confused. He's taking the shortest line straight across. Well done. And then he's going to navigate through the crowds. I don't know if he's going to take the same option of going through the
through the restaurants.
The yeah, the restaurants. Dodging the local police as well.
So it's just coming up on midday local time. Quite a different temperature and climate than they will have felt when they were at the top of those climbs when the temperatures were down to 0. What a day. About half a kilometer to go.
And I love the comments in the chat. Obviously, we didn't know, but apparently Polska Górom, it refers to a meme that I'm sorry, I don't have in mind, but I love that everybody is aware of it but us. And we're like, oh yeah, great.
That's why we have to be careful. We don't know what we're saying.
But this is what it's all about. Like at the end of the day, like this live coverage without the chat, without the crowds sharing all this stoke and excitement with us. And yeah, Kermit is back too. Indeed, that's been used before to share the stoke that we have all in the chat. Loving it.
So Anjay, as the winner of the 100K event, will have a direct line in to the CCC event at the UTMB finals in Chamonix at the end of August.
I wonder if he's going to give us a little jig like Tom did.
I don't know if the dancers are still there. Let's keep an eye out for them.
Sounds like they are. Let's see. We're gonna see very soon. He's in the last 100 meters of it. There we go.
Breaks into a smile. For Anjay as well.
Yes.
Let's see the Polish dancing skills.
Atención, señoras y señores, aquí viene el ganador.
Soaking it up. Soaking it up. Well deserved.
Such a great attitude.
There we have it, everyone. The winner of the 100K category 73-kilometer race at UTMB Bluetrail, or Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB, Anjay Vitek, crossing the finish line in 5 hours, around 56 minutes. A significant lead on the winner from last year, who came in 6 hours and 45 minutes. Incredible result for this runner from Poland.
Yeah, and equally impressive is the Polish community in the chat, absolutely killing it. They are second to none, and we certainly appreciate that as well. Thank you all for being here and cheering for Anjay, but I have the feeling there's more coming in the 47K, because it looks like a certain Marcin that we talked about is now leading the race.
110K y ahora 73K. Vamos a escucharlo en directo.
Vamos a escuchar el directo.
Andre, congratulations, what a great race. You are living in Vilaflor, if I'm not wrong, so you know well the race.
Yes, exactly. Vilaflor is my second home because I spent the last 3 months in these mountains. I love this place, I love this road, so I feel very good in this race. I say it's my race because, you know, I know where is steeper, where is the next turn. So yeah, it's very cool, and I am very happy win is this race.
You DNF in Gran Canaria, but here you flew. You did an amazing race. Did you feel great?
Yeah, it's sport. It's beautiful. One day you have bad day, you must finish just 2-3 kilometers after to start, and the next time you have very power, and you can run and don't stop. So today is the very good day for me.
Congratulations. What are your goals of the year?
Sorry?
What are your goals, your next races, and your main goal of the year? Are you going to be in the UTMB World Series finals?
Yeah, I just opened the season, so I have many races in my calendar. The next race is Polish Championship in around marathon distance, but the main goal in this year's World Championship is October and UTMB week and OCC.
Congratulations, Andrzej. Great race. See you soon.
Thank you very much. Vamos, Polonia.
What a legend. And what we were talking about earlier, like having the course advantage, being familiar with the environment, the weather conditions, the altitude, everything lined up for Andrzej, and we're pretty stoked about that. Tony, we want to be mindful of your time. We certainly appreciate you joining us in the live, but you do have your own race to partake in later today.
Yeah. Luckily, I've just been sitting on my bed all day, so a little bit of energy spent on this is okay.
Well, good luck to you tonight, and maybe more importantly, have fun out there. Even though we all agree that 20 kilometers is sometimes more painful than the longer races, I hope you get to enjoy the atmosphere, enjoy the course, and we will be cheering you along.
Thank you very much. And before I go, just a quick shout out to the second woman who we quickly saw on the screen there. It looks like she's going up what people have been calling the wall, which I have apparently got to look forward to later as well. So yeah, just shout out to Emily Holgard, fellow teammate with Adidas Turks. She has had a really great race, and it's been a joy to spend the last couple of weeks with her at team camp. So yeah, cool to see her having a great race as well. She has been charging, so excited to celebrate with her later as well.
Great words. Appreciate
Amazing.
Cool. Well, good luck,
Thanks,
guys.
Tony.
Thank you so much. Keep up your good work, Martin. I hope you've got lots of caffeine keeping you awake. And
yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Tony.
Ciao.
Bye, Tony. And as Tony was saying, there is Emily Howgood from Zimbabwe climbing up, quote unquote, the wall, this 600-meter climb within just about 2 kilometers near the end of the race. She is powering through in second place in the 73-kilometer race. Anna Tarasova has managed to keep her lead. We were wondering earlier on if that gap would close, but Anna is still solidly in first.
Yeah, and there is still 15 minutes. Yep, 15 minutes being on between Anna and Emily. So unless Anna really blows up in that later stage, it seems like this is a comfortable lead to hold on to it, but we never know, and this is why we'll keep our eyes on them. A lot has been going on as we were looking at Andrzej's finish. So in the 47Ks, as we had the whole Polish nation cheering in the chat, we were talking about this man on the start line. We're saying he's pretty shy and doesn't talk much. His legs do the talking for him. And as we've seen Roberto De Lorenzi dropping into 7th place, and maybe he is suffering a little bit from his racing last weekend. He's already done quite a few races, but Marcin Kubica has taken advantage of that long descent to take the lead of the 47K, and he is ahead just by a minute ahead of Aritz Herrera, and then Noël Depaz in third. And in the women's for the 47K, 50K distance, we still have Ines Astrain ahead of Julia Font and Sheila Aviles, so nothing has changed in the women's in terms of ranking.
And that is, gosh, that's a fast race, because the 47K race has only been going on for 3 hours and 33 minutes, and they have covered a lot of ground in that time.
Oh, and one last change, Steph, and we had a bit of a hint that he was going to come back, but Baptiste Petitjean from France, as anticipated, has come is closing strong and is now in third place.
Oh, fantastic!
So he's gone ahead of Joaquin Lopez and Tobias Kaiser. Pretty solid run.
Wow, that is a great effort from him. And again, we talked about this at the beginning, that we were going to see maybe some change-ups between people who were better at the ascents versus people who were better at the flats or the descents. It's quite unusual to have a race profile like this, like we're seeing mainly in the 110K race and the 73K, where you've got a nice ascent, a plateau, and then a descent. So rather than a lot of variation up and down and up and down, it allows you to kind of focus on one main mode in the race, and so that'll play to different strengths.
And so again, thanks to Fiona Pascal, who had called it, and now Baptiste is coming in third place. So here we are with Anna, and she doesn't look like she's slowing down one bit. She's absolutely killing it on that descent. And she's telling her camera runner he can go ahead. I don't know if she realized that he is not in a race, but like for attitude and offering the runner behind to pass. But now he's not about to pass. Like, he's gonna stick with you, because we will want to have images of Anna all the way through to the finish line. And maybe hear something. Let's see. Just a lot of footsteps.
Then we got the split screen. We have the second man, Miguel Eres, in the over 50 age category. Fantastic result for him in the final stretch of the race. Also finishing in a fantastic time, ahead of what the times looked like last year.
Yeah, he's really impressive. As much as, you know, we're all Miguel fans, but the fact that he can still deliver, it's inspirational. It's very inspirational. There you go. We got another runner here.
That's Baptiste. I suspect our new third place, Baptiste Petitjean.
Wow.
In the 20 to 34 category. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so he grew a beard since his photo on the he needs to update his profile photo on the UTMB platform.
He looks like he is working hard.
Yep. Keeping his head down, but still looking up. You don't want to bump into anyone on that last section.
And Miguel has a comfortable lead, so we're not going to be seeing any sprint finishes at the moment. But still impressive nonetheless.
Yeah, looking at his watch, try to gauge how much he has left to run, to push before he can relax. And oh, look on the left. Ah, so no, this is not Baptiste. This is our second man in 100K, 110K.
In the 110K, okay.
Manuel Alexi Martin Lorenzo is our man from Spain who broke into a bit of a walk here and now he's back running.
Okay, great correction. And as we're watching the men on the screen, just to recap, in the 73K, we saw Anna Tarasova earlier in first. Emily Hallgood is in second. We had a bit of a switch up for third place. Beatriz Perón Alvarez from Spain came ahead of Elisa Kristensdottir from Iceland. By the end of the day, her name will just roll off the tongue. 1.2 kilometers to go. Venga, venga, venga.
Yeah, we should give little whistles to our mountain bikers so they can just do like in downhill mountain bike and like whistle at the crowds. We give them a heads up. Because right now it's quite the opposite.
Miguel. Yeah, Miguel will also get a direct spot into the UTMB finals in the 100K category, the CCC event. I just got those finish line goosebumps.
There we go.
Miguel, vámonos. 1000 metros nada más para ti. Maravilloso, sí señor.
1K to the finish for Miguel Heras. Again, Team Joma, who did bet on him and trusted that he could do extremely well. And today, once again, he's proving that age is nothing.
The Miguel Heras will be finishing about half an hour ahead of last year's winning time.
And as you were saying, Steph, like he's punch like by being top 3 in this race, he's punching his automatic entry into the UTMB World Series final at UTMB Mont-Blanc. And imagine in 2013, that's when he really like duked it out with Iker Herrera, Kilian Jornet, and he's finished second in 2013, and he's still there. And he's gonna actually be at the start of the race again, and not to just participate, like with all chances to score another top 10. It's not many people can pull this off.
What are his secrets?
Get you for a race. Sorry?
And we have a pretty chatty, Anna Toratova, who's having a yarn with our cam runner. So it's good to see that her spirits are high and she's still feeling good enough to be talking on her way down to the coastline.
That's always a good sign if you can chat and smile alongside one of the camera people as you are coming to the end of a race. In first, nonetheless.
Look at those beautiful images here on the split screen, aerial shot, as well as the follow cam on the mountain bike. A few more turns, and he will be home.
Du coup, ils ont les là-dessous
This is a great kind of finish line vibe with the music and the dancers up ahead. Tom really set the tone with his finish line dancing. I haven't seen it from any of the other finishers so far.
No.
So leave it to Tom. I was not expecting that.
100%. Like, he stole the show, and I mean, it set the bar pretty high for anybody else, to be honest. Especially because he's gonna be like on the longest distance, so technically the ones who will be the most tired, and he threw moves. Like, yeah, hats off. And there you go, waving at the crowds coming into the last 100 meters. Oh, he would have worked hard. But we bring you, ladies and gentlemen, Miguel Heras, the second place here in this 2025 Tenerife Bluetrail 73K.
He worked hard for this one, and he deserves it. Oh, a bit of emotion coming out at the finish line. Fantastic time for this runner from Spain. Oof. We haven't seen a smile from him yet, but I think he's still processing what he just went through.
Clasificado en la distancia 73K.
Ooh, that's a really solid final. Man, he's moving. And we're probably minutes from seeing a sprint finish here in that beautiful finish line of Puerto de la Cruz, because Baptiste Petitjean from France had hell of a back end of the race, and if we had added 5Ks, it might have been an interesting fight.
We haven't talked about him much today, but he certainly knows how to finish strong.
Yeah, Fiona had called it, like, apparently an ex-cyclist who knows how to close hard on those races, and man, look at him go. Well done. Bravo.
Amazing win. Not win, but third place for Baptiste Petitjean.
Yeah, that's
big cheer, smile, and lots of emotion coming out. Unexpected for us, but maybe not for him. Let's see if we can get a few words at the finish line.
People who knew. And again, thank you, Fiona, for calling it.
El francés Baptiste Petitjean es el tercer clasificado en la modalidad 73K. Recibe la medalla del CEO de UTMB España, UTMB Xavi.
He's going to be happy with that. That's his second win of the year so far. A good start to 2025 for Baptiste Petitjean.
Petitjean, that's it. You have it.
Petitjean.
And there you go, our second place finisher in the 110 kilometers.
It was amazing. I used this.
Manuel Alexis Martin Lorenzo.
The weather was perfect.
And the family is here. It is often a family affair, but I think you gotta make it to the finish line. Wait, that is not a Spanish flag, so did we get that wrong all along?
No.
Es Alexis Martín. Ahí lo tenemos con la bandera de Tenerife.
No, they're saying Alexis Martin.
Yeah.
He's from Spain, but maybe he's living elsewhere.
Well, that would be the other. Is that Scottish flag?
I think so.
I hope we get an interview and we'll know right away. I tell you that.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting.
Oh, and here he is, ladies and gentlemen. Again, another Polish runner who's going to take the big W here in Tenerife at this beautiful finish line of Puerto de la Cruz. Marcin Kubica winning the 47K. Yes.
He's shaking his head as if he doesn't believe the result. What a fantastic win. 3 hours, 49 minutes for the 47-kilometer race, and he has just won himself a direct entry to the UTMB finals in the 50K category, the OCC.
He worked hard for it, but man, he delivered. And in 4 weeks, there's the Polish Championships of trail that will be the qualifying race for the World Champs. I believe he will be there. And apparently there's a lot of Polish runners up in Villaflor. And Jędrzejek, who's behind King Runner Ultra, once again, that main trail running media in Poland, was telling me that when you go to the Hermano Pedro Cafe in Villaflor, Polish is the official language. Because now there's so many Polish runners who have trained. But look at this. He wasn't too far back. UL De Paz from Wild Trail Project comes into second place in the 47K, and that was a tighter race than I thought. Wow. What a race from UL De Paz. Very close second. He will be stoked about that.
That was only about a minute and a half behind.
Oh yeah, that was extremely close. Far closer than I thought. He would have closed really strong.
Yeah.
Trying to do the math. Yeah, minute and a half. Wow.
So we've got Poland winning the 50K, the 100K, and Great Britain winning the 100-mile. And now this is our third place finisher in the 50K.
Yep.
That would be Pablo Bautista Rovira. Yep.
Whew, now they're coming in hot, all of them. This is another 50K runner. Dominique Tabor, another Polish runner that somebody in... it was Jędrzejek who called it as well. Or somebody in the chat, they said, look at for Kubica, Tabor, and I'm missing one.
Acabas de usar una onomatopeya para definir la Tenerife Bluetrail. ¿Cuál ha sido?
Fantastic result.
So I think we're gonna miss the interview, but we'll be right back with you because we do have a quick commercial break coming up. Stay with us. We'll be back.
absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
There you go, team. We're back, and there's been quite a bit going on during that commercial break. We had our... no, now I'm getting confused. I think... in the 73K, Thomas Geiser, who was leading actually on the highest point, had fallen back and he crossed the line. Then we had a bit of an image with Anna, and then we were following here Emily Hargood, and we have an interview coming up of the 47K. Let's hear it.
The 47K race. Congratulations, Dominic. You are going to translate for us for Martin. I think he has been top 10 in Zegama, but maybe this is his best result ever.
Powiedz, że byłeś w top 10 Zegami, ale może to jest twój najlepszy wynik w życiu.
Tak, dzisiaj to jest mój najlepszy wynik w życiu.
Yes, this is the. He says that it's the best result in his life for him. So he beats Zegama score. So for him, it was the perfect race.
You have been training here, I think, in Tenerife, both together. Was it important for today's race?
Trenowaliśmy tutaj razem na Teneryfie. Czy to było ważne dla dzisiejszego startu?
Tak, trenowaliśmy tutaj cały miesiąc i szczerze mówiąc było to bardzo ważne, bo jednak u nas w Polsce nie ma aż tak wysokich gór, więc spędziliśmy tutaj cały miesiąc na wysokości, co nam dało bardzo dużo.
Yes, we have been training here for because in Poland we don't have such terrain, we don't have such high and runnable mountains, so living high in Villaflor and training high in the near of Teide was a very important factor for today's race. But for me, I can say that we are very tired after this month, so yeah.
But also Andrzej Bitek won the 73K race, so what is the secret for the Polish runners to win all the races?
Jaki jest sekret polskich biegaczy, że wygrywamy wszystkie biegi, bo Witek też wygrał?
Po prostu jak najszybciej biegamy i staramy się jak najwięcej z siebie dać i chcemy jak najwięcej dać właśnie naszym kibicom, którzy są tutaj z nami i dla nich też tutaj jesteśmy i wygrywamy.
Yeah, we are training very hard. We are also try to run very fast every race we can, and also we want to please our spectators who are cheering us from right there. So thanks to them, we are also faster.
A lot of Polish runners, a lot of Polish spectators. Congratulations, well done, Poland. See you soon.
Yeah, see you soon. Thank you very much. It was perfect race.
Thank you.
Thank you, Martin Kubina, Dominic Tabor.
Really good people, and it's good when these people take the top spots. Again, it's a really good example and a good role model for our sport and for the younger generation to be looking up to such humble people, fast athletes, but still like down to earth. We appreciate that. Next up, our next winner across the line, ladies and gentlemen. She is looking fantastic on your right-hand side of your screen. It is Anna Taratova, who's definitely pushing the pace, getting closer to the finish line. And on the left-hand side, Emily Hargood from Zimbabwe, living in the US and representing Team Terex, is in second place.
And I think Anna's still got about 6 kilometers to go, if I saw that correctly. And there is, okay, so there is a pretty good gap, 3.6 kilometers in between Anna and Emily, first and second place.
Yeah, so earlier I was actually looking at Anna run, and she was breaking into hikes quite a few times, and I was like, oh wow, maybe this could be a battle. And then, as you said, the time difference, because that's all I had to look before we had the indication about the distance, was so significant, and I was like, wow, that is fine, and it's better for Anna to look after herself, even if she needs to break into a hike a little bit. And here he is, Roberto De Lorenzi, who probably was a bit cooked from his previous races, but it's good to see him cross the line. It means that he's not injured, but just has maybe done a little bit much recently. Oh, no, he might have hit the deck. I see his forearms. Yeah, no, he did. Hopefully nothing too major.
Now she's running at 6:31 into the race and still got about 5-6 kilometers left. But last year's winner in this 73-kilometer race came in 7 hours and 29 minutes. So we will also be seeing faster times on the women's side as well as the men's.
Yeah. And so, here's Cody. Long-time friend and recent teammate in the Terex team. Cody is also Paul's son, and Paul is Emily's coach. So now we're making all the connections, and it's good.
Bit of an indication here of. Yeah, just saying a bit of an indication here of how hot it is now for the runners. They were in freezing temperatures with wind at the top of the climb, and Emily's just been doused with water, presumably to cool herself down.
Wow, yeah, and there's a lot going on.
Sea level, yeah.
As we're still like, I mean, what, 6, 7, 8 Ks to the finish. She's. Oh, the Red Bull's coming in. A bit of water, a bit of a banana. Precision hydration gels in the shorts and pouring the rest of it to cool down. And up she goes. Emily, who's familiar with hot temperatures, multiple top 10 finishes at Western States. We got another finisher giving it to our dancers.
It's
on
a
the
replay.
Line. That's a replay.
Anna Tarasova still running comfortably. Just got a good lead.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you were pointing it out. Seemed the same kind of running style, like a little bit hunchback, like leaning forward. But man, that works. Like, she is moving.
We've talked about it before on the live stream, but you know, there are some of these top runners that have quite distinctive running styles, like Camille Herron, for example, who has a very strange running style, leaning back quite a bit, knees up, but she holds multiple world records. So, you know, it just goes to show there isn't necessarily one perfect running style. It is individual for each person. So if you look a little bit strange when you're running along, don't give up hope. Whatever works for you.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes people say like, oh yeah, you know, she used to change the running style, and that, as you said, whatever works. Sometimes this is how you build, this is how your body is adapted, this is how your muscle chains have like formed around that, and this is what works.
Yep. Everyone kind of develops. Your body is an amazing thing. It can kind of change its own style depending on whatever your biomechanics are. So, well, it's always good to have advice and try different things. If it's working for you, just stick with it.
Exactly. And if it's not, then hit the gym, find somebody who knows what they're doing, and they might find some weaknesses in some parts of your legs, the glutes, the core, and this is something that can actually be rather easily corrected if you have somebody who can help you out with that. And this is it, ladies and gentlemen, our second place finisher in the 110 kilometer in the men's category. Let's bring it up for...
That's the third place, I think.
Third place.
Yeah.
Oh wow, what a comeback!
From Canada.
That's it.
Whoop, whoop.
Yeah. Wow. What a way to close.
Now that's tough, talking about coming from different climates to Tenerife. If he's been living and training in Canada throughout the winter, this is a pretty impressive feat to be able to come back and get third.
Mm-hmm.
Behind Tom and Manuel Alexi. And as you said, Anna Tarasova, she is having some walk breaks, but it's quite a comfortable lead of a few kilometers. Still got 5 kilometers to go in the 73-kilometer race, being chased down by Emily Hoggood.
Emily Hoggood, yeah. And then, yeah, that reminds me of OCC last year with Eli Hemming, who was in the lead. And on the last climb to La Flégère, was just stopping and then bent over in half and was like, whoa, what's going on? And then later during an interview, he was like, no. I just knew the gap that I had, and I would rather look after myself and try to cool down and not overdo it. So take 30 seconds to just get myself together, and then he would carry on. And he did that a couple of times or 3 times, but at the end of the day, he still crossed the line in first. So it's as much as it could be surprising for us behind the cameras. I mean, Eli knew exactly what he was doing, and it looks like Anna as well, because when she's back running fast. Like, it's not like she's running on fumes.
Yeah.
Like, she's still moving super strong.
No, you're right to point that out, because especially with a camera following you, you might think that there naturally would be this pressure to kind of keep it up. Everyone likes to run when the cameras are there. But to just run your own race and not be fazed by who's around you, what's around you, whether there are eyes on you at all times, and walk if you need to, it's a smart way to go. And that looks like what Anna seems to be doing.
Yeah. Get a quick look at the watch to have a gauge of how far the finish line is, or how close, depending on where your mindset is. $5Ks to go. So that's still a ways.
Sometimes these last few kilometers can be a bit tough because you haven't yet hit the crowds. You know that the finish line is close, but you're not yet in sprint territory yet. So she does have some minutes ahead of her.
But I'm impressed. Like, see, like every time that starts going downhill, like she's opening up, like and like throwing down some really fast Ks. She's like sub 4 minutes here. It's interesting. Really interesting.
Yeah, when she's running, she's not dawdling along.
No, she's absolutely flying. So, and then we can see here on the left-hand side of your screen, Emily Hoggood, same, breaking into a power hike whenever she hits those climbs. It must be getting hot as well, getting close to that finish line and down to sea level. So team, stick with us. We got a quick commercial break, but we'll be right back to follow the women's race.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Yeah, so the Tigaya, which is the bottom of the wall, in 1:31, and then they have another 10Ks. So that's at that pace. That's gonna be what? Fuck, almost an hour. So 2.5 hours.
And we are back. We are just chatting between us, trying to estimate when the women, the top women in the 110K race will come through. We've seen the top finishers on the men's side. And right now we are looking at the top 2 women in the 100-kilometer category, the 73-kilometer race in Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB. This is Emily Hoggood from Zimbabwe in slow-mo. Taking it on the downhill. She's been dousing herself in water to try to combat the heat. We are now midday local time in Tenerife, coming up on 1 p.m. So the sun will be at its strongest now. And Anna Tarasova in first.
It will be hot on that finish line.
Yeah. And a great result on the men's side in all across all 3 races. Great result from the runners from Poland with a win in the 100-kilometer category, a win in the 50K category, and Tom Evans from Great Britain in the 100-mile category. They're doing something right with the Poland team.
Yeah. They were really saying that they've committed to coming to the island early and training up at altitude, and it sounded like most of them were spending quite a lot of time in Villaflor, and Angers even called it his second home. So yeah, it's gonna be something. I mean, it's not a coincidence where so many athletes do altitude training. It does pay off. And man, I don't know if she did altitude training, but right now Anna Taratova is absolutely killing it, and she's back full steam on that road at a pace that is hard to believe after 70 plus Ks.
Absolutely. So they have about 65 some odd K in their legs at the moment, with Anna on a flat finish.
And then around the same location, I guess, we should have the female winner in the 47K, Ines Astrain, because she's anticipated to come through the finish line in 7 minutes. So I don't know if she is behind or she's already ahead of Anna. So we'll have to keep an eye on that finish line and make sure we're not missing Ines coming through and taking the win in this 50K category race at the 47Ks.
Then behind her in the 50K race, Julia Gomez in second place, and Gemma Arenas. Ooh, with Sheila Avila's Castano, looks like coming in around the same time as Jenna. So we might have a bit of a race between third and fourth.
2 seconds apart.
But Spain dominating the women's side in the 47-kilometer race. Spanish flags down the board through to eighth place.
Hands down.
Yeah.
And so essentially for the third spot of the podium, it's going to be down to who has the fastest wheels on the flat, because as you've seen now a few times, this last stretch on the coastline is very flat, very fast, and you cannot afford to finish on fumes. Otherwise, you will be bleeding precious seconds on your competition.
Yeah, and who can actually handle the heat? Because if you're really pushing it in a sprint to the finish, can you do that under the hot sun? We will find out. And actually, it's interesting because we saw Emily Hauget in second place, really dousing herself with water, which was giving me the impression that it was hot. But the temperature readings aren't actually looking that hot at the finish line, I have to say. So I wonder if we can get any local knowledge from how it's actually feeling there. You can get a sense from how people who aren't racing are dressed. But the temperature doesn't look that hot. It says it's 11 degrees, which would be quite cool.
It's hard to believe it's 11 degrees, especially down there.
I wouldn't believe. I wouldn't necessarily believe that.
It is.
Yeah.
As well as the 68% humidity. It looks pretty dry to me. Yeah. Are we being fooled here?
I think we can go by how people are dressed in shorts and t-shirts.
Mm.
But Emily was certainly giving us the impression that it was hotter than it is. Certainly it's going to be a lot hotter than all of these runners likely will have been training on, unless they have, as you say, come down to the island early, like some of the runners from Poland.
Oh, wow. That gap really has increased.
Wow.
Isn't that 4.7 kilometers between Anna Taratova and Emily Hargood, first and second in the 73-kilometer race here at the Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB. And Anna is now full steam.
She's deceptively fast because from the way that looks like she's running, it doesn't look like she's going that fast. But whenever the stats come up on her actual speed, she's moving.
Yeah. It's like, wait a minute, I do my tempo runs at this pace.
Yeah. They are pulling out speeds that, as some people have noted in the chat, that many of us wouldn't be able to do with fresh legs.
Yeah, there you go.
Oof, look at that.
We're about 4 minutes. We're about 4 minutes per K. That's. I think she's definitely fast. Here we go. And less than 2 Ks to go, team.
What an exciting and fast finish on both the women's and men's side. Really setting a new bar from last year.
Ouais, c'est chaud là. Non, non, c'est bon, on est à combien de temps? C'est bon. Ah, t'inquiète. Ça va. J'ai un peu discuté.
All right, there were 2 cam runners having a bit of a chat, seeing if he needed to have a relay or not. But our cam runner was like, nah, we're all good. I can hold it for another 2 Ks to the finish.
This is an interesting reference. Someone in the chat is noting that Anna holds her arms like Jim Walmsley.
All right.
I hadn't clocked that reference, but yeah.
No, I guess when you're running fast, that's how you your arms swing.
Of course, we saw Jim Walmsley absolutely dominate at Chianti last weekend.
I mean, basically scoring the highest UTMB score of all time. Yeah.
Breaking all the
more words
algorithms.
needed. Oh, yeah. It's like Y2K all over again.
Lots of local cheers and support for Anna Tarasova as she gets
And that's
closer
gonna
to the
bring
finish
her
line.
own-
1.4 kilometers to go. Let's do it. Oof, I've got the finish line goosebumps again.
Nice. And she is increasing her lead even more. It went from 4.7 to 5.1.
Come on, Emily.
There will be no coming back on Anna Taratova.
Emily's running with quite a short stride at the minute.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was looking at, and I feel like even the mobility in her right foot seems to be a little less, or like maybe in the ankle. I'm not too sure.
I was wondering if maybe she blew out her quads a bit on the descent.
Throwing two.
Oh, what a great drone shot!
Yeah.
From the imaginary helicopter we are not taking for environmental reasons.
Yeah, you can catch a glimpse of infinite pool on the rooftop of that hotel. And there we go, final turn and under the arches. Ah, there she is. There she is.
Wow. This is in the 50K category.
Smiles, yes. To win the 47Ks. Coming full steam with a massive smile on her face.
And finishing at about exactly the same time as the women's finisher last year, which was in 4:25. She's finished about 1 minute and a half faster. They're pretty consistent there.
Le coloca esa medalla finish, era la ganadora femenina de 47K.
Well, there's a lot going on in that finish line. And again, big hugs. Looks like it was family out there. I'm glad we got the images. Thank you, the studios, for pulling this out at the right time.
Anna Tarasova going to be finishing about half an hour ahead of 2024 times, coming through just over half a kilometer to the finish. She has been leading from pretty much the start, the whole way in the race. We haven't seen a change up on that front. So very strong. I was trying to remember back to the start of the race. It's gone so quickly.
Yeah, it's crazy how times fly.
And the crowds are building throughout the day, which is just so nice for these runners coming in towards the finish. Gives you that little bit of extra boost.
Oh yeah, massive. Like when you know that you can smell the barn, it's you're on your last kilometer and people are here cheering, kids like arms ready for high fives.
Smell the barn, smell the margaritas, either or. 300 meters to go. Come on, Anna. And she's breaking into a smile earlier than the men.
Breaking into a smile. Yes, far earlier, indeed.
She knows this is in the bag. She has run a fantastic race, a smart race from the beginning, maintaining a lead.
Yeah, and up at the top on the plateaus, remember, like we had our mountain biker behind Emily Hargood, who was in second place, and they had Anna Taratova in sight. But then Emily Hargood never quite managed to close that gap, and Anna had a second win. And we could see, like in the downhill, I think she will be one of the strongest runner in the circuit. The way she was moving and opening up her stride didn't look like her legs, IT bands or quads were shut at all, and she was always able to like shift gear and run a little faster. And now she's opened over 5Ks over Emily Hargood. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Arms up.
Oh, Anna Tarasova, mom of two boys, coming in for a fantastic win in the 73K race, the 100-kilometer category, in under 7 hours. More than half an hour faster than last year.
Because
and there are her boys.
Had a pretty good stride, too.
She was clocked by her competitors as one to watch, and they were right.
There we go. It's going to be a family affair on that finish line. What a race. And I dig the fact that she has like oversized t-shirts. That's not the first time I see her wear that. You know, a lot of runners are like wearing the singlet or the vest, and then she's got like big, almost like basketball
She's got Courtney
t-shirts.
DeWalter vibes. Yeah.
yeah, but at the top.
I think we're going to see big things from her for the rest of the year as well. As we mentioned earlier on in the broadcast, she was first in the marathon in Costa Brava in January, second in Transgran Canaria in February, and top 10 overall, and now a win here in Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB.
Yeah, I hope she does well for the rest of the season. She really deserves it. And here, back to the 47K, it is Julia Font Gomez about to cross the line. And if we haven't missed anyone, she was able to hold off her competition to claim second place.
Llegando como segunda clasificada en 47K.
Yeah, and so now the big question will be, who will be in third place? Is that going to be Gemma Arenas or Sheila Aviles?
Oh, I'm excited for this one.
But it looks like Gemma Arenas has built almost a 2-minute lead now on Sheila.
Julia Font es la segunda clasificada en 47K y aquí viene Domantas Kabayauskas, el lituano del Machete Trail del sur de Tenerife.
Yeah, Emily looks like she is almost limping a little bit.
Yeah, that's what I was
Her
trying to
stride
figure
has
out.
shortened up quite a bit. Yeah.
As you said, maybe like her legs were a bit shut from the downhill. I mean, she is like just fresh off of training camp with the Terex team, so might have overdone it a little bit. Who knows? And it's good to see that photo with Jean-François Cochon, third place in the 110.
Ana Tarasova, ganadora de la carrera.
And there you go, we're going to hear it from Albert Jorquera on the finish
Ha
line.
sido segunda en la Advance, pero este quizás es tu mejor resultado con diferencia.
Sí, yo creo que sí. Es mejor resultados con temperatura tanto calor que no
So
me
he-
agradable mucho.
Albert was asking, is this your best result to date? And she's like, yeah, it's definitely my best result, especially with this heat.
Cuando subimos empiezan a subir el sol, es magnífico.
So I was asking Anna
He
if
said
it
the
was
start
his
with the
best result,
sunrise
her
looked
best
beautiful.
result. She said
Ah, well, he's
yes,
going to
but
translate.
she
What
was
am I
saying that
doing?
She don't like to race in with heat altitude and heat, but still it was a very beautiful race in the top. ¿Cómo ha sido la carrera para ti? Has corrido muy bien por delante de una gran corredora como Emily Howard.
No, salimos todos juntos y sigo con mi ritmo, me desconcentrado por la naturaleza que hay. La ruta es preciosa, por eso es más fácil correr en un nuevo sitio tan bonito, porque tú no has visto cómo cansas. Porque increíble, cada 10 kilómetros nuevos paisajes, es muy muy bueno y recorrido marcaron súper bueno, me ha gustado un montón.
If you know Spanish, you may have heard that, but I asked how was the race for her, that she raced in front of a very good runner like Emily Howard, but she was saying that it was very beautiful, that they were all together, and that she was watching all the beautiful landscapes in Tenerife, so she's really happy about the race. Ana Tarasova, ¿y ahora qué? Después de estos dos grandes resultados, ¿cuáles son tus próximos objetivos?
Voy a Fuji. Dentro de 3-4 semanas voy a Japón.
I was asking about her next goal, so it's Mount Fuji in Japan. ¿Y tienes previsto estar en las finales de las UTMB World Series?
Sí, yo voy a correr este año CCC y voy a correr Lavadero y Mozart.
I was asking
Wow,
her
that's
about
a busy
also
schedule.
the UTMB World Series, so she's going to run Mozart, Lavaredo, and she's going to be in the CCC in the UTMB World Finals. Ana Tarasova, muchas felicidades, moltes felicitats, porque tú vives en Girona, y hasta la próxima.
Gracias, hasta próxima.
Acaba de llegar Gemma Arenas hace ya como 2 minutos, la tercera clasificada femenina. El aplauso fuerte,
Wow.
fuerte para ella. Tercera clasificada en 47K. Llega la cuarta, Sheila Avilés.
I'd like to. Oh, so we've seen Gemma Arenas here on your screen come through the line to claim the third place into the 47 kilometers, the 50K category. And Sheila Avilés just came in fourth. So Gemma managed to be on the third spot of the podium and clock her automatic entry into OCC 2026.
And Gemma was just about 2.5 minutes behind Julia Font Gomez, with Sheila just about a minute or 2 behind Gemma.
Yeah. So I'd like to have your opinion, Steph, on Anna's schedule, because I mean she did really well today. She showed that she was in shape. It's early in the season, but now hearing that she's got Mount Fuji, then Lavaredo, then Mozart, and then CCC.
Yeah.
Like,
It's quite a lot. I mean, let's see if she actually keeps those on her race schedule. The thing between these races is that they are a bit different. You know, Mozart, as I think we were talking earlier, is quite a fast race. It does have a fair amount of elevation, but it's not a technical race, whereas Lavaredo is quite different. You know, you have lots of climb, it's more technical. So maybe the fact that she's piling in races that will require her to use different muscles, different skills, different types of training could save her a bit from overtraining, overuse. But it does seem like that's a lot to pack in. It's kind of Claire Banworth vibes.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, she clearly has the talent. She has developed the fitness. She has potential to do extremely well. And I mean, taking the win here is just definitely the proof right there. But man, CCC.
It's kind of a race every month. She's had a race in January, she's had a race in February, now a race in March. The fact that she's winning or placing on the podium in these is probably giving her this sense of confidence that she can keep going. But you know, it works until it doesn't. So it's a bit of a risky strategy.
Con las by UTMB, porque también ganaste en la PDA y aquí has vuelto a ganar delante de grandes competidoras.
La verdad que no me esperaba este resultado. Perdón, es que está Gemma que acaba de llegar. No me esperaba este resultado y sí, pues bueno, supongo que también es la primera carrera de la temporada. Ojalá vaya así toda la temporada, pero sí, parece ser que UTMB se me da bien.
She was saying that she didn't expect that result, and she then shouted because she saw Gemma Arenas arriving. But she's saying yes, that she seems to have good relations with UTMB because she also won PDA, and she's very happy to have won the first race of the season. ¿Cómo ha sido la carrera? Porque habéis estado ahí peleándoos con Sheila, con Gemma, con Mireia, vaya nivel que había.
Yo la verdad que he salido a hacer mi carrera, no quería, me imaginaba que íbamos a estar todas muy juntas, entonces bueno, yo iba pasito a pasito, constancia, intentando no venirme muy arriba, sino, bueno, no sé, es verdad que bueno, que había conocido un poquito la carrera porque había podido ver un poquito el recorrido y bueno, sí que se me ha hecho un poco dura la segunda parte porque en esas escaleras de madera se me ha subido algún músculo, pero bueno, he tirado de disciplina, de constancia, creo que al final eso es fruto de los entrenamientos y bueno, y he llegado.
Ines was saying that she expected a tight race with Gemma, Sheila and Mireia, so she tried to take her own pace and that she was really fine until the second half of the race that the legs hurt a lot because it was the first race for her of the season, but she's really happy with the result. Y ahora con esto en la mochila ya esta victoria que tienes, ¿cuáles son tus próximos objetivos?
Bueno, pues la verdad que quería ir un poco carrera a carrera porque no quería hacer, no me quiero venir tampoco muy arriba, al final esto es fruto del trabajo, creo que hay que recuperar bien, sí me gustaría estar en Calamorro y en Peñagolosa, pero bueno, a ver cómo estoy mañana porque creo que mis piernas necesitan un poquito de descanso.
So I was asking about her next goals and she said that she wants to go race by race, she wants to be in Calamorro next week and maybe Peñagolosa in a couple or 3 of weeks, but she wants to see how the legs are tomorrow. Inés, muchas felicidades. Un mensaje para la cámara ahora que tenemos aquí las UTMB World Series en vivo.
Pues la verdad que estoy muy contenta, no tanto por la posición, sino realmente por el tiempo que he hecho con grandes rivales, o sea, corredoras a nivel internacional que admiro muchísimo. Y bueno, pues creo que todas, que las veo ya por aquí, hemos hecho un carrerón, así que bueno, no sé.
So that was Inés saying that it was a great race with very international runners and all of them got done a great race. Inés, muchas gracias y felicidades.
Gracias.
Han entrado mientras Ricardo Che.
What a positive, bubbly attitude.
There are some things that don't need to be translated, including that little shriek that she gave out that gave a sense of her surprise and excitement. Okay, 3 kilometers from the finish for Emily Haugood. She has slowed down, as we've seen, and Anna Tarasova just really sped up near the end. But she should be finishing within the next 15 minutes or so.
And I was just checking, but she should be pretty safe. Because behind there's a fairly big gap that we saw.
And we've had a switch up, I think, between 2nd and 3rd place in the 110K race, but we will tell you more about that after this break, so stay with us.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And we are back at the Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB World Series event. And we are following the second woman, Emily Haugood from Zimbabwe, in this 73-kilometer race. Anna Tarasova has finished in 1st in a fantastic time. And Emily has slowed down a bit, but still quite strong and solidly in 2nd. There we go with a smile on her face. You know she can almost smell the finish line at 2.2 kilometers from the end. We have a question in the chat. With someone noticing that Emily has been tiptoeing all the way down and up the hills with short strides. I'm wondering about the technique. Certainly, when you are going uphill, I think as Martin was commenting earlier, it's much more efficient to kind of shorten up your stride and maybe quicken up the cadence a bit just to be able to keep the energy efficiency going well. On the downhill, you will see some runners really kind of opening up and taking longer strides, but that does put a little bit more force through the joints. On technical terrain, it does help to shorten things up. So I don't know if that's a clear answer for you, but I think it depends on how technical the terrain is, how steep it is. But Emily has certainly found a technique that has worked for her. I've just been wondering, earlier on it looked like maybe she was limping a bit and her stride was shorter than I thought it could be for the terrain that she was facing. But she's got a smile on her face, so I think, it's just speculation at this point.
Yeah, I was just messaging with Albert Jorquera, who's also one of the Spanish commentators, but who's been performing the finish line interviews. And I said, well, if he can actually ask her if anything happened, because we are indeed speculating. We feel like we're seeing a bit of a limp, but it would be really cool to have confirmation from Emily herself. And so soon enough, she will be crossing the line. She will be in second place, punching her automatic entry into CCC or potentially UTMB 2026. Because if you run the 100K distance and you are interested in running the 100-mile at the UTMB World Series final, you could write an email to the Sports Commission and possibly get a pass and bump up your distance. And here, that ponytail flying in the air. And then...
I can't see a limp on the slow-mo, so it looked pretty smooth there.
And then you see some athletes using those little tiny phones to save weight and space, but it looks like she's got a massive iPhone in her front pocket, so... I don't know, maybe she's getting music there, or... I don't know what the story is, but she didn't go for weight that time.
Oh, she's got to be happy with this performance. And she was 6th at UTMB last year. We saw a video clip of her finish a little bit earlier in the broadcast. So now that she will get a direct entry into CCC, maybe we'll see a repeat performance of her UTMB experience there. It's going to be another exciting year, at the finals.
Because she will be going back to Western States this year. And so I think she's going to be attempting the double again, doing Western States and then UTMB.
Okay.
And I mean, she was 4th at Western States and then 6th at UTMB. So I think this is probably as good as it gets for competitive athletes. 2 top 10s. There's only very few runners who have managed to do this double successfully. Who do we have? Was it Killian that year? Obviously, Courtney's pulled it off, putting a hard rock in between.
We saw a number of women trying last year. Yeah, we saw a number of women trying to get the double last year because we had a fair number. It was 3 or 4 women who had gotten top 10 Western States come in and try their hand at UTMB last year, if I remember correctly from our commentating at Courmayeur, but not all of them managed to do it.
Yeah, I think it was also misleading because the year before it was such a air quote cold year that doubles it didn't take as much out of all the runners at Western States. They didn't go to the well as bad, and therefore we're in better shape to recover and do that double. But That was in 2023, and so 2024 that I believe created a bit the illusion that that was not as hard as it seemed, and it was a proper reality check last year, and a good reminder. You know, if you want to do well, I think it would make sense to focus on one or the other.
Now, it's a good reminder in this race, in the time that Emily is finishing in second place, this would have been a winning time last year.
Yeah, so it shows just like Miguel Heras, like these two are having an excellent race. It's just that, you know, today somebody had an even better race, and it doesn't take anything away from their performances. And I can't wait to have Albert interview Em at the finish line and hear how her race panned out, and if we were absolutely wrong, or if indeed what we can possibly imagine as a bit of a limp is coming from, I don't know, like a twisted ankle or maybe pain in one of her legs. All the questions, hopefully we'll find answers very soon when Emily Hawgood from Zimbabwe will cross the line.
I hope for her sake that we are wrong.
Yeah.
Well, she certainly left it all out on the course today.
There we go, high five, and she is 1K. Oh wow, I thought it was 1K to the finish, so they were saying as soon as she crosses the arch it's 1,000 meters, but then on the screen it says 0.8. Let's go halfway, it's 0.9. So what, 5 minutes until she crosses the line? It's going to be around 7:25. Oh yeah, and she's giving it all now, running up those steps. Good effort.
Come on, Emily. Let's go.
And so 3.75 Ks from the Maritime aid station through to Puerto de la Cruz finish line.
And I mentioned before the commercial break that we had a bit of a switch up in the women's race on the 110-kilometer course. Estelle Roig-Fortin is still well in first, but Linda Bolden has now moved back into second with Melanie Delassoir dropping back to third. So they've been leapfrogging a bit, I think, throughout this race. And Enrica de Mateus, one of the twins, is still in fourth.
Yeah, and we were making predictions, and it looks like Melanie Delassoir from Switzerland was expected in around 50 minutes at the Tigaiga aid station, which is around the bottom of that last descent. And so then there's that section on the sidewalk and then dropping down towards the shoreline. So it should be another hour, so maybe a couple of hours before we see our third woman in the 110 kilometers, and we'll find out if the current ranking will hold, especially between Linda Bolden and Melanie Delassoir.
She has been smiling throughout this race. I just love it. Such good energy. If she is indeed really injured a little bit or feeling a muscle pull, she's certainly not letting it show through her face.
Yeah, you got to give it up for the crowds on the Canary Islands. The Canarios are massive trail running fans. There are trail running races on pretty much every single island of the 5 islands. And today, for the 13th edition of the Tenerife Bluetrail, The crowds are here, and once again, it certainly does not disappoint. There she is. Final stride to claim the second place. There you go, fist bump with the cam runner who's been with her for quite a while. It's good to see those relationship develop.
Emily Howgood from Zimbabwe coming in second place after Anna Tedesova. Down to the final stretch. An amazing performance. Well done to Emily.
There we go.
Emily Haywood.
And she's going for hugs. Who's out there? Oh, that's Tony, of course.
Oh.
And Sheila was actually right next to them. So the whole gang, the whole Terex gang is out.
Amazing.
Let's see if we can hear anything. No, we only have the... So Albert is going to have to find her. She's right behind. Albert, if you can hear us, she is right behind us, the finish line. Let's have an interview with Emily.
Go find Emily. It's great to see Tony come out and cheer on her friend and teammate.
Yep. Yep.
Normally before a race, you'd be lying in bed, putting the legs up. But I suppose for a 20K event, it's not as crucial.
Yeah. Yeah, and she was pretty clear about it. She knew the purpose. She's here to get a stone that she needs to partake in the UTMB World Series final CCC at the end of August. And she'll do just that. So, what are we doing here? Gear check. On the finish line, as you can see, they're making sure that all these 80 athletes did carry the mandatory equipment. They're going to be checking probably a few items. No, that's the
Safety
GPS
first?
tracker.
Yeah.
That's the GPS. And then, team, if you're ever given one, don't forget to give it back because they'll know where you are. That's the problem with those devices. It does track you. Oh, what's going on here?
Oh. The third woman in the
She's
100.
looking back.
Okay.
Yeah.
UTMB, c'est encore l'islandaise, je crois.
So that would be Elisa Kristin Dostier from Iceland. No. But she looked a bit confused. She was looking back. Oh, so there's a change.
Yeah, I don't think it is. Yeah, it's Beatrice Paran Alvarez.
Oh, yeah, because Elisa had a blue top. Blue top, I think.
Yeah, and I think a different hairstyle. There's been a bit of a shift, it seems, for a third place.
Yes, indeed.
And of course, that third place is the critical one because it's the top three that get the automatic entry into the UTMB World Finals.
Good effort.
So while
for
of course there's always a battle for first. Yeah, this third spot is pretty critical if you want to automatically go into the finals. And she was looking behind her, so maybe that indicates that Elisa from Iceland isn't too far behind, but we're not sure at this point.
Emily, how good?
Yeah, it's like
Still got 5 kilometers to go.
53K race, always with a smile. How was the race for you?
There we go.
Amazing.
Albert finally find Emily. Let's hear it.
Really hot at the end. It was beautiful and clear all day. Yeah, the best day I've had on the island so far.
We could see you in the end a little bit like limping. Was it your ankle? Was it your legs? Was it that it was too long?
Yeah, I mean, I think I gave it everything, so I didn't have anything left at the end.
But it's still early on in the season. I think your main goal this season is Western States. So are you a little bit preparing the race?
Yeah, I have Canyons 100K coming up, and then Western States and UTMB. So still a lot more to come, and learned some good lessons today. Excited to put in some more specific training, and yeah, it was great to start the season this way.
How was the Iceland? Because you've raced Transvolcania, but you told me that this one is a little bit different.
Yeah, I feel like it's a little bit of everything. A mix of Transvolcania, Madeira, Fuerteventura, everything, all on one island. It was really, really beautiful, and it was so nice to be able to see it today. The clouds had moved, and from early on, we got to see everything. It was amazing.
We are live in all the channels of UTMB World Series, so also in the English one with Martin Gaffuri. Do you want to send a message to Idaho, to your friends in the USA, to your family in Zimbabwe?
Yeah, just thank you so much, everyone who tuned in to watch and follow. I thought about you all, and yeah, really magic day out there.
Congratulations, Emily. We love to see you smile. We hope to see you again smiling in Western States and see you soon here in Spain.
Thank you.
Emily Howard.
La segunda clasificada femenina dentro de la modalidad.
You just end up smiling after you listen to what she's saying. Even if you don't speak her language, I would imagine it has the same effect, because I'm just sitting here with a big grin on my face. Really
You're
happy
so
for her.
right. Like I was the same. I was like still doing something else, looking at results, but like hearing what she says, and then you look at her, you smile. Like this smile is definitely contagious.
Even when she was talking about how she left everything out on the course and she didn't have anything left, she just said it grinning ear to ear. And that's what it's all about. Yeah.
Somebody who
So
might
here we
not
have
be
third
grinning
woman.
just as much.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Beatrice, because she will still be throwing down pretty hard, just under 5Ks to go, but the battle is on for third place, 40 seconds apart at the last checkpoint. And at that point, Elisa Kirstensdottir was ahead of Beatrice, so she had 40 seconds. No, more than that. I got it backwards, sorry. No, she had 1:20.
Yeah.
On Beatrice.
Yeah, there's been a real switch up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they're reminding us in the chat, you know, when we were trying to decipher, you know, who was who and going by hairstyles and such, Elisa was the one that had the quite large red pack on her back. And a bit of a different running style there that was quite distinctive. So she will presumably be chasing down Beatrice. Whoop! Almost lost an ankle there.
Careful, now's not the time.
With 4K to go. Yeah. It's hard to really have to race. Yeah, those final few K.
All right, team, commercial
We are
break. We'll
off
be
to a
right back
commercial
for the
break.
women's race.
absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
We are back following the 73-kilometer race in the 100-kilometer category of Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB, following the new third-place woman, Beatriz Paran Alvarez, who is coming in behind Emily Halgood from Zimbabwe, who finished in second, and Anna Tarasova, who finished in first. And now Elisa is in fourth from Iceland.
Yeah, and we're moving here with Beatriz as she's made the very late move into third place. And according to the stats that we have, it seems like she's made the move and opened up a little bit of a gap. But here's a runner who stopped, looked back, and just told her that I don't know why. I don't know what, sorry, because that was all in Spanish and it was just too far for me to understand anything.
She keeps looking behind her, which indicates that, she's worried that Elisa is hot on her heels. We've only got a few kilometers to go, so she is going to have to race it to the end. Now she's coming off of a fifth place at the marathon distance in Transgran Canaria, so she's already been racing this year and had a good result. But a third place here would be fantastic for her.
Yeah, she won't be stopping at the pub for a pina colada.
Not until she crosses that finish line anyway.
Yeah, not until then. And I don't know if in the studio you guys are listening and you can talk to our camera mountain biker. It'd be awesome to see the behind Beatriz, if indeed Elisa is still in sight and if the race is on.
Can only guess at this point. Oh, but that's hard. That is really hard. Think that you've run 47 kilometers for over 7.5 hours and it comes down to these final minutes and you cannot let up. You can't stop to tie your shoe. You can't grab that pina colada. You have got to keep the foot on the gas until the end.
Yeah, look after yourself. Keep drinking. We saw Tom Evans drinking and hydrating until extremely late. Possibly, if you still have one gel in your pockets, there she is having a drink. It's really good. She's doing exactly what she needs to do. Yeah, if you have a bit of fueling, just down it. Now's the time.
I think we've got a more accurate temperature reading on the website that says 21 degrees versus the 12 degrees that's appearing on the
maybe it's the water temperature
screen. I was wondering. Yeah, maybe. Maybe.
Wow, she keeps looking back.
But we don't see on the map anyone else in sight. Can't be too sure though until we actually see them cross the finish line. Bit of a mystery. Not running quite as fast as we saw the top two women running in this final stretch, but still a pretty good clip. Don't get me wrong. If you are just joining us, we are covering the 100-mile, 100K, 50K races today, and there is still the 20K race later this afternoon, which Tony McCann, who was our guest on earlier, will be running in herself. We've seen incredible performances on both the men's and the women's side. Poland taking a sweep in the 50K and 100K categories, and the UK, Tom Evans, winning the 100-mile category. And then on the women's side, we have had Anna Tarasova, Emily Howgood, and now we are about to see Beatriz Perón Alvarez coming up to finish the 100K event, the 73K race. Spain dominated on the women's side in the 50K. And this is the 14th edition of the race. Whoop.
Wow, good thing that person put Beatriz in the right path, and she's actually screaming at another runner who went straight and missed that turn.
See, here I can understand losing your way, because it often gets confusing to stay on course once you enter the city. But Pablo Villa, who we understand got lost somewhere on the course earlier on in the trail, that one's still a mystery to me.
Yeah, it's funny because it's often the case, is, you know, like these trail runners can navigate through the wilderness, through the trails, and then the minute you get into town, like there's just so many options. And you're like, what's happening? Where am I? Where am I supposed to go?
Speaking of getting lost, we have someone in the chat, thank you, Martin. Elisa apparently went out of track earlier in the race and did an extra 2 kilometers, which would explain that switch up. She was in third before. Now Beatrice has come in, so that's just some information we've got through the chat. Appreciate that. Oh, that's got to be painful.
Oof.
That has got to be painful. I mean, maybe the trail is trickier to stay on than we thought, because now that's 2 of the top runners that have lost their way.
Yeah, that is.
But again,
definitely
sometimes
part
when
of the
it's
game.
so easy, yeah, you're just running along, and you think it's easy to follow, and you can just get in the zone. But you need to remember, if you don't see a course flag, if you don't see a course marker, you might not be going the right way. Wow.
And so, I mean, here we have an indication she did an extra 2 kilometers. It's always hard to gauge how much distance they've done, but and possibly therefore physically a bit more exhausted. But it's often a mental game when you're just always like working so hard. You're in a 3rd place of the podium. You have your entry for next year's UTMB final. And all of a sudden, you make that mistake, and you got to be very strong mentally to just stay focused, stay in it, and then not lose it.
Quite right. Quite right. That mental game, it can just break you a bit. Whoa. Suddenly, the legs start moving a bit slower, and it's hard to keep up the motivation.
Yeah, things could possibly fall apart, and well, it is part of the racing game, unfortunately, and fortunately for Beatriz Perón, because she's cruising now, still looking back, which always is a safe move. You don't want to be surprised that close to the finish. But
Definitely seems like she feels like she's being hunted. Yeah. But I think she's pretty safe. Less than 1.5 kilometers to go. We've got a question for you in the chat, Martin, about where a spectator tells you where to go when you're about to make a wrong turn. Could that be considered external assistance? I've got an opinion on that, but the question was directed to you, so I'll let you take this one.
Here I would say no, this is definitely not considered as external assistant for the simple reason that she didn't ask for it, and this is definitely not someone that she knew. So same goes for, you know, you as a competitive runner, you always want to be mindful of that. But if somebody's on the side of the trail with a water bottle and just pours it onto you, if you haven't asked, which is something we saw at Transvolcania, you're like, oh, but they got aid and they got cooled down. It's like, yeah, but they never asked for it. It was just that person who were on the side of the trail and poured water on them because they wanted to help. And so it is definitely not here in that case considered as external assistance. And I
definitely agree with that.
Yeah.
And I think the other factor is that if someone is there just as a spectator, they could help out anyone on the course. It's, you know, if you have your coach or your friend or your crew who is there specifically providing you assistance when you haven't asked for it, that could be seen as external assistance. But this is just someone kind of helping you along the way. A bit of a trail angel, a bit of a positive random act of kindness. So definitely wouldn't see anything objectionable about that. We've also got another fun fact about Elisa, who is following behind in fourth. She won the Backyard Ultra, did 382 kilometers at that in 2024, which I didn't know.
And there we go. She is in the final kilometer, or as the screen points, the 800 meters. Yeah, and I think to add to that, because now it's coming together, I feel like the gauge would be if the runner proactively accepts something from someone, meaning that if somebody hands over a bottle and they take it and drink, or take it and pour it over themselves, or they take a gel and have it, then they have accepted whatever was offered to them, and this is then their doing. And so if that happens outside of an aid station or in a location where it is not allowed, this would be a situation where it is considered as external assistance. Anything that basically falls upon the runners, but they haven't done anything to take advantage of it, would not be considered as such. That's I guess a better way to explain what I said earlier. And here she's zigzagging, trying to find her way.
I mean, as oftentimes this stuff comes down to common sense. You know, you want to be play by the rules and be a good sportsman, sportswoman. But there's always gray areas, and I think as long as you show good intention, then it should be fine. Speaking as a lawyer, you can always find a loophole.
Allegedly.
Exactly. And there are some races that I've raced in where there really are trail angels, and they bring things to help everyone on the trail. In the format of that race, it's allowed as long as you're not there to support a single person. You just support everyone.
Right.
But always important to check up what the race rules are of the event that you are entering. Because it's so awful to see when some runners accidentally break the rules and then have to suffer the consequences of it.
Yeah, I think you got a point here, and it's never too hard. Like before you partake in a race, there's gonna be the website, there's gonna be rules somewhere. Sometimes they're not easy to find, but it is your duty as you've signed up for the race to know and understand the rules and respect them. So in this case, you're pretty safe. You know. Whenever any situation is going to be thrown at you, you know what to do and how to react and whether you could or could not accept external assistance. And I feel like sometimes it is overlooked, especially by elite athletes, and you'd be like, guys, that's part of the job. There we go. It seems like it's in the books now.
Down to those final 300 meters coming up to the finish line. We have Beatriz Perón Alvarez from Spain, following in the footsteps of Emily Haugood and Anna Tarasova in the 73-kilometer race at Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB. Final 100 meters to go. She surged into third place after Elisa Kristensdottir from Iceland, unfortunately, reportedly, allegedly, got lost on the trail and added an extra 2 kilometers. But big smiles from Beatrice. She has been looking over her shoulder in these last couple of kilometers, maybe wondering whether she was being chased down, but she has got third place solidly in her hat.
And that's another
Fantastic
podium
performance.
position as well for Team Joma. They've been doing well with Miguel Heras, Gemma Arenas, and Ines Astarain. Solid day.
Good point.
There. There you go. We're talking about them. Team Joma is in the house.
Ooh. And now we've got some footage
There
of
we
the
go,
first
team.
woman.
Yes, in
Caught that
the
quickly.
100-mile distance. Yep. So she is.
We
the
haven't been
one
able to
that
see
Jean
much
Margaret
of them so far. Yeah.
told us about Estelle Roig Fortin from Spain, and definitely moving up, stepping up her game. Apparently, she is a psychologist. I think it would be good if we can get a confirmation from that, because it was with a bit of a question mark coming from Jan. But again, with a past in field hockey for many years, and then she moved a few years back to Switzerland, where she rediscovered running as a sport, enjoyed it, and started training specifically for it. And now she is scoring pretty high, because she is leading the 100-mile distance, the 110 kilometer here at the Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB. And so we have a quick commercial break coming up, but we will stay tuned to make sure we bring her in as Sanjay Sherpa is crossing the line. Come stay with us.
absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And we are back. We are following the first woman, Estelle Roig-Fortem, who is running in the lead in the 110K race. She describes herself as a Catalan happily lost in Switzerland. So she will have been training, presumably, in the Alps. And had a strong lead from early on in this race, and quite a good lead, as we saw also on the men's side with Tom Evans from the UK, having quite a gap over the second place. She's now just over 4 kilometers from the finish. Yeah.
Look at her go. Like 4 finishing, like, so 4Ks to the finish. She's 100 and... Wait, is that 100? Yeah, 110. So 106 kilometers with, she would have done all the climbing. So she's over 6,200 meters of climbing. And she's still looking pretty smooth.
Yep.
And also, as Jeanne-Marguerite was explaining, she's still pretty new to the sport. And when you see the size of her pack, I think she can also gain a few kgs by maybe switching a few pieces of gear to lighter ones. Because it's
it's always a trade-off. Yeah, particularly in these longer races, you know, you don't want to get caught out if it did get down to 0 in the higher elevations, and you're going up to 3,555 meters, which is really high in this race. And so you have to weigh up as an athlete. Do I bring a little bit of extra gear to make sure I'm warm, or do I try to go lighter? And we can see here she's decided to go a little bit on the heavier side, but you know what? It's worked out well for her, so who knows?
Yeah, and that's the thing, like, maybe she doesn't know any lighter, and then, you know, she's gonna I mean, that's gonna be 100% her breakthrough race. And so from that perspective, she'd be like, wow, okay, new heights, new game, and then like probably new learnings, and
what can I tweak going forward? Yeah,
how to improve upon what she would have already done. And here we've got a camera runner and a camera mountain bikers offering us those images, so they're doubling up a little bit.
You know, it's interesting looking at her background. She doesn't have a lot in the 100-mile category, you know, under her belt, but the one that she does was the Mustang Trail Race. She won that one as well. Now that one was actually 100 miles. It was 170 kilometers, so quite a bit longer. I know it sometimes gets confusing. This was a 110K race, but it was the longest race, and it is in the 100-mile category when we're talking about the different categories at UTMB. And she is going to win this one as well.
Maritima aid station, so that's the last one for less than 4Ks to go, I think. I mean, it says 4Ks here on your screen, but I thought it was 3.75 on the profile. So interesting here, she's taking her time, taking the time to refill, have a full flask for the last part.
I mean, she's got to know
Steph,
that she's got a comfortable lead. Yep, go ahead.
Yeah. Do you have the times of last year's 110 kilometer, the winning time in the women's?
Give me 1 second, and I will get them for you.
Yeah, let's see if we can figure that one out, just to get an idea of.
Okay. Yep. The winner of the 110 kilometer category last year was 15 hours and 18 minutes, but then the second place was quite a bit behind at 17 hours. So we are just coming up on 15 hours now, and she's still got 4 kilometers to go. So she's not going to break last year's time, but it looks like last year's winner was a bit of an outlier compared to the second and even third place women.
Was it
So
Martina?
a lot more variation. Last year, it was Eva Maria Sperger.
Yeah, Eva Maria. Yeah.
From Germany, yeah.
So yeah, we'll be on par with that, like probably, what do you reckon, 15, 20?
She's got 3.6 kilometers to go. Maybe a little bit later. Depends how fast she's running right now.
She's definitely faster than 5 minutes per K. I mean, it's going downhill now, so of course she is.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe 15, 20, yeah.
It'd be cool. Yeah, it'd be cool to break like 15, 20. But as you said, like, she's got a very comfortable lead, so there's no need to go like murder yourself. It is still early in the season, and the win is in the bag. The automatic entry into UTMB next year is in the bag, so you know, sure,
she's in a great spot.
You want to honor the course, you want to honor your competition, but you don't want to bury yourself either.
Yeah, she's absolutely in a great spot.
And she looks still very comfortable,
she could beat the time. Yeah, as those kilometers keep ticking down.
Yeah.
Maybe there was a bit of a leg before. I was like, oh no, she's not gonna beat 15, 18, but I think she will.
Maybe we're underestimating that downhill.
Yeah, I think so.
And that guy is trying extremely hard not to get chicked, but I don't think he's gonna last. And there's nothing wrong with that, buddy.
It's always great motivation to be running alongside someone, even if they're in a different race. It's kind of like when you run next to someone on the treadmill at the gym and you kind of look over at what speed they're running at and you increase your speed a little bit. Come on, admit it. We all do it. We all do it.
Yep. I mean, I don't know if you increase the speed, but you certainly look.
Yeah, you can't make it too obvious, can you? And don't forget about us in the live chat. Jump in, comment on your favorite runners. Feel free to ask questions. We will be keeping an eye on anything that comes through. And the memes and the GIFs.
Yes, that's what we want.
I'm really impressed with her running style. She looks really smooth.
Yeah, like
You can see that she's got very little bounce up and down. Yeah, she's just putting all of her energy into the forward motion. Very energy efficient.
Yeah.
Yeah. And tracing behind Estelle, and first we have Linda Boldan from Latvia and Melanie de la Soie from Switzerland. There seems to be a pretty good gap between them.
Yeah. Like I would say 45 minutes between Estelle and Linda, and 55. Yeah, solid 25 minutes with Linda and Melanie.
So we won't have any sprint finishes between them.
Nah, it looks like, yeah.
You know, this is why we need more women entering these races, because we see the men coming through. I mean, with the exception of Tom Evans, who was quite far ahead, but we see the men coming through in a lot shorter time frames. As we get more and more women entering, the competition just continues to raise year after year. I would love to see next year to be sitting in these seats and to see a sprint finish on the women's side. Let's keep things interesting.
Well, last year we did for between second and third. In the last 300 meters, there was a pass. It was pretty brutal to watch. I don't have the names in mind, but like she was coming in, and then the second place at the time wasn't looking too much, and then wham, she went past, tried to respond, but then boom, within 100 meters, her spirits were broken, and that was in the last 300 meters of the race.
Wow.
So
now, what's your opinion, Martin? Are you a fan of passing, just, you know, putting it all on the line, you know, taking no prisoners, passing in that last few hundred meters, or are you a fan of the holding hands and crossing the finish line together? Because people feel pretty strongly one way or another usually.
Option number one, any day. You're pinning a number, you go into war, there's no goddamn friend. you can have a chat, you can have a hug once you cross the line, but like it is still a sport, it is still a race, it is still a competition. There's things at stake. There are like tickets to be earned, there are points to be made, there's prize money sometimes to be had. I don't know.
There's no hand holding. No hand holding in trail racing.
Hell no, not in my world.
I'll keep that in mind.
What about you? What about you?
I don't know. I'm kind of more of a softie. I'm a fan of the holding hands across the finish line. Everyone's a winner, but I know that there's usually some strong reactions against that. I just really feel for that person who's crossed in those final few moments. I don't think I could ever do that to someone, but you're perfectly well within your rights to race it to the end, and it makes things exciting. I think as long as there's a hug and a hand holding at the end after the finish line, I'm cool with it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, agreed. Like, there has to be a level of respect. But if that's there, and I don't know, I think this boils down to your relationship with running and how you grew up with it.
Yep.
And if this is something you fell into, and you've always been running on trails, which is very different to road or track, or if you've been brought up with this track, cross-country kind of attitude where, you know, you're putting a number, and again, like, this is war. And anything you can do to like snag another spot. I mean, in cross country, you snooze and you lose 10 spots. So you're always trying to do your best, and because you also run for the team. So there's a lot of elements, and that, at least for me, left a lot of kind of memories that are imprinted in the running pattern, and so you see a finish line. If there's a sprint and a position to be made, damn, you do it.
That's interesting. Yeah, I guess I'm speaking from the perspective I started in the multi-day self-supported foot races, you know, the MDS style. And there, if you sprint to the finish line on day 3, you are going to be kind of burning bridges when it comes to day 4 or day 5, where you might have to rely on someone else for a little bit of assistance, camaraderie. You're kind of playing the long game. So maybe that's where I get my perspective from. Both are valid. I guess we saw a bit of a sprint between Vincent and Killian last week at Chianti.
How good was that? Yeah. And then Vincent, even though he technically, from a race perspective, lost to Killian, like, he was just as happy. Like, he was shaking his head, smiling in disbelief about what happened in that last 30 minutes. He's like, I can't believe this happened. He said it was just like cross country. Every K, they were like throwing it down and then responding, going at each other.
I mean, many of us would pay to lose to Killian like that. Yeah.
Oh, hands down. Yeah.
Yeah. We got less than 1.5 kilometers to go for the women's race in the 110K event. Super exciting. Estelle Roig-Fortin, self-professed Catalan, living in Switzerland. Ran a really solid race today.
And let us know in the chat as well, like which option you feel like is the one that sounds right to use. So Savvy says option 1, definitely. They can hold hand, embrace, even make out if they want at the end, but let there be competition and sprinting before the finish line.
I like that.
And then, I think that's a good question. Somebody's asked, like, what shoes is she wearing? She looks so smooth. She really does look smooth, and I think this is due to a bit more than just the shoes. Like, I think, as we were saying, like, her gait is strong. Like, I would not be surprised if she's hitting the gym. That would also be a heritage of field hockey, because they always, like, kind of hunched and bent, so they have to be extremely strong and have very good core. So probably a heritage from there as well.
Just looking at another question in the chat, how do you keep your mandatory gear super light? You know, you mentioned that the runners can kind of reduce the amount of weight that they're carrying. How? It's a good question. You know, some things are easy. You can either carry an iPhone if you want to take photos, if you want to, you know, have full functionality on your phone and internet, or you can carry, if it's allowed under the rules, a phone that's as small as your thumb, that just allows you to call an emergency number if you need to, and that loses quite a bit of weight and space there. And then it's on the clothes, it's on the gear. But the question is, do you want to do the absolute minimum in order to make sure that you have the mandatory gear, but not actually need to rely on those clothes if it gets cold or rainy or windy? Or do you want to take what you might actually need? So it's always a bit of a game. If it's fair weather,
it's a fine balance.
It's lightest is often best. But if the weather looks iffy, you could really shoot yourself in the foot by not taking a few extra 100 grams of weight. So it comes with experience.
It does, and I gotta say as well, like when M is asking, is it by removing some mandatory gear? Definitely not. Like, they absolutely need to have all the gear, and you've seen on the finish line, Emily was asked, no, it was the GPS tracker, but they do get GPS gear check. And if you're not carrying the mandatory equipment, like especially as an elite athlete, when there's even more at stake, because we said there was podium position, there's automatic entry into the UTMB World Series final. You have so much more to lose. So they definitely pay attention to having the lightest gear possible, because they feel like they can handle that distance and cover the course very quickly, while other runners will be going into a second night. So it is first how much you know yourself and how much you know you're going to need or not that equipment, whether you're going to keep it in your pack the whole time or you're going to have to actually pull it out and wear it, but also how much you're prepared to invest, because it is also a financial aspect where, you know, when you want the lightest gear, sometimes it is costly, because, for example, Stephanie, the phone you were talking about, this is not a phone you're going to use every day. This is basically something you would buy just for your mandatory equipment. Just like you need to carry a headlamp, you're going to have the Petzl E-Light. This is tiny, this is perfect for mandatory equipment, but do you ever use it outside of that? No. So basically you buy gear that is just dedicated to be the lightest, the smallest, and is always going to be in a Ziploc bag for your race kit.
I can't remember which runner it was, but it might have been Anges that I was looking at before Instagram feed before the race, and he was in a store, in a kid's store, and he was picking up like little toy kids phones and kind of joking that I think I was trying to, you know, follow along, or maybe it was one of the Spanish runners, but, you know, joking that it was a light phone that they could use to bring for as part of the mandatory kit.
There you go. In the last few 100 meters. And what a pace. What a pace. She's going to absolutely blow out her UTMB score.
And what did I say that 2014 time was? Let me go back to the stats. 2014, 15:18. So she is going to make it. I stand corrected.
Wow,
Final 300 meters. She's going to do it. Well done.
Well done.
Nice work. And with a smile at that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, remember that name. We will be seeing it again in the UTMB World Series.
You bet. Estelle Roig Fortin from Spain. Catalan living in Switzerland, finishing in first place for the 110K race in the 100-mile category of the Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB. She can't contain that smile as she approaches the finish line.
There you go. It's getting real.
And a kiss before she crosses.
There you go. Let's hear it from the finish line.
Woo!
Salía anoche desde los cristianos, 11 de la noche, y está alcanzando la línea de meta aquí en el puerto de la Cruz. Fuertes aplausos que se oiga para Estelle Roig. Y está alcanzando la línea de meta aquí en el puerto de la Cruz. Fuertes aplausos que se oiga para Sergio García. 47 kilómetros.
Oh yeah, we've got tears. Team, we've got tears on that finish line. And it looks like she had a pretty good support group out there.
Still standing. We haven't seen anyone really keel over after they cross the finish line.
Llegado también en esta línea de meta para Romain Torres.
Yeah, there you go. They're already deep into the debrief.
Taking notes for next time.
And
a
Chevy,
very comfortable
back to
win.
business. All right, we're gonna need that
So we've
photo,
seen-
and we're gonna need possibly
Yeah.
that interview. Hopefully, Albert should be not too far.
We've seen very comfortable wins on both the men's and women's side in this 110K race. Clear
She
leads
looks
out in
extremely
front.
Like,
Aww.
look at that, Fraser's a daisy.
She does.
Albert is in the house. Awesome. We're gonna have all the questions. We were hoping to have answers to.
I don't know about any of you, but I really feel like I'm burning calories just watching all of these people cross this finish line. I'm sweating.
But we are here with Estelle Roch. She's Catalan like me, but we will do the interview in English. Estelle, congratulations. What a race.
Thank you so much. I don't even know what to say. Honestly, I did not expect this at all. And I actually asked to change to the 72K race, and I was told no. And I had to do this one. So.
You are only 27 years old. You started to run, I think, 2 or 3 years ago, and you are having amazing results.
Thank you. Yeah, I used to play field hockey, so I guess I've always run, but I didn't trail run. I didn't do that specifically. So, but yeah, it's going well. I'm enjoying it a lot. It's fun and really hard as well.
At what moment did you start to believe that you were going to win the race?
Actually, it was quite late because the last hill after what's the aid station that was just before the last big hill, like 600 meters.
Base del Asomadero.
Yes. So when I was climbing there, one guy said that he thought some girls passed me on the downhill before because all of the races were together. And I didn't know if they were from my race, if they were from the 27K, or I don't know the distances, but if they were in another race or mine. So I wasn't quite sure. And then the camera showed up later. So I was like, okay, I guess they were not from my race.
And tell us, because you are from Mata de Pera, from Catalonia, but you are living in Switzerland, what do you do there?
So I'm a school psychologist, but right now I'm doing some construction work. I'm learning how to put tiles, and that way I can manage trail running a little bit more than when I was working at a school.
Y ahora ya, para acabar, si quieres decir unas palabras en castellano para si te están viendo en casa o en catalán.
Sí, es que no sé ni qué decir. Primero de todo, muchas gracias Facu, es mi entrenador y sin él la verdad es que literal no estaría aquí porque no sabía ni el material obligatorio ni nada y gracias a él pues todo ha ido bien. Y bueno, obviamente por todo el entreno que hemos hecho con él y me ha ayudado un montón. Gracias a mi madre y a mi novio y a la mejor amiga de mi madre que están todos aquí y han ayudado en los avituallamientos y ha sido muy guay tenerlos aquí. Y gracias a todo el mundo que me está siguiendo, que me ha dicho mi novio que muchos de mis amigos me están siguiendo, así que nada, gracias, merci.
Pues muchas gracias a ti, Estelle Roch, ganadora de la Tenerife Bluetrail 110 kilómetros.
Gracias.
So she wanted to thank her coach who helped her out so much because before coming here she didn't even know what she needed to take when it came to the mandatory equipment. Thank her boyfriend as well as her mom and her mom's friend who were out there, as well as everybody who was out on the trail and back at home supporting her. So pretty good attitude, good smile.
That was so interesting, Martin. I mean, she said that she wanted to drop down to the 73K race, but the race said no, so she had to do. So she didn't even want to do the 110K race, but I think they did her a favor because she clearly performed well by smashing this one out of the park. But how hilarious.
And then even like during the race, it's like, oh, I'm getting past. Maybe I'm not in the first position, and then realizing, oh no, they were in my race. The camera is still on me.
That's what's so hard when you have different race distances running on the same course together. It can, even if you know that people are in another race, just getting passed by people who are fresher and faster can sometimes be mentally disconcerting. But she kept it up right till the final few hundred meters. So congrats to her. Really amazing win. And now we're just waiting for the second and third women in the 110K race to round out our top finishers across the different events. But of course, we still have the 20K race to go later today. We have been following the 100-mile, 100K, and 50K categories with you today in the live coverage. So in second place in the 110K race, we have Linda Baldan from Latvia and Melanie Delassois from Switzerland still behind. Linda is estimated to come into the next checkpoint, which is just a few kilometers from the end, in about 20 minutes, with Melanie expected just over half an hour behind her. So let's see.
Yeah, and so we're being told now that there's not going to be like on-site coverage, because I guess like now all the teams that were out there on the course are back to the finish line. But we're still waiting for, as you were saying, at the women's podium for the 110 kilometer. And yeah, we'll be with you. So I think maybe this is an opportunity to open a bit more of a conversation in the chat. And let us know if you have any questions, if you have any races coming up, let us know which one you're doing. And if you want a piece of advice on anything, I believe with Steph, you're in good hands for any advice. And then if she doesn't have the answer, I'll make up one, because that I'm good at.
We can patchwork together a solution. There are now about 50 events in the UTMB World Series, so lots of different races to choose from, but they are getting popular, and they are very popular. So if you haven't signed up for one already, you might need to look to find one that fits in with your schedule, that still has some openings. But races all around the world, it's truly impressive to see how this series is growing year after year. I think there were 9 events added for this year. So a little bit for everyone to pick from.
Yeah, and as they're growing, there's more and more in every corner of the world, so you don't even have to travel that far to collect your stones and possibly throw your name in the hat for the final. But quick commercial break, but we'll be right back. Yes, do this.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
so hot, I ain't coming down.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And we
Right,
are
team.
back with you for the live coverage of the Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB race. We have been following the 100-mile category, 100-kilometer and 50K races and seen incredible finishes amongst the women and the men. And we are waiting for the second and third place women in the 100-mile race category. That's the 110-kilometer race.
And so, as we're waiting, we'll have the fixed camera on the finish line in Puerto de la Cruz. And this is the opportunity to open the chat to, I mean, obviously more gifts, that is always open, but to more questions. And we do have a first question, Steph, that we're going to be able to address on a very good topic. Lisbeth is asking us how to deal with blisters and if toes hurt. That will obviously have a big impact on the pace as well as your overall race experience. And so do we have tips for toes? Do you want to start with that?
Yes. Why not? I love talking about feet. So first I will say, if you are training for or racing in a race that is on the longer side, either a multi-day event or a 100-mile event, or in hot climates, oftentimes it's helpful to get your shoes that are like even half a size bigger than what you would normally wear. Of course, you need to make sure to train in that. Otherwise, you can trip yourself up pretty easily on the trails if you're not used to wearing that size. But making sure you're not cutting it too close to where your toes end, where your foot ends inside the shoe, is particularly important. You can also use different kinds of products to put on your feet beforehand. Some people will use just plain old Vaseline. Others will use different types of kind of anti-blister, anti-chafing products. You can try different ones that are useful for you. The kind that I use is, it's gone out of business, and it was amazing. It was something that another runner had given to me that he'd gotten from the adventure racing world, and it was called Chafex. But I had to kind of import it in from the US, and the company's gone out of business, but I made sure to buy a couple of boxes of their products but before they went out of business, because it was just brilliant. I think Squirrel's Not Better, some people use. There are various other brands. If you have one that it works for you that we haven't mentioned here, we normally don't allow promotions, but I think we can offer an exception. Pop it in the chat just so we can help share some advice. And then, you know, it seems like a pretty simple, trite thing to say, but just training your feet, time on your feet, getting out there, hardening up your feet. My feet are like shoe leather, and so I just don't get blisters, no matter what I do. Skip the pedicures, skip any of the things that soften up your feet. I take a bit of the army approach, and then you avoid it. I haven't actually gotten blisters in quite a long time, so if you can train your feet through practice, that also helps. And then the last tip that I'll give, which generally I use for kind of hot spots on other parts of the body, but you can use it for the feet, is actually to use some KT tape. Now, Kinesio tape is quite flexible. You can sweat through it. It won't generally leave a bit more of a ridge. So if you know that you get rubbing or get a hot spot on a certain part of your heel, for example, I haven't tried it on the toes, but maybe on the side of the foot, you can sometimes use that for prevention. Or if you actually get a blister mid-race, pop on a little bit of KT tape to protect it, and then you can just keep on running. How about you, Martin?
I'm with you, although that company that I use is still in business. So the brand name is Aquilin, and the name of the product is NOK, N-O-K. And this is the one I've been using since the very early days, and also in adventure racing. And the beauty with that one is that it works. It's anti-chafing for everything. You put it under the armpits, on the nipples, on the feet, and it works for really everything and everywhere. And I found it it's never let me down. So from the anti-chafing product, that's what I would recommend. Then in the places you're gonna chafe, and that's not necessarily again on the foot exclusively, but yeah, I would second what you said about tape, especially if you're wearing a singlet and you get a pack that could rub, you put it up over your collarbones with a bit of tape. Nipples, it's incredible, especially for gentlemen, how maybe a nail size piece of tape over your nipples will protect them from a world of pain if something goes wrong. And then something we haven't talked about just yet, but I feel like it is quite essential, is practicing in training and understanding how tight your shoes should be and should not be. Because depending on what you prefer, you want to have your foot to move a little bit in your shoe. Sometimes you don't want them to move, and it is definitely worth rechecking with how tight your shoes are, especially before a really long descent. Because if they're a bit loose and ends up that your foot ends up moving ever so slightly, but allowing your toes to touch the front of your shoe, then you're screwed, and you're going to lose toenails, and you're going to be in a world of pain. So again, for those longer races, try to have half a size bigger shoes and get used to running in them. I've actually found it extremely helpful, and as much as my feet measurement is a certain size, since I've started trail running, I've run in shoes that are half a size bigger. So in my city shoes, they're half a size, I'm talking US, half a size smaller than my trail running shoes.
Yeah, it's a good point that you raise about making sure that your foot doesn't move. Your heel has got to be firmly in place. Otherwise, as you say, you're going to lose your toenails if you start slamming against the front of your shoes going downhill. Making sure, going back to, those hot spots for the women out there, I often find putting a piece of KT tape under the sports bra. That one is critical, as it tends to be a spot that a lot of women tend to chafe in, or on the back if you're carrying a pack, and that's why it's really helpful to fill up your pack the way that you would be using it while you're racing. Because you might be practicing with a pack that doesn't have a lot in it, and then all of a sudden, when you pack it with all of your mandatory gear, it's hitting different hotspots on your back. And so if you don't know how it rubs, whether you're going to have any issues, you might find yourself 25, 30, 50K into a race suddenly with a big problem. So those are our tips on kind of the chafing, blister side of things. But always something that it sounds like a small thing, but it can really prevent you from either enjoying your race or sometimes even finishing your race.
Oh yeah. Like blisters could be, a game changer and cause DNF. Like especially if they build up under the metatarsals or under the heel. You know those blisters, they're like right under the derm. And they're extremely painful, and once the skin is off, like it's game over.
We've got an interesting, we've got some recommendations on products in the chat, but also an interesting piece of advice that I haven't heard that someone got from their podiatrist, which was if you've got a cream, if you've got an anti-chafing product, put it on the socks as well as around the toes. So that's a little bit of a tip for you there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then there's socks. You're like what socks you will choose in racing is very important. Some are thick, some are thin, some are slippery, and they will move quite a bit in your shoe, which could create a hot spot. And then there's socks with toes. So if you tend to have issues with blisters in between your toes, it could make sense to find socks that have toes, and therefore all your feet will be like with your toes will be individually wrapped, because what usually creates chafing is skin against skin. So again, by having
your toes can kind of smush together. Yeah, your toes can kind of smush together, especially when you're later through the race and just merge into one common toe. So I certainly wear toe socks. I wear in Gingies during my races, but there are also other brands, and it just keeps each toe in its own little compartment, which tends to help prevent the smushing.
All right, well, that was a great question. Do we have any other questions in the chat team? I mean, we're here to help. We've got a fair amount of years under our belt in trail experience. So,
and in crewing, we also, there might be some spectators, some crew people online who are wondering, what do you do? What's the best way to crew someone? You've got a ton of experience crewing, Martin, because for those of you who don't know, Martin's partner, Ruth Croft, is one of the top female ultra runners in the world, and I think, Martin, that puts you in one of the top crewing people in the world, although you are an incredible runner yourself. Let's not forget about that. But if you've got any questions about crewing as well, that's something that we haven't shown a lot of here on the live stream, but is such a big part of a lot of these athletes' races. We are looking at the individual performances of these runners, but there is usually a team that has been behind each of these runners' performances: coaches, friends, family, and then the crew who were there at the actual events themselves, making sure that they've either got a bucket of water poured on top of their head when they're getting too hot, or a warm hug when they're getting a little bit cold. So if you've got any questions, not just about racing, but about crewing as well, we are happy to weigh in. And maybe we'll just, I'm curious, Martin, for you, when you are crewing, do you have any tips from things that you have kind of learned along the way or picked up as you've been either crewing Ruth or commenting on all of these sports events? What have you seen that has been really effective or that has stood out to you?
There's many things. that you learn over time with experience, and also just being at events, and you're gonna be basically traveling with the crews that are with the runners that are around your runner, so you're gonna end up spending quite a bit of time. And so if you actually pay a little bit of attention to what's going on around you, you're gonna learn a ton. But I would say like the key points, and I'm sure you'll be able to add many, but to have it right, if you are a runner yourself, that's going to help a lot, because you will understand what these people are going through, what your runners are going through. And I would say probably the most important thing, I guess there's several things, but I would say the runner's responsibility is to give you the most complete brief on what they're going to be needing at each aid station, because this is their race. They would have done their pacing plan. They would have kind of told how many calories they want in between the times they're going to be seeing you, what kind of gear they want to take or drop off. And so these things need to be prepared, and this is the runner's responsibility. Then on race day, your responsibility lays on listening. You want to listen and kind of look at how your runner is doing, because whatever you do, whichever attitude you have, that will bleed onto the runner. So if you end up being stressed, that stress is going to actually be communicated to your runner. So if things are not working according to plan, just remain calm and just see. The more you know your runner, the better you're going to be able to react to put them back on track. And if you feel like they're falling behind and they're getting a bit stressed, you just calm them down, let them offload onto you if they have a rant to be had, or if they need to complain, or just welcome that, get them to offload upon you, and then they will be back out on the course with a better attitude, and you're going to be able to send them back. And sometimes, they've told you their plan, they told you what they need, and you know them enough that even if they're in a hole, they need tough love. And you're going to be giving them what they don't want to hear, but what they need to hear. And it's like, look, this is why you're in this. You chose to do this, and whichever reason they have to be in it. It's like, hey, just like we talked about, actually earlier today, is two runners were talking about, it's like, oh, I'm tired, I'm going to drop out. It's like, dude, did you see that woman that passed us who was missing her leg, and she's still going? So what's your excuse? And it's like, nah, you're right, I got to keep going. So sometimes finding the right words will be the difference between your runner dropping out or actually making it to the finish line with a whole lot of memories and sometimes a roller coaster of emotion. But this is what you look for in an ultra at the end of the day. So I think in a nutshell, this is what I could share, but I mean, we could go all night. What's your take? And maybe from a runner's perspective, Steph, what would you expect from your crew?
Well, I think you raised really good points. First, I just want to kind of respond to that. This idea about not translating the stress onto your runner, this is critical. You could have the most horrible time getting from one checkpoint to another. You could get in a car accident. You could lose all of the gear. Whatever happens, do not tell that to your runner until after the race. You might have the best story, but keep it to yourself. It's kind of like a swan, gliding along the surface of the water. The feet are moving quickly underneath, but you keep that all hidden. Calm, cool, and collected on the surface. That's what you need to portray, because your runner doesn't need to know any of that. I had one race where my crew told me that the other woman who was crewing for me had almost, crashed my car, and it was, getting food all over the place. I didn't need to know any of that. You don't need to bring it to your runner. So, fake it till you make it. And this idea about attitude, I think some runners do need tough love. Some runners need a hug, and sometimes it'll change, depending on where they are at in the race. One of the best things that you can do as a crew, especially if you haven't seen the person that you are crewing run before, if you don't know them that well, is ask them, hey, when you are out there, when you're having a really bad time, what is the thing that you will need from me? Do you need me to give you a kick up the backside? Do you need me to give you a hug? Do you need me to give you a piece of pizza? XYZ. As you don't necessarily know what it'll be until that moment comes. So having an idea ahead of time, super helpful. Also important to be flexible. You got to read your runner, because your runner might think, yeah, just give me a kick up the backside. And then they're teary, they're sitting there, you know, just feeling like they're at the bottom of the world. Maybe they need a hug. So it's not an exact science, but if you can try to be flexible, push your runner to places where they know inside that they want to be pushed, but they just can't get there themselves. But make sure you don't go too far, because then you're going to lose the trust of your runner. And it's that trust that's key. You know, when you are out there on the course, you are thinking about one thing only, and that is to keep moving forward. And so all of these extra things that come into play, you know, food, gear, clothing, doubt, you want to try to offload all of that decision making as crew for your runner so that they can continue to focus just on moving forward. Take away the decisions for them. If they come in, they don't necessarily know, they're not thinking clearly. They might not necessarily know, unless you're an elite, like Ruth, who's a professional, they might not know, do I need water? Do I need food? So you have to be the brain for your runner. Remember, they're going to have garbage. They might have gel wrappers. They might have toilet paper that they've used out on the course. Take their garbage. Grab their water bottles before they tell you that they need their water filled up. Do the thinking for them. So if you can even write out a checklist for yourself to keep yourself on track, that'll make sure that you don't miss something.
Yeah, and you get a very good point here, and I think we've like really weighted on the keeping the runners going, because that is the crew's responsibility, and this is why they're there, to help them perform at their best. But there's also, like, as you said, the duty of being the barometer, of being their brain. And so it's also important to keep in mind that it's not always finish line at all costs. Like, at some point, you're going to be able to have an external perspective. And if the runner is getting loopy or like badly injured, this is also your responsibility to help them come back to reality and pull the plug when they could possibly put themselves in this situation that it could be dangerous or like unhealthy. It is also that responsibility, you know, like, yes, you're going to do everything you can to get them to the finish line, but not at all costs. And one thing, I think we're going to be like 5 minutes away from seeing our second place female in the 100 mile distance, so we'll keep an eye on her. But one thing, and I take this from Corinne Malcolm, is a great saying, and I keep that in mind always. When you go through the aid station as a runner as well as a crew, you want to be efficient but not rushed. This is where you're gonna have to put the judgment. Is like, you want to be quick, you want to be efficient, but if you start rushing or stressing, you're going to communicate that to your runner, and you could miss an important step. So as you said, Steph, you could write it down, you put it on paper, so you know exactly all the steps you need to do, and taking that extra 10 seconds to read your list and make sure you've ticked all the boxes, definitely worth it. Because if your runner goes back out on the course and they're missing, I don't know, like one flask or one gel or mandatory kit, that will jeopardize their race. And look at that, ladies and gentlemen, the most well-known speaker in the Spanish world, Depa, Jose Depa, just crossed the finish line with a massive smile on his face. I didn't even know he was racing, so I didn't quite catch the color on his bib to know whether he did the 47 or the 73.
And we are about 3 minutes away from seeing the second place woman in the 110K race come through. So waiting with bated breath for that.
También en la misma distancia, Ulpiano Urdiales.
Linda
We do
Boldani
have some
from
questions. Yeah. We do have some questions about fueling strategies. We don't have a lot of time, but we'll try to sneak in a bit here. Yes, and it's true. Some elite athletes might hold this information closely to their chest. There is a bit of debate going on in the chat about gels. Now, look, I used to be, frankly, one of those runners that would really stick to solid foods, and I wouldn't rely on gels just because it would turn my stomach. But I think the science on this has really developed a lot over the last few years. I'm running under a coach, Megan Roche. The Megan and David Roche dynamic duo, and we're aiming, at least for me personally, to get between 60 to 75 grams of carbs through gels per hour. Some athletes try to go for more, for 80 grams. You can't really get that level of carbs from eating solids, but it depends. You know, the longer the races, I tend to need to rely on solid foods to get more fats, get some proteins as you're kind of breaking down that muscle. But in the shorter races, I know there are a lot of athletes that rely solely on gels, which is hard to do, but train how you're going to race, I think. And if you can, as we heard from I think it was from Fiona Pascal earlier today, the winner of the Chianti race. If you can get in some carbs through your liquids, as well as through food, either through gels or through solids, then that's also a great way to keep the stream of energy coming in.
Yeah, I think at this point it is really like very, very personal. So whatever works for you.
Yeah.
And so it goes further than should I do an energy drink, should I do gel, should I do solid? But there's so much variety in the different gel offerings, in the different energy drink offerings. So as you said, it's just try and error. Like, go out and try one brand and then try another brand, and eventually you'll find something that works for you. And once you do, then there's no reinventing the wheel. This is what you stick to, and it will most likely keep working for you. Take into account then the external factors as heat or altitude, which is going to make it harder for your body to digest your fuel. So then in that case, liquid can come in handy. But then I'm I guess the opposite side of the spectrum, because for the one, like I've done ultras obviously, but then for the 100-mile race that I've done, my main source of fuel was gels. And when I ran 100 miles in La Réunion, I had 68 gels, and I never had any problem. I never had GI distress. I never bonked. And then
Good for you.
That was just, I knew that was bringing me 3 gel per hour to every 20 minutes, and that was bringing me the baseline calories. And then as you practice, you will be able to listen to your body, and you'll be like, I'm hungry. I'm feeling like sweet. I'm feeling like savory. I'm feeling like salt. And that's when you really need to tune in with yourself. When you get to an aid station, be like, what do I feel like? And usually your body is very, I don't want to say magical, but it's almost magical. It will know without you knowing. So follow your instinct. You get to the aid station, you look at the table, whatever you feel attracted to, go for it, because this is most likely what your body needs. And so you can top it up with a few things. Then I guess additional, I'm keeping an eye on the finish line as well. But then additional tips for if you're starting to encounter issues, like stomach issues, obviously don't try to shove more down. And Coke would always be very helpful to kind of settle the stomach. If you're getting sick and you're throwing up, Obviously, it's very uncomfortable. So if you go for bananas, I know from experience that it tastes and feels the same going in than going out. So if you're going to be sick, at least this is a more comfortable way to get sick. While if you're going to get better, then that won't be good fuel for yourself. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen. We do have our second place female finisher in the 100-mile category, the 110 kilometers.
Linda Boldan from Latvia, coming in second place after Estelle Roig-Fortin from Spain, who finished almost 45 minutes ago. So quite a big lead between first and second, but a fantastic race for Linda. She finished in 15 hours and 58 minutes.
Jose Luis Belda.
Yeah, and it looked like he was a friend or a partner that might have raced a part of the course with her.
Ahí está la medalla de finisher y la acreditación para la segunda clasificada femenina en.
And now we are just waiting for Melanie de la Soie from Switzerland, who is estimated to come in to the last checkpoint in about 19 minutes, which is just about 4 kilometers from the finish line. Yeah, I agree with those who are commenting in the chat. 68 gels is quite impressive, Martin. I think you could school a lot of us. That is a lot of carbs. I can't say I've ever gone that far.
You know, when they say it's all about training, I had 5 years of business school to train my stomach to basically process everything. So, you know, that did translate into something positive in trail running. On that note, commercial break. We'll be right back.
Ahí tenemos otra corredora en 46.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Tenerife Bluetrail 2025.
Fuck, I can't remember.
And we are back. We have had the first and second place women in the 110 kilometer event. Estelle Roig-Fortin in first, and we just saw Linda Boldan from Latvia finish in second in just under 16 hours. And we are awaiting the third place, the final podium spot on the women's side by Melanie de la Soie from Switzerland, who should be coming in maybe in about 20, just over 20 minutes. We've been chatting through some tips and tricks of the trade on crewing, on fueling. If you've got any other ideas or questions, pop it in the chat. But trying to share a bit of knowledge also from those of you online who've got some knowledge to share with the rest. It's always good to, it's an individual thing, but it's always good to pick up some ideas from others. Speaking of crewing, I was just remembering a time when I was crewing a friend, Amy Sproston, who was a 2012 100K world champion. Yeah, and I crewed her when I think she became 8th at UTMB the last time that she ran it. She'd had a string of DNFs at UTMB, and she really wanted to go out and finish. And she had a hard first half where she was quite far back in the field, but came up to 8th place. And before I went into the crewing, I knew that this was going to be a big race for her. I sent her a survey, and I asked her, how do you want me to deal with you if you're having a rough time? If you're throwing up, do you want me to leave you alone? Do you want me to get you a glass of water? Do you want me to rub your back? And I swear, she selected the choice, rub my back. And so I thought, okay, I had this in my head. Now we're at one of the final checkpoints, I think maybe 30K from the finish, and she started throwing up. Now I've got a weak stomach, and so I started gagging watching her throw up. But because I remembered that she had said, rub my back, I'm trying to rub her back while she's throwing up. I'm gagging. Turns out she hates it when people touch her when she's throwing up, so she kept trying to run away from me, and I kept trying to chase her. So
well, that's
it was
one way to get her
probably the
moving.
most... Exactly. It's the most ridiculous scene that you have seen. I think Columbia made a film about it at the time, so there's a few second clip of it. But the best. What's the saying? Everyone's got a plan until you get punched in the face. I think we both did during that race.
That's awesome.
Do you have any crewing blunders from your side?
No, not really, because Ruth is extremely easy to crew. Like, she's always stoked, and even considering her level and what's at stake, like if there is a cock up, if there is something that just doesn't work out or anything, pretty much she'll be like, it's okay. So she's very easy from that perspective. Obviously, like, everyone in the crew team is putting a lot of pressure on ourselves to do well and to deliver. But no, for me, like, crew, like, or being present basically for your runner, I think is important. And we talk a little bit less about this on the European side because it's not as common as over in the US. But the pacing part is also part of the team, the group of people, the village that it takes to get that runner across the line. And so if we switch to pacing, then it's another duty. It's a bit different. You obviously need to be in shape to be able to keep up with your runner, but it's far more than that. So for example, if you're going to be pacing, let's say for the last 30K, with your runner, you're like, oh yeah, they're going to be tired, and 30K I can do it. But there's still a lot going on, because chances are you're going to be crowing before. So during that day, you're going to be looking after your runner, and you're going to be out on the road, and you're going to be wasting energy. Chances are you're not going to be hydrating, you're not going to be fueling correctly. And so you end up jumping in dehydrated, underfueled, and then obviously all eyes is on your runner. So it's very important that you don't forget about yourself, and also a few things that, like, you have tools available, so use them all. And for example, you're with your runner, and there are those like if this is a UTMB race, like there is live.utmb.world, and you can track the runners on your app. And so if you're pacing, well, you're taking your phone and you're checking where is the runner ahead and where is the runner behind your own runner. So at all time, almost, you can tell them, hey, this is what's going on. Because if it comes down to a sprint finish, you don't want this to happen. So you want to be able to feed your runner with as much information as possible, so they can have an educated behavior on their pacing.
I would say with a caveat, because that is another key question to ask your runner before the race. Do they want to know? I've crewed Sophie Woods. She is a sky runner. She raced in UTMB last year. Normally she gets up near the top, but last year was so fast. I think she was down near 22nd, if I remember correctly. But she is someone who never wants to know where the other runners are. And actually, because she's a Kiwi, the only other runner she wanted to get updates on was Ruth. But I had to bite my tongue when I saw her at checkpoints, not to tell her, oh, you're right behind the next person, or someone's catching up behind you, because she just didn't want to know. She wanted to run her own race. So that's another key thing. I personally love to know where the other women are. Some people don't. So check that out with your runner ahead of time. Now, going back to nutrition, I was curious. If you or Ruth or anyone that you've crewed or seen has had any strange food cravings. You know, we all have a plan of what you want your nutrition to be. Maybe it's 68 gels. But what's the weirdest thing that you've seen someone eat or ask for on a race course?
I think that Ruth's first participation in Western States, I think by the end, she couldn't do gels anymore. Like, that was just not working. And I think she was... I think she was stuffing her face with Cheetos.
Nice. That's a solid choice.
Oh, and that was a jump and a trip and a fall. I don't think so. And it's probably now cramp too. Medic!
Oh, poor guy.
Can we get a medic?
Poor guy.
No. But yeah, anyway, Cheetos was like, I was just, we were getting to, I think it was Pointed Rocks. So we're getting to the late stage and close to the finish, but there were still a decent amount of Ks to cover. And she was like, nah, Cheetos, I want Cheetos all the way. Which then didn't help after she crossed the line, because she was feeling sick.
I bet.
Yeah. No, I think one thing that I've learned from being told, and that was, I can quote him, he was my internship supervisor at Salomon when I worked there in 2006, Christophe Aubonnet. He's the one who brought me into the world of ultra running as well. And he basically said, when it came to nutrition, he's like, we're going to be eating a lot. And at the time, it was more a hike for me than anything else, discovering those distances. But it says, at all time, you want to carry with you a food that brings you joy, regardless of whether this is useful from a functional perspective, from a nutritional perspective. It's like, you're going to go through lows, and if you're going through a low, you can pull up something that's going to bring you joy. That's going to help you a lot mentally. And so I remember he had the little gummy bears. The legal ones, and that was his happy. That was his happy place, and so it was
cool.
Really interesting to realize that you would consider as being functional and just fuel to keep the engine going, turn into a very strong psychological asset to know when to pull if things were going wrong.
I buy that. I mean, while I'm trying to incorporate more gels now into my own training, I gotta admit, I can't imagine only having gels during a race. I've been known to have pizza, even McDonald's hamburgers, and I don't eat red meat. But get me into the second day of a long race, and I will chow down a crispy McBacon like any other carnivore that you've seen. So I've even carried up a can of whipped cream up the top of a mountain just to kind of spray it in my mouth at the top. And let me tell you, that gave me joy. So, whatever works for you. There's science, and then there's just feeling. We've got some questions in the chat as well about someone thinking of registering with a friend in the future to a team stage race, and that there's a certain difference in level between them. So what kind of pacing advice would we apply? Team races are unique because you're kind of always going by the lowest common denominator, let's say. You always have to go by the slowest person. And it's really, really tough because someone can be going through, a mental low while someone else is going through a physical low, and you have to learn how to kind of trade off one another. If you are feeling good, use that energy to help beef up your partner, whether it is encouraging them to just dig deep, or whether it's kind of pulling off the pace a bit, even when you know that you can go faster. There's no point in pushing your partner beyond their limits at a certain point, because it'll just come back to bite you later on the race. But there's a real, it's a really special relationship. I think you have to pick a partner for a team race that's not necessarily the best matched runner physically, in my view, but someone that you can be out on the trail with and problem solve with without getting into a fight, no matter how long that course is. What do you think, Martin?
I can only second what you said because I've done Trans-Rockies run 7 times, and every time there are teams on paper from a performance perspective where both runners are like the best by a long shot.
Yeah.
But if they don't get along, or if they're not out there considerate for one another, they were getting beaten by people that, again, on paper were nowhere near as strong, but they were people who were working together and having a ball out there, or going to the pain cave and shaping it together in tune. And whatever the attitude is, if it is shared, man, it creates wonder. And not necessarily only in terms of performance, but in terms of experience. And I've had Trans-Rockies with partners who gave 0 fucks about me, and that was a terrible experience, even though we did place well. And the other way around, there were years where, man, I had so much fun, and we both have, like, I still have friends from those years. After racing for a week, if things click with that person, this is a lifelong friendship that you've earned. So if you're going in already with friends, be prepared to have like massive highs and possibly massive lows. And that's the thing. We've talked about pacing and crowing. Like, a team race is basically constantly pacing and crowing for one another.
That's a good perspective. It's a good way to think about it. Yeah. I mean, you're either kind of feeding off of each other and spiraling up, or if it's a bad match, you're actually spiraling down. So when you've got a good team, the sum can actually be stronger than each of the individual parts, but the opposite is also true. You can really end up cutting each other down if it's not the right match, and going a lot slower than you would normally if you were just left to your own devices. I will say, and maybe you can tell me if this is true through your experience at Trans-Rockies, the importance of timing your pee breaks together, I think, is pretty critical in a team race, because when one partner's peeing, you just got to knock out a pee at the same time. Otherwise, you're just going to be wasting time later on in the race. Am I right?
That is a true fact, and again, that depends on everybody's skills and abilities. I mean, as soon as there's a woman involved, usually that takes a bit longer. But I've been with partners who both of us could be clocking like a 5 minute per K and still peeing while we were moving. So that created a lot of laughter and definitely drops on shoes. But again, good memories.
Depends on your, comfort level with hygiene, but yeah, I can see that works.
Yeah, I'm French. I got no problem with that.
You said it. Oh gosh. Thanks so much for these questions in the chat. Do we have any other topics? Obviously, you can see that there's no topic is off limits for us here. It's a pretty wide open space. During the break, we were talking about hallucinations. No one's brought this up yet, but particularly in the longer races, sometimes in the night races, runners can be prone to seeing things that aren't necessarily there. Have you experienced this yourself, or have you been dealing with a runner who you've known has been experiencing any hallucinations? Any good stories on your end?
Yeah. Personally, I mean, again, this is the one and only 100-mile race that I've done, but in La Réunion Island, and because we all start, I think it's midnight or 11 p.m. So basically, everybody spends a night out, just like they did here in this 110K, and so. When, like, personally, I spent about like almost 2/3 of another night out. And so by that point, I had been told, man, you're going to go into 100-mile distance. You're going to experience all sorts of pain. You're going to find yourself in a state that you've never even imagined before. So I was expecting all sorts of things. And actually, I never had any major pain. I never had any issue. But when it came to hallucinating, it did come, but only to like a stage where I was seeing things, but I was still aware that those things were not real, which was kind of okay. Because I had been told, so I was kind of anticipating that, and at some point in the dark, I could see something in the distance, like, oh, shit, there's a dog there. I should be careful not to get bitten. And then I'm like, oh, well, where's that dog? It was never there. And at another point, I was like, oh, man, kudos to these people. Like, they're out on the trail cheering in the middle of the night, in the middle of nowhere, and nobody was there. So I was like, oh. And so then I clicked and I brought awareness. Okay, I am now in the stage where I'm hallucinating. So I'm going to take everything I see with a pinch of salt and like, kind of be careful. So I think that was my one and only experience. But I believe with the races you've done, you've got far more like exciting and funny stories to tell.
Yeah, well, for those of you who don't know my background, I tend to race the stupidly long races. The older you get and the slower you get, the longer the races you pick, the better you do. I've certainly had times, I think hallucinations can sometimes be scary if it's the middle of the night and you don't actually realize it's a hallucination, but they can also help you. I remember one time when I was running Tour de Géant, it was the middle of maybe the third or the fourth night, and it was dark and cold and foggy, and I was quite worried about losing my way. But then all of a sudden, my friend Michael was there in front of me, and he was leading me down the path. And so all I did was follow his footsteps the whole way down the valley. And it was brilliant. And I knew pacing wasn't allowed, but I hadn't asked him to be there. So I thought, this is quite fortuitous. And we had this great conversation all the way down the mountain. And then all of a sudden, I woke up in a ditch. And I thought, what the hell? Why has Michael ditched me here in a ditch? He's left me alone in the middle of the night. And that's when I realized, of course, I was pretty much sleep running, and Michael had never been there, and I had somehow made it down to the bottom of this valley and fallen into a ditch, and that's when I finally came into real consciousness. So, I've had a few experiences back and forth with hallucinations, some positive, some weirder than others, but it's always Yeah, I think it's always one of those moments, if you do realize either during or afterwards that you've been hallucinating, that you've definitely crossed that threshold, you've crossed that barrier, and you are in a different stage of the game at that point.
Wow. So, I mean, essentially, kids, if you're listening, don't do drugs. Do ultra running. It's just as good, and it's legal.
Exactly. We've got a question in the chat. Someone's heard that sugar can prevent hallucinations. Do we think that a lack of energy causes hallucinations? That's interesting. I don't know if sugar would help. What I would say is that the longer the races you do, you can't rely on caffeine. It's really fuel. It is sugar. It is calories that keep you awake. And the more awake you are and the more alert you are, the less you're going to hallucinate or essentially sleep run, which is what often happens to me. So maybe that's the connection there. But once you are hallucinating, I mean, I'll say for myself, taking a gel won't get you out of it. You'll just be taking a gel amidst your hallucinations, you know, walking alongside an imaginary friend or seeing little space animals on the rocks below you, which I've had before. Or one time I even dreamed that I was in the 1800s in the Oregon Trail and there were people with dysentery, you know, beside me. Oh, yeah. I've had all sorts.
Wow.
And no amount of sugar would have pulled me out of that one.
Like, my understanding, because obviously I'm like always very interested in the science between everything that's happening, because we can usually explain most of it. And it seems like the hallucination are coming from the melatonin buildup. Essentially, from the moment we wake up, our body produces a little bit of melatonin, and it just adds and adds and adds and adds. And when you get to a point where you're super tired, you have such a big melatonin buildup that this is what creates your tiredness. And when you get to like crazy levels, this is like, my understanding is that was part of what created the hallucination. And this is why, because then the minute you're falling asleep, there's a chemical reaction that takes place and like basically chews down through melatonin. And
so if you have
that's
melatonin pills at home and you just take a bunch of them, can you trigger
don't overdo it.
Do not do this at home, kids. Please don't listen to us.
Yeah, actually, I haven't thought about that. But yes, and so that's why those like 15-minute power naps are so efficient, because that's apparently all it takes to start like chewing through like those melatonin buildups. And all of a sudden, you get up and you kind of back on and feel so much more refreshed and ready to go and alert. But again, don't quote me on that. I am not a scientific person by any means. I remember reading about this, so if you're interested, maybe type those keywords and see what comes up. Or better yet, if we do have an expert in the chat, like let us know what is the true answer to that thing.
Now, just as a bit of a recap for those of you who are joining us and listening to us shoot the shit here, we are waiting for the third woman in to fill out our podium, Melanie Delassois from Switzerland in the 110K race, following Linda Bolden from Latvia and Estelle Roig-Fortin from Spain, Catalan, living in Switzerland. She finished in 15 hours and 16 minutes. And we are currently 16 hours and 25 minutes into the race. We have had the podiums come through on the men's and women's side in the 50K and the 100K races already, and we've got the 20K race still to go later this afternoon. This is the 14th edition of Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB. 3,200 athletes across 65 countries. And we have seen runners in the 100-mile, which is the 100-mile category, the 110K race, climb Spain's highest peak, which the peak itself goes up above 3,700 meters, but the race just skirts below the peak, hitting 3,555 meters, an incredible elevation, particularly this early on in the season. The runners that are finishing this 110K race will have covered over 6,000 8,200 meters of climb, starting on the beach, going up into the sky, and coming back down to beach level. So it's been quite a night and a day for them. And speaking of hallucinations, wondering if some of them have had a few themselves. We are just going over some tips and tricks of the trade, but in about 6 minutes, Melanie is expected to come through to the finish line, and we will be so excited to cheer her in and round out our live coverage for today.
Yes, indeed. And as we will be expecting Melanie to come in, we will also be expecting the Swiss supporters blow out the chat and show their support to Melanie Delassois. So hopefully there's quite a few there. I'm sure there are Swiss gifts around, so it's up to you to find them and bring them up, because that is what we're after as well. And Sabi is also saying like he only hallucinated once during a race, and I think that is a similar story to what you were talking about, Steph. He felt like there was a runner in all black clothes, tight long sleeve jacket that was following behind and was not falling back but not catching up. And so when another runner caught up, he asked if he saw that person wearing all black, and he said there was never such a runner behind. And that's when he realizes he was a true ultra runner.
Now, we've got a question in the chat about which events this year will be live streamed. So there are 50 events throughout the UTMB World Series events. We will be coming to you live on 12 of these. One of them was Chianti. That was already happened last weekend. Martin was with you along with Martina Valmasoy, covering that event for you. This is our second live stream event of the year in Tenerife. After this, we have the Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB in May, HOKA Val d'Aran by UTMB in July, and both of those two next events are the World Majors events. So that's the top event that's picked, one for each of the 4 geographic regions, where the top 10 from each of those events will go on directly to the finals. And after that, we'll be live streaming Trail Verbier Saint Bernard by UTMB in July, Monte Rosa also in July, Eiger Ultra Trail also in July, and then of course the UTMB finals in Chamonix, covering France, Italy, Switzerland at the end of August. Waldstrubel by UTMB in September, where we saw snow in the course last year. Who knows what is in store for us this year. Nice Côte d'Azur in September. Kodiak ultramarathons in the US, which is new, added this year, I believe. And that is another one of the major events in October. And then Chiang Mai, the last of the major events in December. And here I think we have some footage of our third place woman in the 110 kilometer race coming up to the finish. Melanie Delassois from Switzerland coming up to the finish of the 110K race in 16 and a half hours to finish us out. Was
and
that her?
There we go. And thank you in the chat for also bringing up the Swiss flag. There she is. And we might even have a bit of an interview. We shall see. Let's hear it straight from the finish line.
Miguel Ángel también finaliza el 47.
Cute hat. Oh, so she just realized she's third. This is awesome.
Amazing.
The speaker was doing
That's a really good finish for her.
Oh, wait, what?
Es la tercera clasificada de la ultra, señoras y señores.
That's a nice surprise.
Third woman in 110K.
Oh, that's a pleasant surprise.
Well done to Melanie.
Tercera clasificada femenina, la veremos en el podio. En el 110K de esta Tenerife Bluetrail by UTMB 2025.
That's a better pronunciation. Melanie de la Soie. Apologies for that.
De la Soie.
De la Soie.
That's so good. We gotta give it a bit of an international flavor.
Oh, yep.
And it's always good to see the volunteers out there congratulating all the participants. And I don't know, maybe Minnie's crew is still out there on the course, but it doesn't look like anyone is with her on the finish line.
Wow. Hopefully they're just warming up a seat at the restaurant or the bar to celebrate. Well, it's been an amazing day being here with you all, following the 100-mile, 100K, and 50K events. Still with a 20K to go.
Yeah, once again, it's been absolute pleasure and a privilege to follow those races, always from the heart of it. Like, we always follow the top runners. We're at the heart of the action, everything that's going on, drama. People, we didn't have a major crashes, but we've seen some struggle. We've seen some really good performances, massive emotions, and as you were talking about it earlier, Steph, the Teide, the highest summit in Spain, is there and was looking over all the runners as they were going through the high plateau. And we still have many runners out there. So if you are still following runners, again, the platform live.utmb.world will enable to follow all these runners one by one. You just type in the names and you figure out where they are. And Steph, I think this is it. The countdown is on.
It's been a great start to the UTMB live calendar. This is your second, but my first of the year, of the season. I'm looking forward to coming back on a couple more races later this year, but it's been a fantastic day. And thank you all so much for your comments in the chat and for cheering on our runners. Some really fast times today.
Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you at LiveTrail Australia next. An absolute pleasure to be back on the UTMB World Series. There's the man. Oh, the world is watching. We're live.
Merci à tous d'être présents.
That gap is melting.
Bonjour à toutes, bonjour à tous et bienvenue.
Allez, c'est parti. What a race.
The mountains are calling now.
Il y a de l'UTMB index au mètre carré. And it is not over.
Oh no.
Insane.
That was fast. Welcome our champion. Oh man. Wow. Oh, one of the big jobs.
Yes! Good work, Rod. Good work.
That'd be great. Yeah.
Oh,